Hey guys, welcome back to Real Housewives Recaps. I am so glad you're here. Did you see the length of this video? Oh my goodness, this is going to be an epic supercut. All right, what's happening? So, I had some requests for the best of Lady C. So, you got it. So, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do the best of the original book and best of the new book, all mashed up together. So it's a lot. I understand that it's a lot, but you know what? Watch what you want, skip past parts, whatever you want to do. I just thought you'd enjoy this mega compilation, and mega sounds a little bit too close for comfort to Meghan, but this mega compilation of Lady C's book. You know, I like that book I love that book, and I'm excited to dive into it with you. So the first part, the first half of this video, or probably just over half, is dissecting and going through the original book released by Lady C. I believe it came out, I think it was written just before Megxit. And then the second part is the new updated version of the book. And when she updated it, she really updated it, meaning it wasn't like Tom Bower's book where he just added a passage here or there. I mean, she really updated it. So I went back through the whole thing. And yeah, you guys seem to really enjoy it. So here's my super cut of all of it. So if you're not sick of me yet, wait till you listen to 9 hours of me. Okay, so just a friendly reminder. The first part was recorded a long time ago when, it was over a year ago. So cut me some slack. You may hear me get things a little bit wrong or things have changed since then. That's all that happened. But still, the ideas are the same. They're still miserable people, and we really go into that and the awful behavior behind the scenes. So there's that. You'll hear me repeat myself. Why is that? Because originally these videos were broken up into 10 segments. So something that I may have said on the previous segment, I'd want to reemphasize. So you'll hear me repeat myself, but that's the only reason why. It's because originally it was meant to be just segments. But anyway, enough explaining. Let's dive into this. Again, a huge thank you for being here and for watching. And I hope you enjoy my world's longest video. This is the longest one by far that I've ever put out. And I'm excited for you guys to see it. If you make it all the way through, please let me know in the comments below because I would like to thank you for that. That's huge. Again, a huge thank you to Lady C. Love her writing so much. Love this book, and I'm excited to get into this with you. Thanks for being here. Honk, honk, everyone. I am so excited. We're going to be covering Lady C's book. That's right. Lady Colin Campbell has the book Meghan and Harry, The Real Story. So today we're going to be discussing chapter 1, and I just got to go ahead and tell you, I love this book. I couldn't believe from the very first page how much it's just so well written. She uses the best, most colorful language. It's got me riveted right off the bat. And I already know the stories and what happens, but I don't know. She teases stuff to come, and I can't wait to keep going. I'm so excited. So a huge thank you to everybody who recommended this book. I can't wait to dive in. We all know who Lady C is, but just in case you don't, I highly recommend you check out her YouTube channel. She's just different. She's fun, and I mean that lovingly, truly. She's got a different personality that I just really like. She has a certain way of speaking. She has a fun elegance about her. I want to come back as one of her dogs in my next life because she loves her dogs so much, and it's fun to see her with them, and it's just she's just a lot of fun. So I was very excited to get into this book, and it did not disappoint. Chapter 1, I'm completely hooked. I guess if I can't come back as one of her dogs, I want to come back as one of her headbands. I just love her. She's just so much fun. Okay, so we start off chapter 1, and it sets the scene of May 19th, 2018. We know that. That's the wedding day. So it talks about Meghan stepping out of the antique Rolls Royce, and basically she goes into the statements that the brides make on their wedding day. She refers to Diana, which of course she did write a book about. I know at least one, maybe more. But she's written about Diana, and she sounds like she's friends with Diana's friends. Lady C is a very cool person. She knows all of the who's who and seems to get the best stories, which I love. Again, it adds to the book. But she says all bridal gowns make statements. Diana, Princess of Wales, according to her friend Caroline Pride, used hers to announce to the world, "Here I am, take notice. I'm not a bit shy and intend everyone to know who I am." Catherine Middleton stated, "I'm stylish, athletic, and traditional. I aim to please. I relish my femininity. I possess exquisite but conservative taste with just a hint of daring beneath the surface." Now, they go into Meghan's. She says Meghan's not only conveyed that she loves clothes, was a feminine woman despite her avowed feminism, and something of an impact specialist where presentation is concerned, but also that she was thoughtful, considered, deliberate, and aware individual. And I will say Lady C does a good job when she starts out. She's paying all these compliments, and you might be like, well, where's the downside? Oh, it's coming. But she does do a good job of painting the initial hope that we all had for them and the excitement that we had for Meghan and Harry. Just Meghan in general joining the royal family. Beneath that, however, there was controversy. The Queen was said to have been surprised when her soon-to-be granddaughter-in-law, who was already married and divorced, had chosen virginal white in defiance of all accepted custom in royal and aristocratic circles. So the idea was that she shouldn't have worn a color lighter than cream. But Meghan was starting out as she intended to continue. Royal and aristocratic traditions were of scant importance to someone whose self-belief was so rock solid. Man, Lady Colin Campbell has a way of speaking, doesn't she? She does. Again, she's doing a wonderful job of painting the excitement that we all felt without going too dark right off the bat. So traditionally, when the couple gets married, they sign the register, they rejoin the congregation, and the custom is that the bride curtsies to the Queen and the groom bows. It's always been done that way, and expected that it would be done that way this day. Princess Anne did it at her 2 weddings. Diana did it. Catherine did it. Princess Alexandra, you name it. Sophie did it. Duchess of York, Kent, Cambridge, etc. However, as Meghan rejoined the congregation and set about walking down the aisle with a beaming Prince Harry by her side, she omitted to curtsy when passing by the Queen. No one could believe it. She walked out, sailed down the aisle without so much as the merest bob in the direction of Her Majesty. So Lady C goes on to point out the Queen is not on record having made a comment or a complaint about it, but she will have noticed everyone did. My own thought here, Lady C didn't say this. It's just rude and disrespectful. I love and support the Queen. Why didn't Harry say, we're doing this? Was he that afraid of her already? I know what Meghan wants, Meghan gets, but I'm just saying, it's just so rude, and I would say it's the beginning of the end, but it actually sounds like it started before that, as Lady C will go into. Lady C says, like many of the people present, I put Meghan's omission down to nervousness and forgetfulness. It really is easy for people who are not used to royal ways to forget each and every dance step in the choreography of royal life. But not everyone took so benevolent a view, especially as the run-up to the wedding had been fraught with scenes, tantrums, demands, most of which were carefully concealed from the public. Although by the time of the wedding, they were well known in court circles. Woo! Intrigue. I love it. So Meghan was unwittingly making waves. This was laying the ground for the misunderstandings and bad feelings that would soon characterize relations between the couple and many of the people close to them. So with the wisdom of hindsight, it's obvious that Harry should have nipped things in the bud before they had degenerated further by pointing out to Meghan that she needed to adopt a more British approach. He should have explained that what works in the film industry in Hollywood goes down like a lead balloon in Britain. People would not admire her for her ballsiness, but began to resent her for what he and she might admire as forthrightness, but they would deplore as being difficult, demanding, and brash. So Lady C explains Harry, up until then, had enjoyed a reputation for affability, even though they knew him to be hot-headed and emotional, and that he would often take things personally where he needed to take a step back. Where have we heard this before? But it sounds like he started throwing his weight around, playing alpha male, protecting his, quote, little woman as he backed Meghan up, even when he must have known the more positive response would have been to have a quiet word with her, instead of endlessly repeating the mantra, quote, what Meghan wants, Meghan gets. So in doing so, he not only allowed her to continue getting people's backs up quite unnecessarily, they antagonized those who had previously had a high opinion of him. In reality, he was adding fuel to the fire where he could easily douse the flames with one part knowledge and the second part wisdom. So she goes on to say a case in point was the fuss Harry and Meghan made over that damn emerald tiara. So we know the story, right? That Eugenie's wedding had to be pushed back because the way it worked is, of course, he outranks her, so he got to be married first. He took precedence over her, and so it would be unfair to deprive Eugenie of the tiara she had chosen. This had once belonged to Grand Duchess Zina of Russia. The Queen had promised Eugenie the use of it. That should have been it, right? And it would have been it, except for Meghan decided that she wanted to wear that one. And Harry was so eager to please her and to fulfill her every wish that he neglected to point out that she couldn't be lent something that Eugenie had already been promised. So Lady C explains, yes, Meghan did have a choice on a few selections. She couldn't just come in and scoop up whatever jewels she wanted to wear as if by right. She has no right to anything. All she can do is accept a loan, and a loan moreover, that means that the lower down the order of precedence she is, the more limited her choice. Well, you can imagine how that went over with Harold and Fraud, as we've heard. But Lady C explains Meghan wanted this one because it was more spectacular, but also its history was more romantic and exotic. Too bad, so sad, already promised to Eugenie. So the Queen was put in the position via her trusted dresser and good friend Angela Kelly to make it clear to Harry and Meghan that they would have to accept what was on offer and not demand what was not. Now remember, Harry went on to talk crazy shit about Angela in his book. They could not stand her, and obviously it's because she was put in a position to tell these two spoiled brats no. And this is where I love Lady C's writing. Again, I'm only a couple of pages in, and she's pointing out, listen, the matter could have just rested there, and no one would have known. Nobody would have been any the wiser. But no, Harry and Meghan have to make an almighty fuss, not only about the tiara, but about things like the scent of St. George's Chapel and the ingredients about certain dishes that were being prepared for the wedding. Meghan apparently did all this questioning of the people that were there to help her and ended up causing great offense to staff members. She ended up implying that somebody that was helping with the wedding was a liar because Meghan claimed to be able to taste the existence of an ingredient. I wish Lady C had said which ingredient, but she didn't. But Meghan claimed to be able to taste the existence of an ingredient which she had banned from a dish. Wow. Just wow. It was then that they had to be talked to that royals don't speak to their staff like that. Again, Harry has no balls. Why are you not speaking up? Again, I think he was already drinking the Kool-Aid, it sounds like at this point, and he was being horrible to staff as well. And when discussing the scent of St. George's Chapel, and can I just digress for a second and say, that is one of my favorite places I have been. St. George's, I've been lucky enough to walk through. It's so breathtakingly beautiful. It's at Windsor. It's just gorgeous. I hear it's like one of the Queen's favorite places. It's where she's laid to rest right now. And It's just a stunning, stunning building. I just loved it so much. Just gorgeous. I hate that these two are affiliated with that place, but anyway. So Meghan didn't like how it smelled. So she raised a kerfuffle about it and floated the idea of having it sprayed with a perfume of her choice. It went down like a lead balloon. As one courtier told me, quote, this is great, ready for this? We were really astonished to find that this minor TV actress from California was so demanding that she was giving us the message that we should up our game and satisfy her and her much higher standards. Oh, brilliant. I love it. I love that. I love her. I mean, I love that Lady C called her a minor TV actress from California. But Lady C says once again that Harry, quote, kept on saying what she wanted she must be given. So according to Lady C and her sources, this was a repeated theme. Wow. But the royal family were trying to make them happy, but of course, the victims never saw it as much of an effort. Wow. Lady C goes on to say that Meghan and Harry were, quote, belittling staff and making them feel devalued. As far as she and Harry were concerned, Meghan was their victim. They were not hers. So the rumblings of Harold and Fraud's bad behavior started even before the marriage. They were rubbing people the wrong way, but Lady C points out everyone had just kind of hoped things would settle down once they were married. That Meghan could dampen down her California ways, and Harry, who is rapidly alienating his admirers and gaining a, quote, well-earned reputation for throwing his weight around in a wholly unacceptable manner, would revert to the right-on, lovable bloke he had been up until then. No one foresaw that Meghan and Harry were on a roll and that they would spark each other to even greater heights, that they would not buckle to any opposition, that they regarded those who stood in their way as needlessly obstructive, and that if they didn't get their way, they'd decamp. Lady C goes on to explain how people really wanted the marriage to be a success. Once it was apparent that Harry was determined to marry Meghan, the whole royal family, the court, etc., they all fell into line. She discusses how the British press and the general public, everybody, were excited about this, and they also embraced, quote, Meghan's mixed race heritage. That she goes on to talk about the other mixed race unions in the royal house, different royal houses, and how the feeling was that it was high time for the British royal family to be caught up with their continental cousins. But it ended up becoming an opportunity for Harry and Meghan to spin things, and with the American press and, specifically, they convinced him into thinking that Meghan was a victim of racism in Britain, where nothing could have been further from the truth. She goes back to the wedding and says, one had hoped after such a brilliant start that the couple would have continued to be as feted and admired as they were on their wedding day. Meghan and Harry both let it be known that they were deeply committed to their work, which would revolve around charitable and humanitarian activities. I'm laughing because, again, knowing how all this turned out. Yet 4 days after the wedding, she was having dinner, talking about Lady C, she was having dinner at an influential aristocrat's house. I just love it. I want to be at that dinner party. My goodness. Come sit next to me. We'll talk crap about Harry and Meghan. So she was at dinner, and she said this person has impeccable palace connections. And she heard a report that, quote, filled me with foreboding. The day before, Meghan had joined Harry and Prince Charles and Camilla at a garden party at Buckingham Palace to celebrate the Prince of Wales' patronages in recognition of his 70th birthday. She does not say what took place quite yet, but she says she will cover it later on in this book. I can't wait. I suspect it has to do with the picture shown right here. But I can't wait to hear about it. Again, teasing the good stories to come. Oh, I'm so excited to get into this book. She brings it up to say she was still optimistic until she had dinner at this person's home. They brought up an event that happened here with Meghan, and that is what told her, uh-oh, it's foreboding feeling that, things are not right. Lady C brings up it's Meghan's unsuitability to royal life and Harry's blanket support for her. It just made it all go wrong. Quote, for every foot they put right, they put 4 feet wrong. We've all said the outcome, it could have been so much better. It could have been so different than how it's gone. She concludes the chapter by saying, had any author written a work of fiction with plot along the lines of Harry and Meghan's story, it would have been dismissed as too fantastical to be believed. Ah, so good. I love Lady C. I love this book. Can you tell? In my voice. Hopefully you can hear the enthusiasm on Harry for that matter. I feel like I've researched it to death and I'm kind of over it. So to save my sanity and yours, I'm going to skip over the boring parts, but there are some highlights I'd like to touch on in this chapter. It is a longer chapter because it does go through Meghan's history. It goes through Harry's history. We've all heard that stupid soap story a million times, so I'm not going to bore you with all the details because you know it. Right? We're all here. We know this story. We've heard it a million. It's like Meghan's only party trick. She likes to tote that story out. So we've heard it. Let's move on from that. But I do have some highlights that I want to hit. Here I am saying I don't want to talk about the soap story, but I'm going to start off by talking about the soap story. The only reason is because Lady C points out, empowering though the message was, there were 4 difficulties with the scenario, all of which were picked up on once Meghan and Harry started going out seriously and the palace did the background checks that it does on all people who become closely involved with the royals. Firstly, Meghan was not 11 in 1995, as she had claimed, but 14. Secondly, Hillary Clinton was not First Lady in 1992, again, as she had claimed, when Meghan was 11, but became First Lady in 1993 when Meghan was 12. Thirdly, there is no evidence that her sole letter altered the course of history. I love that sentence so much. Procter & Gamble did change its tagline, but it was optimistic, that's a polite way of saying bullshit, of Meghan to suppose that it did so as a result of one letter written by an 11 or even 14-year-old Meghan Markle. Lastly, no advertising agency could replace an advertisement in a month. Advertisers take months to prepare. There are parts of advertising campaigns in which spontaneity and responsiveness of the sort to which Meghan was laying claim simply do not exist. So basically, we've gone over this in Revenge. We've gone over it here. It sounds like it's bullshit. It sounds like it's just complete bullshit. And what Lady C's point of view is that, you know how when you write, well, I think it happens with the royals too. You can write certain people, a president or something like that, and get just a nice generic response back. I think so. Lady C goes on to say, in fairness to Meghan, she's a creature of Hollywood. The values there are different from those of palaces. Fantasy and self-promotion are not frowned upon, nor is exaggeration, all of which are viewed as valid tools for getting your message across. So just as I said with Tom Bower, it's in what he says and in what he's not saying. With Lady C, it seems to be in what she says and her regal way of saying things. I think that is her very regal way of saying Meghan full of shit. She goes into Meghan's upbringing. We've heard it a million times. She reiterates the thing that we've all heard, which is, sounds like Doria was in and out of her life. She doesn't specify exactly why. I believe that part's coming from Tom Bower, hopefully soon. Come on, Tom Bower. Thomas was her rock. He was always there for her, taking care of her, making sure she was provided for, paying for expensive school. You know, we know the stories. Let's jump over to Harry and what's up with that guy. I do want to point out one other thing, and another reason why I love Lady C, and you will too. She had actually invited Thomas Markle to come stay with her, and he was going to. And then, unfortunately, that's when he had his stroke. But he was meant to come stay with Lady C. So he sounds like he was a lot when he was a kid. They do talk about his days at Eton and how, according to Lady C, the school had to alter its academic requirements so that Harry could pass tests. And even then, he'd fail them to the despair of his masters. There are stories of, like Sarah Forsyth, for example. She was an art mistress who ended up suing Eton for unfair dismissal. She maintained that she had been asked to assist Harry with text for his expressive art project. So a lot of bending the rules to help him. There was evidence suggesting that Eton got very creative with Harry. And what I mean is they would try to mark his examinations and different things more positive than they actually were. She does point out that William was an excellent student. He was recognized both by his teachers and by other pupils. He had done very well academically, and he was athletic as well. He got along with his peers. He ended up getting elected into this group of prefects who ran the school. He'd be chosen as head of this. It's a whole honorary thing. He was very popular. Talking about William, of course. The same could not be said of Harry. A parent of one of Harry's contemporaries told Lady C, quote, Harry was not liked. He was antagonistic, it sounds like. He was an angry young man. Lady C says, quote, Harry had a definite chip on his shoulder and it made him unpopular. Harry later claimed that he struggled not only academically but with sports. Although he still excelled in them, even rugby was a problem because boys, quote, would see me on the rugby field as an opportunity to smash me up. The truth is, that was only part of the problem. Harry could be needlessly vitriolic, such as when he was pitted against a Jewish opponent from one of the other top public schools and he hurled anti-Semitic abuse at him. So this came straight from her book, and she says she learned of this because she talked to a priest who was at the school with the boy that this happened to. So I'm kind of gliding over this part because most of this we had heard about the officer training course at Sandhurst and how we've heard a lot about it. But according to Lady C, by 2006, Harry had he'd been way more straightened out than he had been when he first entered Sandhurst. He completed his training. He was commissioned a cornet, which is a second lieutenant. Anyway, so Harry had finally come of age and started to find himself. William, of course, had enrolled at Sandhurst, having graduated from St. Andrews in Scotland. I love Scotland. So then we go over to Meghan. She had attended Northwestern. From here we go into chapter 3. Again, kind of breezing over this until we get into the good stuff, because you know that's what I'm here for. But it sounds like Tom truly did, if you can believe every book we've read, Tom truly did everything for Meghan. Anything that she needed, he provided for, from financial support to support when she was auditioning. According to Lady C, it didn't matter whether Meghan succeeded on the big or small screen, nor even whether she got her big break via commercials. All that mattered was that she was going to become as big a star as she could, and he was there helping her along the way. What Lady C does go into is that Meghan had ambitions in spades. That's something we've also heard. Her ambitiousness goes way beyond her discernible attributes, meaning that any success she achieved would be down to her character more than anything else. I did highlight a couple of sentences I just want to read because I think it sums up something that we've seen. Meghan refused to give up, no matter how dejected she became at times. She firmly believed that she was special, that she was better than others perceived her to be. I would say maybe stop it, better than others. At least that's how she perceives herself. That she was so bright and resourceful that she would be able to convert any opportunity into something more major once she got her foot through the door. I would say, again, that still translates because, yeah, she set her sights on something and she made it happen, however horrendously it turned out. So we know that Meghan's first break, I guess, was on the movie. Remember, A Lot Like Love with Ashton Kutcher? She played, quote, hot girl and had, I think, one or two words that she spoke. Well, what I didn't realize is that this happened because her friend from Northwestern, Lindsay Roth, had a casting job on the movie. So she pitched Meghan, and Meghan got it. Meghan, according to Lady C, informed the director, Nigel Cole, that she had read the script and thought she'd be better suited for a larger role, which he did not give her. But she did get this role, and this kind of started things off for her. So then we go into the Trevor of it all. I'm going to breeze over this because I didn't see new information too much coming up here. We know he was a producer. They hooked up. They were living together. It took some of the pressure off of her financially. He seemed to be making good money. Now, an interesting part here is Lady C goes into this, and I didn't know this. Meghan's rage was something which she kept well concealed until she started writing an anonymous blog called The Working Actress. I didn't know about this one. In it, she revealed how distressing she found it when she was turned down or not considered for roles which she knew she was perfect for, even though no one else agreed with her. She wrote about the distressing time she took to crying her eyes out. I had to hesitate and laugh. I was waiting for the part where she's crying on the floor. But she took to her bed, crying her eyes out with a bottle of wine and bread for comfort because she had not got some role that she had yearned for. Her hunger for success was never exceeded by the pain of rejection and frustration of not being acknowledged the way she yearned to be. But the blog showed that she was a close-run thing. In it, she was open about her self-pity, pain, and while she did not spell it out, beneath that lay fury. Boy, have we seen that. Just look at the screen if you don't know what I'm talking about. Good Lord. So you have his fury and her fury. It seems like a really great couple, right? So then we get to the part where she got her role in Suits. Again, we know this, so I'm going to get to the good stuff. So it was about the third season of 7 of Suits, during which Meghan played Rachel Zane, that her marriage to Trevor started to unravel. So she goes into how Meghan began to despise Trevor because she started to look down on him. And she felt like she had moved up and he had not. He wasn't doing as well as she'd liked him to. And moreover, his exuberant personality had started to grate on her now that she was mixing with a more refined circle. So Lady C goes into how Meghan had had a change of heart concerning Trevor, and that, according to her, it struck Trevor just out of the blue. That she knew it had been brewing for a while. He had no idea. Nikki Pretty, her former friend, a very close friend, the one that she'd gone to England and taken the pictures outside of Buckingham Palace, that friend had a similar experience with her. According to Nikki's interpretation of Meghan's motives, having found herself a new, more, quote, classy circle of friends. Now, this is funny because classy comes up a lot. Meghan apparently used the word classy all the time around this time. So it's just funny because I would not use that word to refer to Meghan Markle. Anyway, having found a new classy circle of friends, she did not wish to be bogged down with her embarrassing misfit of a husband or even her old and less establishment circle of friends. Once she decides you're not part of her life, she can be very cold. It's this shutdown mechanism she has. There's nothing to negotiate. She's made her decision and that's it, Nikki said, explaining how Meghan dropped the axe on Trevor as well as on her old circle of friends. Having achieved a new, more elegant circle and a degree of renown in successful TV show, it was like a light switched off. There's Meghan before fame and Meghan after fame. After 3 seasons of Suits, she called me to say that her marriage was over. Maybe she had started to change before then and I was refusing to see it. So that Nikki Pretty goes on to explain that they had had a lifelong friendship, but there were two straws that did it for her in terms of letting go of Meghan. The first was when Meghan fell in love with a rescue dog and tried to take it away from someone who had displayed interest in it before Meghan did. She emailed the pet people asserting that the dog would have a better life in the Suits family than it would with the other prospective owner. Nikki felt that she was playing the, quote, Suits card, I love that, to gain advantage to which she had no entitlement, and it left a sour taste in her mouth. Meghan, of course, had another take on it entirely. She wanted the dog and was prepared to do whatever it took to get it. She would never have thought she was being ruthless, just clever and using everything at her disposal to get her own way, being a winner. The death knell of the friendship became the way Meghan behaved toward the end of her marriage with Trevor. Nikki was bemused with the way she ended the relationship, simply posting back her wedding ring and engagement rings without any explanation, leaving him feeling like something was stuck to the bottom of her shoe. Although there had always been, quote, fights between them, there had been no warning that the relationship was even under threat, much less that it was in the danger of coming to an end. Nikki, who was friendly with both Meghan and Trevor, telephoned her lifelong friend to speak to her about it after seeing Trevor and learning what she'd regarded as being the callous and brutal way in which Meghan ended the marriage. But Meghan refused to impart any wisdom or any information to the best friend she had had since the age of 2. Nikki felt that she had not only changed personality, but also developed a new circle and really couldn't be bothered with her old one anymore. It was obvious to me that she wasn't the friend I'd grown up with, Nikki said, and decided to cut her out of her life entirely. People who have known Meghan all of her life believe it was that Nikki was wise to jump. Had she not done so, she might as well have been pushed. So at least there's a comfort of doing the dropping. That was not consolation her father would have. So from here, she meets Corey, that very good-looking chef. They hook up. They were living together when she met Harry. We'll get into that. And then, of course, Harry had dated Chelsea as well as Cressida. And then Harry met Meghan. We are told that story about how they were set up through their friend Violet, who happened to know William and Harry. Now, interestingly, Violet has never confirmed that she played Cupid. To quote Lady C, she wouldn't, would she? Lady C brings up Meghan's own account, quote, when she wanted to set us up, I had one question. Is he nice? Because if he wasn't kind, then it didn't seem like it would make sense. Meghan was displaying just the right degree of reluctance as it reassured Violet that she was truly the lovely, sweet, personable, loving young woman that she was appearing to be. She continued to be seen like this until she and Harry were about to get married. It was only then that cracks began to emerge in the perfect facade she had hitherto presented to the royal world. But no one is perfect, and few people believed that Meghan would be anything but a positive addition to the royal family, while none could have imagined that within a year of matrimony, she was laying ground for her and Harry to step down as senior royals. Woo! So good. So good. We're getting into the good stuff now, and I'm here for it. So we pick up with Harry and Meghan. They had their 15th story of how they met and went on their first date. Of course, Meghan had to put in the, is he nice? I had one question, is he nice? Because if he wasn't kind, then it didn't seem like it would make sense. So Meghan was displaying just the right degree of reluctance, and that helped reassure Violet, the one who, in one of the iterations, and according to Lady C, helped facilitate the meeting. So she was trying to convey that she was, quote, lovely, sweet, personable, and loving young woman. Wow. It's just so funny knowing what we know now, and it sounds like that could not be further from the truth. So according to Lady C and everything else we've read, Meghan's sole mission was to bag not any old prince, but, quote, the prince. I guess that means Harry. I think that's giving him too much credit because, woo, I don't know that, I just don't understand why anybody would want to bag that guy. But the same could be said for her. They seem like the perfect match made in hell. So according to Lady C, it was Meghan was able to captivate Harry from the outset because she, quote, needed to have a voice. And yes, you heard that pause in my voice because, damn. If only they'd use their powers for good instead of the path they've gone on. But yeah, so they apparently that transfixed him. He loved how opinionated she was, and she made it clear that she must remain in control. And for a boy with mommy issues, I'm saying this, not Lady C, for a boy with mommy issues, that seems like it struck the perfect chord with Harold of Harold and Fraud. So they go on 2 dates back to back in London. We've heard about the Soho House, although Lady C points out it was actually a different private club that they had their first date. I'm going to err to the side of Lady C because she seems to know the deal with these two and they can't tell the truth about anything. So why would if they can't agree on how they met, why would where their first date took place be any different at all? So they went to Botswana. He Botswana'd her, the usual, we've heard it. But the couple would later claim that they had 5 or 6 months of privacy before the relationship went public. According to my new BFF, Lady C, that was not the case. Apparently, they only went out a handful of times over a period of less than 4 months before the news of the relationship broke. To quote Lady C, this shows the intensity with which they shared. Then October 30th, 2016 happened and Sunday Express, quote, blew the lovers' cover. So they let the world know that Prince Harry had a girlfriend. Her name was Meghan Markle. And within hours, quote, she became a household name for the first time in her life. She had finally arrived where she wanted to be and the fun had really begun. So then we go into chapter 4. So here's where, again, I have to give credit to Lady C. She does such a good job of explaining. Yes, we are familiar with the story that broke in October, and oh my gosh, the costume party with Harry, where they had gone out, and it was their last night of freedom before the news broke, and he had to rush back to London. We know that. Okay, here's why I love Lady C. She explains that flattering, in-depth information about Meghan arrived to the press within moments of the story breaking, which begged the question, who is fashioning the narrative behind the scenes? Okay, let me break it down for you. Basically, what she's saying is Meghan knew this was going to happen, shocker. Who would have had motivation to leak the story? Meghan. She had already prepared for the story to leak and already had sent, according to Lady C, I think it was People Magazine, Daily Mail, other press publications, glowing stories about herself just to give them more positive things to print. Do you see where I'm going with this? All part of the plan. To further show that it had been planned out, aka leaked by Meghan, Lady C points out that not 24 hours before the quote-unquote leak, Meghan had posted, quote, my cup runneth over and I'm the luckiest girl in the world. So she's verifying her status as Harry's girlfriend, knowing that the leak was going to happen. Now, the part that I didn't know, again, thank you, Lady C, is that apparently Meghan had given People Magazine special access to her, and in return, People had printed, quote, Prince Harry is so serious with actress Meghan Markle that an engagement could be in the not-so-distant future, insiders suggest. So, hello. Again, all pre-planned, all by Meghan. There you go. So, Lady C goes on to point out all the ways that Meghan has been leaking stuff to the press and how the, quote, insiders seem to know a lot of personal information about Harry and Meghan. What a coincidence, right? And she brings up the question, whose interests were best served by confirming that Meghan was Harry's girlfriend and that they were involved in a serious relationship. Now, she points out that Lady C herself has been a victim of leaks to the press and that she lived through the time when Diana would tip off various writers and present herself as the victim of hounds. And she says that she has developed a nose for a plant. And so, again, she can see it from a mile away. She's pointing out that, oh, what a coincidence. Meghan seems to follow that pattern. Lady C does a great job of explaining that while these two complain incessantly about the press, they actually did her a huge favor when they were dating. They covered her nicely, they talked about her respectfully, and they even painted her as a, quote, major star. Yes, I can hear you laughing from here. Okay, so it sounds like they painted her in a nice light. They were very kind to her. They were optimistic about the relationship at the beginning. But then, according to Lady C, it took very little digging to discover what was actually going on. That Meghan had a history of, quote, cultivating, captivating, denigrating, and discarding both men and women in her ascent to the top. I love Lady C. I keep saying that, but I do. That's what I'm telling you. The language of this book is amazing. So a male journalist told Lady C that as Meghan climbs to the next rung of the ladder, she plants the soles of her shoes on your head. And when you wipe off your face, you see it's covered in cow dung. So again, I think people are starting to see what was really happening and really going on with Meghan. Meghan, in other words, had discarded a whole load of friends of both sexes, aside from men with whom she had been involved, and done it in such a way that they had become enemies. She refers back to, do you remember when Meghan said, "Is he kind?" And talks about how Meghan would find friends who she deemed kind, potentially knowing that if she ditched them, they probably wouldn't speak out. So it was around page 117 that Lady C goes into a really in-depth and interesting explanation of why the British press is so much more intense than American press and, other press around the world. She said Australia might kind of come close, but nothing touches British press and their digging, reporting, etc. But she goes in to explain that no one wanted to hurt Harry. He was truly popular, and if Meghan was the girl he wanted and could make him happy, well, then that's that. And almost by common but silent consent, that apparently the press took a soft line on her. Well, apparently, according to Lady C, allegedly, I should say, this journalist at the Mail told her that, quote, "It's not often we find ourselves having to downplay instead of exaggerate. But with Meghan, that's what we had to do from the outset. It was the only way to get stories to pass the legal department." And what they mean is, it sounds like there were so many people that were speaking about, again, the way she would discard others and mistreat people, things like that. And so many people, there were a trail of bodies basically in the wake. And the Mail started to uncover it and could not believe how many people were saying the same things about her, about being calculated, and then how she cast people aside, everything we've seen, right? But again, the press was like, we like Harry, this is fine, let's just ignore it for a little bit. Completely opposite of what Harry and Meghan would have you think, which is the press was mean to them, and they were all the ist words that Harold and Fraud like to throw around. So this was about that time. Remember when Harry, against the palace's recommendation, put out that statement saying, "Don't be mean to my girlfriend." So he had never done that for any of his previous ladies. And so they took it as a sign of, oh, he really is serious about her. And it helped them for a little bit be in a positive light, garnering them sympathy from their legions of romantics and admirers who were rooting for them and hoping for their long-term happiness. So it bought them time. Well, Lady C points out that he, in his statement, was conflating responsible writers with crazy opinionists. He was actually pissed at people on Twitter writing their, their theories about what was going on and their thoughts on Meghan, that sort of thing. And he was using the latter, aka the crazy opinionists, to silence the former, which was the responsible writers. So a lot of stuff going on in there. She also brings up that sexism was a red herring thrown into the mix for a useful purpose. Meghan was personally responsible for the content on the tag, and in it, she regularly beat the twin drums of racism and sexism. Weird. Using the ist and the isms to get attention for herself. Where have we seen this before? Oh yeah, every move they make. So Lady C explains, had Meghan tried with the press, had she tried to understand what she was dealing with and the way it functioned and why it does the way it does, then she might have stood a chance. But in her ignorance, she lost the ability to cope. But that's where I say Harry sucks, because just like he could have taught her how to curtsy, not that I believe that story, but he should have explained to her about the British press. I've had a lot of you guys from the UK in my comments explain to me about the British press. So why couldn't he explain it to her? But he had a real hatred of it, born from his belief that they had taken out Diana. Now, I'm going to read a quote from Lady C. Quote, in fairness to them, they had done no such thing. Diana would have survived that car crash had she been wearing a seatbelt. She was also responsible for press following her that night. She had telephoned journalists before leaving Sardinia to tip them off about her arrival in Paris. She continued tipping them off once she arrived in that city. If you are being chased by people you have encouraged to chase you, you surely bear responsibility for creating the chase. Dun, dun, dun! See why I love Lady C? That is brilliant. I had so many of you try to explain this to me in the comments. That's the part that I didn't realize. We had talked about this, and I definitely encourage you to go back and watch the revenge video because we did go into this in depth, where I explained that growing up, I thought it was what Harry said. It was told to me that way, that, oh, it was the press that did it. And so many of you had so many things to say in the comments about, no, she didn't wear a seatbelt. There was, an impaired driver, everything we've heard, right? Everything we've talked about. But again, I love the way she so succinctly explained that. So up until that news story broke, again, October 2016, Meghan's media coverage had been solicited either by herself or through the studios. So this was a totally different deal for her. And when it didn't go exactly how she had planned and these stories started coming out, that's when she encouraged Harry to put out his statement. Okay, so behind the scenes, the royal family actually had known about their relationship before the press did. When it became apparent that it was developing into something more than a, quote, 3-night stand, the palace does what the palace does. It did an investigation into Meghan's background, and it ascertained the backstory of her, and apparently it does this, of course, with anyone who becomes a close associate with any member of the royal family. I look forward to this happening to me when I become BFFs with Catherine. There was concern over, quote, Meghan's past, and at this point it was just an affair, so they weren't overly worried, but it was obvious from what the palace discovered about Meghan's past that she might be trouble with a capital T. So then we breeze right along to November 2017. Buckingham Palace announces Harry and Meghan's engagement, and the news was greeted with genuine enthusiasm publicly. Okay, now I want to go on a very interesting journey that Lady C takes us on in this part of the book. I'm going to read you this line because I love it so much. Ready? Between the announcements of the engagement and of Charles's appointment to succeed the Queen as head of the Commonwealth, the most glorious cock-up concerning color took place. Only Princess Michael of Kent, a woman universally deplored in royal circles, could have orchestrated something so pointlessly self-defeating. At the Queen's annual luncheon party for all the members of the royal family at Buckingham Palace a few days before Christmas, she was photographed wearing a blackamoor brooch on her coat. Lady C goes on to describe her as, quote, vain and tiresomely affected. I would stake good money that she wore that brooch to garner the attention she seeks at every turn. So Lady C is asserting that Princess Markle of Kent wore this brooch deliberately. She had set out to knock the newcomer Meghan off the front pages, which she did. Now here's why I bring this up. Lady C does an excellent job of explaining this was, okay, the papers reported this brooch as being, quote, racist. Okay. But Lady C says, I cannot fairly regard it as possessing racist overtones. It did not represent a sub-Saharan black slave, but instead a North African aristocrat. So she goes in to explain that the jeweler himself, Alberto Nardi, he's a Venetian jeweler who created the brooch. He took strong exception to the way ignorant commentators in Britain and America jumped on the racist bandwagon to condemn this item of jewelry that he had made without even being aware of its cultural significance and its place of origin. So a whole lot of nonsense was written, and he's explaining that, quote, the brooch depicts a Moorish Venetian prince. And this was verified by a jewelry historian who went on to explain that, quote, the blacks in these pieces were essentially being depicted as aristocrats. And over the years, these objects became one of the city's most important symbols, symbolizing to Venetians their openness to other cultures. So not only are such items not racist in origin, but they actually give off the most powerful message of inclusivity. Could Princess Markle have actually been conveying a positive message rather than the negative one she was accused of? If so, it would have behooved Meghan to note that it's always dangerous for public figures to ignore public misconceptions, even when they're more knowledgeable and in the right. I found this part so fascinating, and you can tell Lady C clearly did her homework here, knowing that while she can't stand Princess Markle of Kent, the jewelry is not what people thought it was. It actually had a completely different message. Whether or not Princess Markle of Kent intended that is for you to decide. But it's fascinating to know the actual history of the jewelry versus what was reported on and what Harry and Meghan latched onto. So Lady C goes on to report that Meghan was fully included and asked to join the royal family for their Christmas celebration even before they were married, which was not something that happened with Diana or Catherine. And Meghan couldn't say that she wasn't fully welcomed, as Catherine and Diana could have, but never would have said. She was very much treated like a member of the royal family even before she officially joined. And then it was 27th December that Harry guest edited BBC Radio's 4 Today program, where he went on and explained that it had gone very well with Meghan being there with his family, and that, quote, she finally got the family she never had. So again, we've heard same sentiment expressed by Trevor at their wedding, and now we're hearing it again. The family she never had. What a slap in the face to her family. But guys, this is where I'm going to end it today. Thank you so much for sticking with me. I hope you're enjoying the recap of this book. We just have a few more pages of chapter 4, and then we will jump into chapter 5. And I can't wait. I'm so excited. It's getting juicier. And I love the extra knowledge we're picking up in this one. It's like stories we've heard, but with extra bits of juice in them, and I find it completely fascinating. All right, guys, I gotta dive right in here because this chapter blew my mind. Pun very much intended. Okay, here we go. I'm giggling like a schoolgirl. Here we go. All right. Let's just say that Lady C put out there that, well, let me just read it to you from what Lady C says. So that way we know what we're talking about here, because I don't know that I was fully aware of this. Okay, here we go. So this is chapter 5, page 137, in case you want to read this part of the book. I'm going to read directly from it. Quote, there was also her unpopularity amongst the people she had crossed in the past, some of whom would inevitably come out of the woodwork if she married into the royal family and briefed journalists against her. But even worse than that, than any of that, were the, quote, hardcore porn tapes purporting to be Meghan Markle performing, and then she puts it in French, basically, some stuff. Lady C goes on to say, I have seen the tapes. We all know that nowadays it's possible to convincingly doctor tapes. So what looks like one individual could actually be two, with the head of one superimposed on the body of another. Maybe the woman in the tapes is Meghan's doppelganger. Maybe the face is Meghan superimposed on someone else's body. She's alleging, she's speculating here. We don't know. So I Googled it because I didn't know. And this is the picture I found, and people talking about what could be, very well could be, a doctored image. People have gone to point out, I didn't doctor any of these photos, by the way. People have gone to circle to show same mole, apparently similar feet. Could be somebody that looks very similar, and they've had to use these other things to block out body parts that were showing in the same image with whoever this person is. We don't know who this person is, right? But I didn't know this. Did you guys know this? Or maybe I had heard it but dismissed it. Again, we don't know. Maybe this is that, what do they call it, deep fake AI stuff? I don't know. But interesting nonetheless. Interesting that Lady C put this hypothesis in the book that, maybe it's a thing, maybe it's not. We don't know, but interesting nonetheless. My favorite line from this paragraph was, quote, the Meghan character is groaning in a manner reminiscent of her performances in Suits. So, interesting theory. Curious to know if you've heard such a thing. Have you seen the video of whoever this person is? I'm just very curious. Minds want to know, right? Enough dancing around. Just curious about it. Interesting theory. I need to know everything you know. Let me know in the comments. Okay. So this chapter starts off with a bang. Goes from there. So much going on. So in the year between the Sunday Express exposing their relationship, remember we've talked about it ad nauseum, the Halloween pictures, when Harry and Meghan were photographed together, all the way to the announcement of their engagements. So the powers that be had been able to get what they believed to be a, quote, accurate measure of Meghan. Now, according to Lady C, the Queen initially liked Meghan because she liked anybody who was bright, vivacious, and had a sense of fun such as Meghan, or one that Meghan conveyed. And this is where I do like Lady C. Lady C does a good job of trying to be very fair. She will pay Meghan a compliment when she feels like it's due, and she never beats around the bush in calling Meghan, I really don't mean those, by the way, those innuendos. I started talking about, adult videos, and here I am talking about bush. But anyway, oh my God. But Lady C does a great job of giving credit where credit's due, talking about how intelligent Meghan is and how she's got Harry wrapped around her finger and she's got the intelligence that he lacks. I don't know that I would use intelligence so much. She's clearly very driven. She makes up her mind to do something and does it. I would say maybe calculated is the word from everything I've read about her. It's the good stuff here, though. Lady C does a good job of explaining how Meghan exerts her control over Harry. They were happy he got to play the alpha male strutting around protecting his, quote, hyper-feminine flower. against potentially adverse elements while she stroked his back and checked after him like a mother hen. Clucked after him like a mother hen with her chick. So Lady C goes on to say that she felt like that Meghan manipulates Harry emotionally. We've all discussed this with the insane PDA and the claw. By the way, if you're not subscribed, I'll get you with my claw. If you don't leave me comments, I will grab you with my claw. No, but she controls Harry emotionally is what Lady C is asserting here, and what we've all observed. I don't know. But she's constantly reinforcing her control over him by agreeing with him, indicating how clever he was, how wonderful. And Lady C says, I wonder if he would have seen through her if the, quote, sex hadn't been so good. My rebuttal to that is, if the sex is indeed that good, then why does he always look like this? Why is he so angry all the time? But Lady C talks about how she could fill almost a role like Diana. It's the same shit we saw in Spare, right? I'm whispering like you're my confidants and they're in the room and we're talking shit about him. All right. She fulfilled the same thing as Diana, where she'd lead him around and be mother-like. Oh, so creepy. But also, quote, she'd snap at him if he stepped out of line. She did it at Princess Eugenie's wedding in full view of everyone. I've heard this. I heard that they got into a big row at Princess Eugenie's wedding and they were fighting, and yeah, it seems like a real shit show, because that's the same wedding that I bring up all the time, because she decided, because she couldn't get the tiara that Eugenie had, she'd announce her pregnancy at the wedding to try to steal focus. Nice, huh? Really nice. But apparently they had a big row at the wedding, allegedly, whatever. But supposedly they had a big fight there. And according to Lady C, it was in full view of everyone. And I've seen her do it on many other occasions. That's a direct quote from Lady C. But if he moved too much out of her orbit or was in danger of eluding her, she'd reestablish contact physically. This would have the effect of sucking him in again. Again with the sucking. There was no escape from her. Not that he seemed to want to escape. It was on the contrary. So, again, the theme of controlling, dominating, that claw. I cannot with these two. I don't feel sorry for him either. He's a grown-ass man. He's weirdly treating her like she's his mommy and apparently obeying. So, I just wonder if he'd say the sex was still that good. She's still got her claws in him. She does in public. I just wonder about in private what that's like. But so she does. Lady C again goes into, we love William. Of course, we've heard that he was trying to slow things down and trying to get Harry to take things at a more considered pace. So we know how this went down really well, right? Harry totally listened. No, he didn't. But again, Lady C has a great quote here: marry in haste, repent at leisure. So William tried to introduce an element of caution into Harry's reckoning, even warned his brother how their mother had always preached the virtue of long-standing relationships rather than sudden passions. However, Harry had already burnt all his bridges emotionally and was now starting to burn them personally as well. So his response to William, it was aggressive, unappreciative, and resentful. He even accuses William of being jealous and trying to deprive him of his right of happiness. I'm saying it like this because this is exactly what we heard in Spare from the horse's mouth. The horse Harry. Herald and fraud. No, we heard it from Harry himself. He straight up at one point accuses William of being jealous, and at another point he accuses Charles of being jealous. So that seems to be his go-to response. And all I can think of is that's a very juvenile response. That is not a grown man who's ready for marriage and thinking like a 30-something year old. This is a little boy. and I'm not making excuses for him. He sucks. I'm telling him grow the F up. But he's saying William is jealous. It couldn't be that his brother loved him and William was trying to look out for him. It's that William was jealous, according to Harry. So Lady C goes on to point out that Meghan could appeal to Harry's protective instincts. Again, that alpha male thing that he's walking around and clucking about. Too bad he's cucked. And she could appeal to his protective instincts and capitalize on his family's reservations about the speed at which they were headed toward the altar. And it detached him further from his support network. Again, it sounds like I'm taking him out of the people to blame. He's just as much to blame as she is. Maybe even worse in this case, because he should have known. He should have known that William and everybody else involved had his best interest at heart. But nope, he picked Meghan. How's that working out now? So there's a really interesting story that Lady C goes into, how both the Queen and Prince Philip had a good relationship with Harry. Prince Philip apparently was known within royal circles for being a, quote, an accommodating pragmatist who will always try to find a way that reconciles royal duty with personal urges. So in his eyes, sorry, my pen just fell if you heard that clicking. In his eyes, there'd be no better outcome than Harry and Meghan pursuing their relationships without matrimony until all the doubts were cleared up. And if they were not, then Harry could still remain with Meghan, but without that, ultimate commitment, without getting married. So it sounds like Prince Philip was trying to help. The quote that Lady C says, she said that she heard it from two different people, or it's widely reported that Prince Philip said, quote, "We step out with actresses. We don't marry them." She goes on to explain this wasn't him being snobbish. The qualities that make an actress successful are the absolute opposite of what makes a good royal duchess. And there was no doubt in his mind that it would be unfair to both Meghan and the monarchy to expect her to fulfill a lifetime of royal duty with a fully developed personality at odds with the requirements of the royal role. And now the part that's going to make you real mad, because it made me real mad. Harry. I just hate that guy so much. Here we go. All right. According to Lady C, Harry was so desperately in love with Meghan and willing to do, quote, anything to keep her, he discounted his grandfather's suggestion with the intensity of an addict being threatened with deprivation. He informed his grandfather that he would be marrying Meghan no matter what. It gets worse, don't worry. He ends up telling the Queen, quote, he was going to marry Meghan, and if you don't like it, you'll just have to suck it up. The Queen, according to Lady C, had never heard this expression before, but being an intelligent lady, kind of got the gist of it. Here's the worst of it. You ready? I would say telling the Queen, your grandmother, to suck it up. My grandmother was a queen, but not the queen. And I would never say suck it up to her. That is horrifically disrespectful and everything else. That's just horrendous. Okay. This is the worst part. You ready? Harry then issued, again, I got to say allegedly, according to Lady C, from this book, I'll tell you, page 149. Ready for this? Harry then issues the, quote, coup de grace by telling his grandparents that they would be accused of racism unless they agreed to the marriage. Of course, Harry knew only too well that Meghan's race was not a negative to the family, but a positive. But the public would not know that. So this was his ace in the hole. Think about that right there. He is straight up threatening the Queen with this, and he knows it, and it's so disgusting. Again, this was a woman in her 90s, and her husband, and dealing with these two petulant children, and trying to make everybody happy, and trying to do what was right, and actually try to look out for Harry and say, hey, bud, make sure she's the right one. Maybe you want to slow this down. And he straight up threatens them, again, allegedly, according to this book. It just really disgusted me, even more, and I didn't think that was possible, about both of them. And yes, I'm saying both of them. They're both disgusting people. And it's disgusting of Harry to talk that way to his grandmother and the Queen of England. So you can imagine how well this went over. The family didn't lay into Harry like I believe they should have, but the fears were, of course, already there, and it sounds like grew even more intense because the appearance was that she loved what she could achieve as a result of being Harry's wife rather than actually loving him, and that was her motivation. Still during this time, they were showing Meghan how welcome she was, inviting her to Sandringham Christmas and inviting her to these Boxing Day celebrations. Apparently, there was a shoot that she had a real problem with, and instead of handling it like a big girl, she threw a fit because that seems to be the only way she knows how to communicate, both her and Harry. And what Lady C points out is, quote, what gets me is the underlying disrespect she seems to have for anyone who disagrees with her. I really think, and this is my personal opinion here, it all has to do with the narcissism. It's the same thing that comes up over and over. Why does she dress so crazy? Because she believes she knows best. And even if there were people telling her, hey, you need to fix your bra or whatever, get some better undergarments, whatever it is, she will not listen because she believes she knows what's best. If somebody dares disagree or have a differing opinion, she will not listen because she believes she knows what's best. And while we all have that to some degree, it sounds like it's off the charts with Meghan. And that's where I one of the huge problem lies is that, well, the lies, but also if you don't think you can learn from anybody else, what does that say about you and your sense of self? It's the most inflated I think I've ever seen between the two of them. So the chapter wraps up with her side of the family and how horrible her father was being treated in the press and how they weren't handling it particularly well. But Lady C points out that what became known as the Markle debacle could have been handled so much better by Harry and Meghan. They had everything at their fingertips. All it took was hiring people, lawyers or whatever it was, communication strategists, to help Tom Sr. and Samantha and whoever else, to not make things go down like this. Of course, we know that would never happen because why would Meghan want to help anybody, right? It doesn't matter that it sounds like, according to Lady C, her dad bankrupted himself helping her, but she would never want to lift a finger to help him, it sounds like. So the chapter ends with the awful story that we've been through in detail about her father cooperating with the paparazzi, stage photographs, that sort of thing, and how basically that was that. I mean, he had his second heart attack, and that's when Meghan stopped speaking to him. And apparently, according to the book, Harry berated him by text. Amazing how that detail is left out of Harry's telling of events, because they always have to spin themselves as the victims. So the chapter ends with, quote, the palace's worst nightmare, at least until Meghan and Harry bolted, had now begun in earnest. Look, I found another picture of Meghan. Looking good, huh? She's smiling. Yay. Oh, you guys. Oh, it's Friday. I felt like having a little fun in the photos, but I'm going to be showing wedding photos in this one because we are talking about the time of the wedding. Remember, they got married the 19th of May, 2016. And Maggie Poo chose to have one of her family members there. Sure, we'll get into that. So Lady C starts out the chapter by quoting Pharrell Williams. Yep, the guy that sang Happy, amongst other things. And I say that because we played that at our wedding, actually. Okay, so Pharrell Williams apparently told Harry and Meghan, quote, I'm so happy for your union. Love is amazing. Love is beautiful. Don't ever take it for granted. But what it means in today's climate, I just want to tell you, it's so significant for so many of us. Seriously, we cheer you guys on. Okay. Harry and Meghan's response was indicative of their attitudes. While she nodded graciously, completely in tune with the sentiments, she said, quote, "Oh, thank you," before stating that her critics don't make it easy. So she'd missed the point entirely, which is now she had this duty to live up to, and no matter how difficult it was, she would be dashing the hopes of everyone everywhere if it were to fail. Oh, and fail it did. So what Lady C is pointing out is that it's beside the point whether the critics made it easy or not. Indeed, the mere fact that they did not was all the more reason to ensure that they succeeded in the role that, she was embodying. But of course, they have to have that victim mentality. They have to have that narrative, that horrible attitude, right? Nothing's their fault, even though it sounds like they were planning this, or she was planning this from the beginning. I got really into this part of the book, and it's not that Lady C goes deep into the actual antics behind the scenes at the weddings. Believe me, I would like to hear about 10 hours of that. It was more about just pointing out things I honestly hadn't truly thought of. Meghan's adjustment to her royal role would have been much more successful if, to quote Lady C, if someone had pointed out that she had been perfectly happy to pay the price for being a cast member of Suits. And what she means is, think about how you'd have to hang around on set. And again, I love Lady C because she makes these digs at Meghan that I love. Quote, "She willingly hung around the set waiting for 3 minutes of filming while she shot the breeze with the film crew for hours on end." So what she's pointing out is, so all these hours, you're just waiting around. It's a lot of boring stuff for a few minutes of your on time, and it's just part of it. It's part of the price you pay for the fame that comes along with it, right? Or the paycheck or whatever you're in it for. She'd have to do things like be a team player with the crew, although it sounds like, according to Tom Bower's book, that wasn't always the case. But Lady C points out she had willingly allowed herself to be used on publicity junkets, and when none was in the offering, she had volunteered for others she had volunteered for things like humanitarian work. Okay, all part of the job, right? But she wasn't willing to do the job in terms of being a royal. She wasn't willing. It goes along with that we should be getting paid for this mentality, right? She just wasn't willing to, quote, play the game. She wasn't willing to play along or play nicely with others. She was jeopardizing her chances of success as a result of her attitude. So Lady C goes on to say, here was Meghan, barely married, already bemoaning her lot and wanting to be taken for a hardship case while also demanding that everyone do everything her way. Success as a royal duchess was only possible if she remained a team player, if she understood that the game had changed and that she had a new role and a part to play. But there were still boundaries. She had to play along. She had to be nice about things, and she just wasn't willing to do that. She'd only received the praise she was looking for if she understood that it would take an entirely new form from what she was used to. So she would have to settle for an entirely different sort of gratification, this time more intellectualized, spiritual version that would be less obvious but no less real or significant versus, what she was used to on the set of Suits. One of my favorite quotes of this part of the book, it's page 158, if you're keeping up, I highlighted in my book because I thought it was so good and so well said by Lady C. There's Meghan. If you are the sixth dancer in a chorus line and you're supposed to kick after number 5 and before number 7, you screw up the whole routine if you do so out of time. So that's what the analogy is, explaining how you have to work with each other in the royal family and how it all works. So in regards to the wedding, it sounds like it went really well. Behind the scenes, it was a massive relief that the day itself went off as well as it did, minus the unfortunate publicity involving Meghan's father and the rest of the Markle family. Who do we have to blame for that? Meghan herself. I'm going to interrupt myself and say, look at your screen. Look at this beautiful, adorable. I'm not even talking about Catherine here. I normally would. Look at Charlotte. She's so cute. I love this picture so much. She's so sweet. And screw Meghan Markle. Treating this beautiful little angel as anything less than that, Meghan's a terrible person. Also, I love Catherine. I have to put that there. Okay, so continuing on with Lady C, she explains that apparently Harold continued to say that what Meghan wants, Meghan gets. It comes up several times in the book that he fully backed her and they demanded control of the wedding, notwithstanding neither of them having any financial responsibility for it, despite her being a newcomer to the royal scene and him acting as if she should be allowed to break every existing precedent and rule. So Meghan had never been disruptive or disrespectful of the parameters laid down by the producers of Suits, Lady C says. Again, Tom Bower paints a little different picture, but I see where she's going. She played by the rules on set of Suits to ensure it was a success. She had been happy to fit herself into that scheme of things, but yet here, not the case. So Lady C goes on to explain that nobility is not just a matter of rank, but it's a way of being, which is why one of the biggest insults in elite circles is to accuse someone of not knowing how to behave. And that's something that obviously we've heard time and time again. Well, not only of Meghan, but also of Harry, but mostly of Meghan, it sounds like. It therefore came as something of a surprise for Meghan to indicate, with Harry's full backing, to many people she was now associating with, that she had regarded their way of life, their values, their codes of conduct as way beneath hers. So think about that. She's going around telling people, well, according to Lacey, she almost spelled it out, that she was here to, quote, rescue us from our pathetic way of doing things. This is according to Accordia, who spoke to Lady C. So just take that in, the breathtaking arrogance of that. She's so, well, to quote Lady C, breathtakingly sure of being in the right at all times that she is beyond arrogant. I've never seen anyone in my life so entirely lacking in self-doubt. She's so upfront about it that she's beyond shameless. She walks into a room, takes over, tells everyone how she wants things to be, and sachets out expecting everyone to fulfill her demands. She's beyond dominance, beyond a dominatrix. She fancies herself a force of nature, and a perfect one at that. And Harry considers her perfect. Oh my gosh, you guys. I put stars all over this passage because I couldn't believe it. Again, Lady C, huge credit. She just explains it to a T, and I can hear you screaming into your TV or computer or phone, whatever you're watching me on as well, because that is just the most infuriating thing. To walk into the royal family and to try to change them because you think you know better. I've never heard of anyone so arrogant in my entire life. So then Lady C says, with hindsight, it's obvious that Meghan had an agenda where her wedding was concerned. Yes, she did. She wanted it to be the most beautiful, glamorous occasion. Too bad she missed the mark on her dress. It must be the perfect setting for her introduction to the world at large. It would establish her as a, quote, beautiful, desirable, classy, I'm sorry, I'm laughing at that, woman of style and taste, and someone who had everything, every virtue, from superficial style and beauty to profound depth of character. Yeah, we saw that when she stepped out of her car and swatted that poor guy's hand away. That's real classy, real depth of character there. Then Lady C went on to address that guest list. So it was obvious. She wanted her mother there, but nobody else. No other relatives, no friends. Nobody raining on her parade. She was flying high and didn't want too many links with the past that she had left behind. She saw herself as what would be an A-lister after this and intended to reinforce her status by having real A-listers such as George and Amal Clooney there, notwithstanding knowing them only slightly. So Lady C unfortunately doesn't go too much into her specific antics here. She does, like in one sentence, mention making Catherine cry. Again, as we've heard, it was over Charlotte's dress. But she did go a little bit into like we've heard, the scent of the St. George's Chapel where they got married, and was trying to, spray perfume in the chapel, and she was blocked from spraying it all over the ancient chapel, quote, so it wouldn't smell like the ladies' room at Soho House. So Lady C points out she's attended many events at St. George's Chapel over the years, and it's known for a subtle, delightful fragrance. Basically, Meghan was just being Meghan. So then Lady C has Meghan quoted as saying, "It's our wedding, and we want it done our way." And again, she goes into how Harry actually had little or no input beyond repeating the mantra, "What Meghan wants, Meghan gets." So she points out he was throwing around, Lady C points out that Meg was throwing around like she and Harry were on the same page, but he was just, he's just a puppet. Now, the other little tidbit I learned that I didn't realize was apparently not only did they invite all those celebrities that they barely knew or didn't know at all, but they also put hundreds of people associated with charities. They invited them, which, quote, ratified their credentials as humanitarians who think in terms of charity. I just found that so interesting. So they can't invite any of her family, but they'll invite these people they don't know to give the appearance of being humanitarians. There were many that were left out. Lady C refers to them as, quote, the wider cousinage, that they had plenty of she talks about there were hundreds of available seats in the chapel, and yet people like Lady Amelia Windsor and others were left out. They were glaring omissions, but they'd still rather have these celebrities that they barely met. Again, I go back to, well, hell, they'd rather have the celebrities they've never met versus her family. Also excluded was Harry's good friend Tom Skippy Inskip. Remember, he's the one whose wedding Meghan allegedly crashed because she and Harry were on a break or broken up or whatever. And so we got all these photos that look like this where Meghan's pissed and glaring at people, and it's kind of hilarious to look at. But anyway, why was he not included? What was his offense? Well, he tried to warn Harry about not rushing into the marriage. So Harry had been an usher at this wedding. They had been friends forever. Things did not go well with Meghan being there. Tom had tried to warn Harry, hey, maybe slow things down. Meghan got wind of it, and that was that for Skippy. He was not invited to their wedding. So then Lady C goes back into why didn't she invite her family? We know why. And what a mistake that was. And if she had invited them and shown that she was proud of her family and her ascent into this world, that she was not ashamed of her roots, then she would have enhanced her reputation. Quote, instead of which the omission of inviting her family called her values into question. It was a fatal error on her and Harry's part. But that's what you get, right? When you're a know-it-all and you think you know better than everybody else and you make these mistakes, you're going to make these mistakes like this because you won't take advice from anybody else. And then Lady C finishes out the chapter by revisiting that garden party that we talked about in chapter 1. Remember, she alludes to something happened and she'll explain more when it's that time. Well, guess what? It's that time. This was 3 days after the wedding. Harry and Meghan attended the garden party at Buckingham Palace celebrating Charles's 70th birthday. Now, a lot of you guys told me it's because of the I'm bored thing and something about gifts. I wish Lady C had gone into the gift thing. She didn't. I've had a lot of people allege in the comments that she did something inappropriate with gifts. I'd love more information on this. Did she take the gifts? Did she try to take gifts? Tell me what you've heard and I'll do some Googling. But what Lady C reports on is that they attended the garden party and in the presence of representatives of many charities and associates, Meghan looked beautiful. Harry stepped out on the lawn. They plunged in. They took their pictures, and what happened? Meghan, quote, turned to Harry and said, Harry, this is really boring. Let's leave. To his credit, he informed her that they would have to stay. She said then, quote, but Harry, this is so boring. We've done our bit. Everyone knows we're here. Let's go. Harry asserted that they had to stay and they moved on. I've also had many of you in the comments tell me the stupid tongue thing she's doing here where she thinks she's being super cute and it's really disgusting and disrespectful. She's aiming that at Camilla. Lady C points out that is something you could do in Hollywood. You could get dressed up, you can pose for the pictures, you can stay for a few minutes and then take off, be in the news. Meghan clearly didn't appreciate or understand the civic duties of royalty and aristocracy involving meeting and greeting people on occasions such as these. She didn't understand the difference between a movie star's appearance and the reality of a royal appearance. I read those verbatim from Lady C. I'm going to go with that's a lovely sentiment that she didn't understand. I'm going to say that she didn't give a shit. That would go with the narcissism that we all have come to know from Meghan. But that was all she told us about this garden party. I'd love to know more. I want to be a fly on the wall there. I want to know what actually happened, all the details. But the last part of this chapter was so funny. I was laughing so hard. I'm just going to read you a line. Ready? This is on page 170 if you're following along. Okay. Here we go. It was that Duke of Sussex had gained himself a new nickname at the palace. He was known as Blowjobs Harry because people there were convinced that his brains had been addled through mind-blowingly good sex. Wow. Somebody says it would be touching if it wasn't so dangerous. So then in the next paragraph, Lady C calls him Blowjobs Harry and calls her Meghan. Love it so much. Such a good chapter. I thought it was really good. I really want to know more of those details, like at the garden party, but this is great. Lady C is doing a fantastic job. I'm loving this book, and I can't wait to dive into chapter 7 with you guys. Of course, when Lady C, Catherine, and I go for tea, I'll bring you all with me and tell you all about it. Guys, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I'm so happy you're here, and I hope you're enjoying this book as much as I am. I'm really enjoying this deep dive. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I hope you are too. Thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate it and for supporting the show. And if you want to further support, again, check out my Patreon, patreon.com/realhousewivesrecaps, where you can become an executive producer. So I would like to thank my executive producers so much for all the support. So a huge thank you to you guys for supporting this show. I really appreciate it. So a huge thank you, Linda. Thank you to Melissa. Huge thank you, Paige. Thank you to Teresa. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Mr. K. Thank you, Kay. Thank you, Shauna. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Aaron and Frank. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Ann M. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Ann H. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Kay King. Thank you, Glynis. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Dewey. Thank you, Patty. Thank you to Adair Becker. Thank you to Erica. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, Annette. Thank you, Barb G. Thank you, Diana LOL. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Allison B. Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Pauline. And thank you, KT. Thank you, Jolene. Thank you, Stromboli. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Carla. And thank you, Lois, for being here. Really appreciate all of you. If you want to become an executive producer, check out patreon.com/realhousewivesrecaps. Hey guys, welcome back to Real Housewives Recaps. Today, we're diving back into Lady C's book. That's right, we're talking Meghan and Harry, The Real Story by Lady Colin Campbell. I am so enjoying this book. This chapter 7 we're diving into, it's super juicy. I'm excited to talk about it. You continue to hear them act like real, you know what holes. So we will be deep diving into that, and I can't wait to talk to you about it. Thank you so much for being here. Dead Shark Guys also thanks you for being here. Well, actually, she can't say thank you. She just give you the death stare. I have to put in a plug for my Patreon, patreon.com/Real Housewives Recaps. That's where you can become my executive producers, which I will be thanking later in the show. But also, guys, I have a new tier. If you are interested in helping me host an upcoming episode, there is a way to do that on patreon.com/Real Housewives Recaps. Check that out. I will be thanking you, executive producers, and I'm excited to be here. Let's jump into this show. So last episode, I did talk about the wedding. Here's a lovely wedding photo of Meghan. Doesn't she look nice? Like I said last time, at least she's smiling there, right? There's not a fly on her face in this picture. Weird. She's not swatting anybody's hand away. Huh. All right, so this chapter 7, it gets juicy. So they are settling into married life. Now, something that Lady C points off, it's on page, oh God, I already lost the page. It's just a couple of pages. It's like 178, I believe, that they were settling into us against the world mentality, which will work out perfectly when they go us against our families and we're victims on the Worldwide Privacy Tour, right? It was right after they got married. Meghan ended up going on this introductory tour with Her Majesty the Queen. And there's interesting parts here that Lady C lays out for us. Now, we've heard a lot about this tour in the other books, but the part that Lady C brings home is that she knew that Angela Kelly, the Queen's personal dresser, had rung Meghan and informed her that the Queen would be wearing a hat. And you're like, well, what does that have to do with anything? Well, I'll tell you. That is British monarchy speak for you were to wear one too. So Meghan had informed her that she would not be wearing one, and that was that. So the reason that these minor things become important is it's just interesting to see. You'd think, wow, first tour or first engagement with the Queen, I'm going to do exactly what I'm supposed to do, but obviously that was not the case, even in small details like wearing a hat. Lady C takes the stance of interesting that she was willing to do whatever the, producers of Suits wanted her to do for that role, but for this role, she was not willing to make such concessions, even on matters such as wearing hats. Side note, just think about that. The Queen tells or lets you know this is how things are done, trying to help her out. And again, that's the thanks that the Queen gets. I swear to God, if the Queen told me to wear an empty dog food bowl on my head, I would do that. And adorn it with some flowers or something just to be the best team player. I just can't imagine they're trying to help you out and you're just like, nope, I'm going to mark my independence right off the bat. So this was interesting to me. Lady C goes on to explain about outfits and wardrobe, and it's typically that it's encouraged that the royals wear something where they can be seen in photographs, seen in crowds. It's deemed polite to make yourself visible to those who have taken the trouble and the time to come and see you. And I'm laughing to myself thinking, well, that makes so much sense. Think about the beautiful colors the Queen has worn. And then you have Meghan in this cream outfit. And then think about what Meghan was saying in her interview. She wore beige. She was not encouraged to wear the same colors as everybody else. And I'm thinking, no, this is just her, again, spinning this victim narrative and not actually telling you what's going on, which is she was just trying to be disrespectful at every step. So since Lady C goes into the fashion fails, I thought I'd put some on the screen. I've showed these before. I find them hilarious. Enjoy. Yes, that is a tag by her foot. So I'm on page 175 of the book, and if you have an interest in the fashion rules, I would encourage you to read it. I'm kind of jumping over it a little bit because she goes into big details that I never would have thought of. But surely Meghan had people around her. If she had been nicer to them, they probably of course, they were filling her in, like what's considered cocktail attire and why one doesn't wear, apparently, what was it? It was like transparent sleeves during the day, things like that. When to wear formal morning wear and cocktail wear, and why Meghan gets everything wrong. There's her bra sticking out in an event. She even goes into why it's a good idea for the royal family to use the standard greeting of "how do you do?" Because it's friendly, it's neutral, it opens up the conversation to the other person. Meghan would never adapt to that. So she goes into why she doesn't take on the wardrobe rules. She doesn't take on the greetings. She just, well, to quote Lady C, is it ignorance or is it because she honestly thought her way was the better way? I'm guessing it's the latter. So then they go into the friendships. Well, I don't know that she has friendships, but his friendships with some of his oldest and closest friends. And Lady C says, quote, whom she clearly thought were too frivolous or too traditional for an aware and enlightened couple like Harry and herself. And Harry started to adopt that attitude as well. He's such a puppet. So it's reported with her A-list friendships, such as Serena Williams, different people like that, she hadn't changed at all. But with Harry's friends, she couldn't be bothered to be friendly, nor did she make any attempt to fit in the way she had done while she was on the up and up in Canada, New York, and London prior to meeting Harry. Then Lady C, who I love so much, goes into how Harry became as heavy-going as Meghan. I've said it a million times. I think I hate them both equally, but I go back and forth on that one. I do equally blame them, but damn, she really drug him down. He's just too stupid to pay attention to what was happening. Okay, let me get to the good stuff here. Now, they went to a wedding for Harry's Ledgrove schoolmate, Charlie Van, you can see the name there, who married Daisy Jinks. And just to put in perspective, Charlie's brother, Thomas, has been a really good friend to William and is even little Charlotte's godfather. Isn't that so cute? Okay. So again, these are good friends. Harry was in this wedding. So of course, Meghan came along and it sounds like all hell broke loose. Lady C so perfectly explains this wedding. She says it was the atmosphere of a typically English upper class. Everyone was relaxed. There was the creme de la creme of English society, but people were really warm and friendly. And she says, contrary to what foreigners think, the British are very friendly and forthcoming, at least in the upper classes. Again, this is according to Lady C. This is where my knowledge, I have no idea. So I'm going to take her word on this. Okay. So this wedding, right? Harry was involved. And it sounds like when the cameras were there, look, she's all smiles. Things are great. She's having a great time. Although Lady C does point out she wore black, and that's not something that's done so much to a wedding. I guess the men wear those suits, but you can see she's the only one in black. But she's waving for the camera. She's friendly, right? No problem? Well, that's not really the case. So according to Lady C, as soon as the cameras were down, yeah, she turned into a nightmare. She tells a story of a girl going up to Meghan, introducing herself, telling Meghan how beautiful she thought she was. She said she knew it was Meghan's birthday. I believe it's her 37th at this point. And, well, according to her, there's some dispute over her age. And wished her a happy birthday, right? The nicest thing to do. Meghan, according to Lady C, looked as if she had committed the greatest faux pas by speaking to her and without saying a word, walked off. It was so cold, someone who witnessed the exchange told Lady C about it and, of course, called it really rude. Can you imagine being so full of yourself that you can't even muster up oh my gosh, thank you so much? It takes no effort. But nope, not her. She thought this person was beneath her, so why bother talking to them? Just walk off. But don't worry, it's not the only thing she did at this wedding. Now, I do have to include Page 179, I talked about it before. Apparently, Lady C really does not like Princess Michael of Kent. And she goes on to say none of the other royal women would ever behave like this, with the exception of Princess Michael of Kent, who takes herself as seriously as Meghan does. So Lady C goes on to explain that worse followed during the wedding breakfast. Another girl told Meghan how much she admired her and how wonderful she thought it was that Meghan and Harry were married, and how well she thought that Meghan was doing at things. She told her that she was rooting for them and wished them well. What was Meghan's response? She looked her up and down, turned away without saying a word, and froze her out for the rest of the wedding breakfast. Nice, huh? So these strangers are trying to make an effort and be nice to you. You're at somebody else's wedding. They're clearly invited guests of these people, so they're not complete strangers coming up to you. You know what I mean? They are, you know what I'm saying? It's like friends of friends, but oh my God, what a bitch. Just to behave like that. Ugh. Who acts like that? This monster does. These two belong with each other. So Harry was the best man at this wedding, and when he wasn't performing his best man duties, he and Meghan apparently kept to themselves. Someone else told me that, this is according to Lady C, someone else told me that Meghan actually walked off and went to sit on her own on more than one occasion. So this is something that Lady C goes into. She says this has a ring of truth because she was told by many different sources that Meghan has a habit of walking off from big groups. So she explains she does this because she doesn't want to make any effort to fit in. Instead, she'd rather remove herself. She only does this when she's, quote, with a man or when there's a man around with whom she has her eye. He then has to make a choice. He either leaves her to stew on her own or he goes and joins her. That way, she detaches him from the group and has him to herself. Oh, I wish Harry wasn't so painfully stupid and that he'd just leave her on her own. Fine, let her stew by herself. She can figure it out. What a miserable, miserable bitch. He's useless too. Don't worry. I'm not letting him off the hook. Yeah, so she has him to herself. And then Lady C says that she's very good at getting men to dance to her tune. Must be. I don't understand. I just, again, I go back to he's so painfully stupid. Her friend growing up, that Nikki Pretty, we've discussed her before. She's the one, if I'm not mixing it up, I think she's the one that went to England when Meghan, and they have the picture outside of Buckingham when they were young. But remember, Meghan did no research and had no idea who the royals were. I can't get through that without laughing. Anyway, she explained that Meghan is very stubborn and she would never relent. And if you didn't go to her, she'd never come to you. Well, we've seen this, right? She did it with both their families. So by this time, Meghan's various techniques had worked so well with Harry that he was happily, willingly, and entirely in her thrall. Okay, so stepping away from the wedding and just showing you bad fashion again. Here we go. So Lady C then goes on to say this is one of a million of examples of terrible behavior, not just from her, but from the both of them. That often at dinner parties they were alienating, and their public displays of affection were so ostentatious, quote, that onlookers found their conduct embarrassing. They like to huddle together, putting an invisible barrier between themselves and everyone else, as if they were the only couple who have ever been in love, and that everyone present was full of such insignificance that they had no time for them. That's the exact vibe that I think they give up. And then it goes together with the control clutch that she likes to do. And it kind of reinforces that, quote, us against the world thing that Lady C was talking about that we've all noticed. Funny enough, by acting like that, they got their wish. It's them against the world because most of the world can't stand them anymore. So then Lady C goes in to explain these dinner parties that they were reportedly attending and how they would throw a fit if they weren't seated together. And I don't know. I hadn't heard this rule, but apparently it's a rule that you're supposed to seat married couples apart because they'll end up just talking to each other, and you want everybody to mingle with the other dinner guests. And so when they were seated apart, apparently they would, throw a fit until they got their way. I just want to know who's still inviting them for dinner parties. They're a fucking nightmare. The two of them. They're depressing. They're, over the top with their obnoxious PDA. Sounds like they just think they're better than everybody else. They can't be bothered to say thank you or to answer somebody when they talk to them. Who's still inviting them? Although I feel like we got our answer to that, because even when photographed lately, they're never photographed with friends. It's with people that work for them. But Lady C goes on to say that they were very heavy going in the way that they talked. Conversations were no longer the pleasure they had been before they discovered each other and had set out on the journey to, quote, reshape the world. Gone were Harry's light banter, Meghan's giggly wit and girly charm. That's, again, a quote from Lady C. I can't say that I ever saw that, but I get where she's going with that. Okay, so according to Lady C, Meghan could still be personable with her own friends, but with Harry's friends, she created a chasm of disinterestedness deepened by her flamboyant wokeness, and he mirrored her. Then Lady C goes on to say that Meghan was so pointedly anti everything that the royal world represented that people feared that she intended to detach Harry from his roots. And he seemed to be so completely under her spell that there was no point in trying to intervene, especially as how everyone who had previously tried to intercede had been frozen out. Again, where are Harry's balls? Where is his brain? So Lady C goes on to explain that the old Harry had ceased to exist. A new Harry had taken his place. This Harry sucks. It sounds like I'm just putting together things we've read from all these different books now in his own biography. It sounds like he just never grew up. He's always been a 12-year-old with an anger problem from everything I could tell. And I don't know what you want to call her, swooped right in and saw the opportunity, but enjoy the hell of your own making living with this child. It was also during this time that they became obsessed with, quote, changing the world for the better. What does that mean? Well, it's whatever they felt like at the moment. Whatever their way was the, quote, way for the better. She goes into how they often openly disparage other members of the royal family for their style of doing things, disdaining it as being, quote, stiff, out of touch, traditional, uptight, and old-fashioned. They like to criticize the courtiers for being hopelessly out of date and inefficient, declaring that they weren't, quote, savvy, like Meghan and her Hollywood colleagues who really knew how to get the message out there. When this criticism didn't gain them the latitude to function with freedom the way that they desired, they looked for who was behind the restraints being placed upon them. They concluded that, quote, everyone in the royal family, with the exception of the Queen, was jealous of them, of their popularity, their star quality, and their unique gifts, which, if properly exploited, could change the monarchy and the world for the better. Oh my God, you guys. That's the egos we're dealing with here. They thought they knew better than how this family had been doing things forever. She thought she knew better, and Harry's so stupid he went along with it and didn't say a word. And funny side note, that jealous thing, it actually really makes me laugh because that's such a juvenile response to things. That's the thing you go to when you can't think more intelligently of what's really going on. You go to, oh, well, then they're just jealous. And what's funny is if I get a criticism from a sugar, that's it. I get told I'm jealous. I'm jealous of Meghan, or I'm jealous because I want Harry, which truly makes me laugh. So thank you for that. But it really cracks me up because these two seem to think everybody's jealous of them and their supporters just buy right into it. Again, it's also juvenile and points to the lack of understanding of what's actually going on. So Lady C points out that this, again, talking about people being jealous of them, was taken to mean William and Catherine. And sure enough, it was only a matter of time before Harold and Fraud started making it clear that they believed that William and Catherine were indeed jealous of them and their greater star quality. I find this so freaking funny. And just shows how out of touch they truly are with absolutely everything. If you're in doubt, just take a look at the popularity polls and tell me who's jealous of who. I'm also going to leave this here and say, I'm sorry, who's jealous of who now? Yeah, that's what I thought. And in one of my favorite lines so far of the book, on page 186, Lady C refers to Meghan as the, quote, architect of dissatisfaction. She said this in regards to how a lot of people at the palace were realizing that even though both she and Harry were voicing identical concerns, a few words in particular were viewed at the palace as giveaways who was actually saying these things. Meghan and Harry were vociferous and using the word, quote, exploit to describe the failure of the palace to capitalize upon what they described as their, quote, unique or special gifts and star quality. Now, remember, in Harry's stupid book, he also refers back to her stardust and says it came directly from Diana. Ugh, just enough with the mommy issues. Oh, these two. I just get such a kick out of how self-assured they are and how wrong they get every part of this at every step. They had every opportunity in front of them and they've done it all so completely wrong. And also, I find it funny. Look at the picture of this classy person who wasn't able to speak to somebody at a wedding because she felt like they were beneath her. I'm excited to be here. Let's jump into this show. So this is the Disappointed Duchess edition, and no, I don't believe they should have their titles. I just used them to make fun of these two. But be sure to take a look at the pictures in the background because I had fun putting this one together. Okay, so going back to the we want privacy. See, you can't stop doing that. I can't stop doing that. Anyway, so Lady C goes into, well, who are they protecting themselves from? What purpose? Case in point was Eugenie and Jack Brookbank's wedding. I never said Brooks Bank wedding. Apparently, okay. I had heard, not Lady C talking about, I had heard that they had a huge row at this wedding. Things did not go well. Now, my whole thing on this wedding that really irks me is this is the one where they went around telling everybody they were pregnant. She showed off her, if you want to call it a moon bump, whatever. She showed off that thing in her dress and really made it all about themselves. It was really obnoxious. You just don't do that at a wedding. Anybody with any kind of class or whatever dignity knows this. But nope, not Meghan and Harry. But according to Lady C, they saw this as the perfect way to steal Eugenie's thunder. And they wanted to drive home the point that they were a unit beyond the reach of everyone else. They spent the whole time going from person to person, sharing the news that they were pregnant. Can you believe this? I don't even know why I'm surprised anymore. You have to think, what's the worst thing you could do in a situation and assume that's what they're going to do. But Lady C points out again just how the rules don't apply to them because they went around getting really upset when people would ask where they went on their honeymoon and how it had gone. They would reply, quote, we're not telling anyone. We're keeping that for ourselves. Bullshit. They ended up telling us on that stupid Netflix documentary. So I guess not anymore when you have something you have to sell. So Lady C goes on to point out that when they refused to say where they had spent their honeymoon, it was in a private island north of the Seychelles, in case anybody's wondering. Ooh, I blew their secret. Who cares? So self-important. Of course, they would think that was a huge fucking deal to reveal. Anyway, Lady C says when asked, she would be so smug, talking about Meghan, would be so smug about not telling people, quote, like a 12-year-old in the schoolyard, scoring points over everyone else by keeping secrets from them. So one thing I will explain about this book, in case you haven't read it and you're just listening along, totally fine, totally get it. It is a very good book. One thing that I was warned about that I will warn you about is Lady C does go out of her way to try to help Meghan. And what I mean is, she can't stand her either, but she tries to give her the benefit of the doubt at every turn. So even in this part, when she's talking about this horrendous behavior of both Meghan and Harry here acting like this when, people around them were asking these questions, Lady C writes, the first year of marriage is customarily viewed as a period of adjustment. Everyone erroneously marked down the increasing signs of alienation to something it was not, trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. She did the same thing with the curtsy. I know, I read all the comments. Some people say she curtsied, some people say she didn't. Lady C said she did not. I've watched the videos. I don't see the curtsy. You can make up your own mind about that. We can still be friends. It's totally fine. But I'm telling you, Lady C is convinced she did not curtsy. And so she even, with that, what's the word? With that faux pas, if you will, she tried to make it sound like maybe it was an innocent mistake. Maybe it wasn't what it probably was, which was blatant disregard and disrespect. You want to know why else I don't believe she curtsied? Yeah, I'm going on a tangent. Go with me here. Because they lie about everything. And because it seems to me that everything that doesn't happen, they make a big, extraordinary deal out of lying about, saying it did happen. You name it, they've done it. Look at this bullshit curtsy right here. We have had some heated discussions over on Patreon about this moment right here. I mean, we're all on the same page. We just can't stand Meghan. But I'm saying, and so because she made such a big deal out of meeting the Queen and doing this bullshit curtsy that she did here that we all, are disgusted by, that makes me feel like she's making a big deal out of it after the fact because it didn't happen at her wedding. And maybe I'm wrong. It's happened before. It'll happen again. You can be annoyed at me like Meghan's annoyed in this picture and every picture. But we can still be friends. We can still have a common enemy, right? Okay. The 15th of October, which was 3 days after the wedding, a few days before Dumb and Dumber were set to fly out. Remember they were going to do that tour of Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, Tonga. That's when they made the announcement that they were expecting a baby spring of 2019. Okay, this is where stuff gets wild. I talked about this in depth. Even, remember Cordia's, the book, what was it, Forward, just bounces out of the gate with stories of how horrible these two were on this tour. Now, Lady C explains that this announcement and this time, Harry and Meghan, they landed in Australia with mass adulation. People were really excited for them and happy, and I mean, just all of it. So there started to be red flags. Lady C talks about in Fiji, where Meghan gave a speech to youngsters, supposed to be inspiring them to educate themselves, and she used that occasion to take swipes at her father. So this is where Lady C goes into all the bullshit she's put her, not all of it, but some of the bullshit she's put her father and Samantha and everybody else through. So there she is claiming she took care of herself and paid for it herself, whereas her father was giving interviews saying that he had paid for the education. She disliked the implication that she was an ungrateful daughter who should be mending fences with him. So she took that opportunity to say, no, she did it herself. I mean, just a total awful thing to do. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, obviously, I don't believe her. I believe that her father paid for it. So blanket statement, know that I am not Team Meghan. But let's just say that's true, that she paid for herself. Is that the time to be talking about yourself when you're talking to a group of girls? I mean, maybe like small examples, but I'm just saying leave it to Meghan to make everything about herself or whatever fictitious narrative of herself she's spinning at the time. And since we're on the topic of no self-awareness, let me show you this. I know I've talked about this a lot because it really gets me. So again, it's been discussed. I've heard 12,500, but now people are saying it's even more than that. Whatever ridiculous amount of money she spent on this outfit is. This is the outfit she wore to go to the homeless pregnant shelter, right? Just total tone deaf, lack of awareness, disgusting, right? But then somebody so brilliant pointed this out. Lady Diana, in my comments, you are brilliant. She pointed out, I didn't even think about this. She met the royals barefoot in ripped jeans, right? but goes to a homeless shelter dripping in jewels and designer clothes. Right. Oh my God, that is so brilliant. Lady Diana, I applaud you. I wish I had thought of it. I did not. You're a genius. But exactly. First of all, I just don't believe a word out of this chick's mouth about Meghan. And let's say it's true. I mean, you're bragging about, you're trying to make yourself sound down to earth by saying, I met my future, brother and sister-in-law in ripped jeans and barefoot cooking a meal of chicken, even though I'm vegetarian or vegan or whatever it is that she claimed to be, But claiming to do that, but then shows up for her stage paparazzi picture in this insane outfit, which, by the way, I said it before, I could go to Target, spend less than $100, and I promise you I could look better than this. I just don't understand why so much money to look so stupid all the time. It blows my mind a little bit. But Lady Diana, I applaud you. Thank you for this comment. You're a genius. Okay, Lady C points out that at the time she's giving this speech, it was not generally known, but that her father had the bills to prove that he paid her way through college. All he would need to do, and as he would ultimately do when she embarked upon her lawsuit against the Mail on Sunday, was give the newspaper sight of them. So that would prove that Meghan's struggles were with herself, not the things that she's making up externally. And by Meghan staying silent at that time, she may have thought she was coming across as, quote, quiet dignitary to her admirers, but to her critics, it was affirmation of her callousness and her haughty indifference. Okay, so then from there, Lady C goes into, I'm on page 192 if you're following along, the way that, I'm just going to read this to you because I can never speak as lovely as Lady C. Ready? The one unexcusable in the upper regions of society has always been treating his staff in an untoward way. No matter how charming you are to your equals, no matter how apparently philanthropic with good causes, if you get a reputation for treating employees unacceptably, it's akin to a man being known as an abuser. You can be as rude as you want to your friends, your family, or your social equals. If you want to mistreat them and they are dumb or weak enough to let you get away with it, well, that's between you and them. They're your social equals, and therefore they're in a position to defend themselves. However, staff are not your social equals. They are therefore at a disadvantage from the word go. Treating them indecorously breaches every code, and as that matters greatly to people who regard nobility as commendable aim in life, once you acquire a reputation for mistreating those who work for you, you lose a lot of respect and are viewed with suspicion. So according to Lady C, it had been one thing for Meghan to get that reputation for being unfriendly toward Harry's friends and family, but now it was becoming quite another as word began to spread that she was awful toward the people who were there, working for them. Lady C goes on to say what many of us have pointed out, which is most people prefer to give someone the benefit of the doubt. But when the doubts reverberate symphonically, the sound carries. So as we've been saying, where there's smoke, there's fire. This many reports of people saying almost the same thing, it carries some weight to it, right? Then, I love the juicy details. Lady C gives them to us. You ready? She goes into a specific incident, which is meant to have taken place shortly after they got married. And it'll make sense why I put this picture here, so I hope you enjoy it. Here we go. Meghan, who is well known to be something of a perfectionist, was accused of hurling onto the floor a dress that had not been ironed to her exacting standards. She is claimed to have said, quote, "You call this pressed? This hasn't been pressed. I want this pressed properly now." Okay, so there's that. Just think about that as you look at these beautiful pictures, right? She looks like she's a clothes perfectionist. No, I'm laughing not at what she did. She's a horrible person if this is true. But I'm saying I find it hilarious that the idea that she could be freaking out behind the scenes because something is impressed to perfection, because she sure as shit doesn't seem to care about how she looks when she walks out of the house. Case in point, look at the screen. So then Lady C goes on to, again, that tour that we were just talking about. It was Australia and New Zealand, everywhere else. Okay. We've heard this story. Let me just tell it to you from Lady C's point of view. Quote, this time Meghan was on tour. She lost her temper and threw a hot beverage in the direction of someone who had annoyed her. So we kind of talked about this in Cordy as it was brought up, as well as revenge, actually. But this part I did not realize. Ready? Quote, page 193 if you're trying to find this story. Okay. This had resulted in the member of staff resigning and being paid £250,000 to leave without disclosing the incident. I'm going to need that person to come on ahead and spill the tea. Sorry, I had to say that on purpose. But no, seriously, tell me what happened. I need all the details. I know we've heard it from the other authors, but I need to hear it from the person who the tea was allegedly hurled at. Again, I'd like to remind you that this book came out in 2020, so Lady C, she was on it. She goes on to say, quote, Meghan and Harry were supposedly of the opinion that all negative stories about her were racist and snobbish in origin. But this seemed unlikely. You think? Damn, Lady C's on it, right? She knew from the jump. But yeah, it's everything we've been saying. If they don't like the story, they call it one of the S words they love to throw around. Again, I say, look at the picture here. Looks like she's a stickler for details of I can't even get through it without laughing. How things are pressed, right? Hello, boobs. I love being petty sometimes. When somebody deserves it like this, I love being petty. Okay, so then let's see, what else? Lady C goes on. One of my favorite lines is, quote, that girl, meaning Meghan, demands nothing less than total adoration. And if she doesn't get it, you're iced. That's what... Okay, so Lady C calls them royal cousins. So people that were close to the situation that would inform Lady C what was going on, she calls them royal cousins. So apparently a royal cousin told her that. I'm thinking at this moment in the car in the picture that Harry would rather be iced than to be right there. Okay, so then Lady C goes back into how the public in Britain were turning against her, especially as a result of her attitude. But people close to home wanted to know what happened where she could have dumped her father the way she did, especially when she herself had always said he had been an excellent father. So this is a question that Lady C keeps pondering throughout this chapter. Her theory is that Meghan had established common ground with Harry in the most effective way possible. She had hooked him by appealing to his emotions, by presenting herself as a person whose strength had been forged in the crucible of deprivation and pain, just like his. So she was trying to relate to him, right? And she thought that by doing this, it would hook him, which it did. So she couldn't take the chance of having her father around that might possibly tell the truth that they actually had a great relationship and that he did provide for her. And that would blow up all the stories that she had been telling Harry and anybody else who would listen to her. Lady C astutely refers back to she's had 2 blogs. She even wrote about it in the blogs that, quote, you can be anything you want to be. All you have to do is become it. So she has become this thing that people point out, quote, the only thing the 2 Meghans had in common was her body. So outside well, I wouldn't even say she looks the same anymore, but she might look the same-ish. But as close friends such as Nikki Pretty explained, she's not the same as before and after, not even kind of. And so she had to dump people like her father who represent her past and could blow up her future. How crazy is that? This is not me surprised. When I hear it, it just knocks me over the head of how disgusting this woman is. So Lady C points out the worst possible scenario for Meghan would have been that her father and fiance had gotten along so well that her dad could have given Harry enough information for him to realize that Maggie Poo was not telling the truth about things, that things weren't as tough as she was pretending that they were for her. So Lady C concludes the chapter by explaining Meghan won Harry by appealing to his genuinely humanitarian instincts. She did this by demonstrating her own humanitarian credentials, articulating philanthropic values which she knew he possessed, while making herself vulnerable in his eyes. So she endeared herself to him by appealing to his sympathies, by mirroring them, and by making him aware of how much she had, quote, suffered at the hands of a cruel world, while gaining his admiration for the brave and noble way which she coped. So again, I am not giving him a pass. He should have been smarter than this. His whole life should have prepared him to, I don't know, use a keen eye to look out for people like this. But nope, he's dopey. He's a dopey prince, and she hooked him, so I don't feel sorry for either of them. They're both awful people. Wow, I really had a lot of fun with this chapter. There's a lot of juicy stuff. I am so excited to keep going with this book. So next episode, we will dive into chapter 8, and I'm here for it. So Lady C starts the chapter. It's around December 2018. She actually says December 11th, 2018, if you want to get specific. Barely a month after a, quote, lithe and svelte Meghan returned to England from their tour. She dramatically burst onto the stage as the unexpected guest of honor at the British Fashion Awards. We know all about this. We've talked about this at length and how rude it was. British Fashion Awards, she wears a French designer, sure. It was unplanned, unannounced. She did not tell Jason Knopf about it. Lady C does not go into that, but that was deeply discussed in Courtiers as well as Revenge. You know, I love Rosamund Pike, and she was on stage with Meghan, and so I'm actually mad at Meghan because she also interrupted Rosamund Pike. But that's my beef with this whole thing. Okay, but for real. So Lady C points out that she burst on the stage. She's wearing this dress. She's holding her bump like this, and it makes everybody uncomfortable. And here's the thing that you guys astutely pointed out, because I even said in a previous video, you can go back and watch, I said, it's not that she's touching her bump that I find weird. It's the obsessive nature of bump holding that is very odd to me. I think it's totally normal. I mean, I've been pregnant. Most of you in the comments have been pregnant. We've talked about it. You do touch your bump. I touch my bump a lot, but not, this is different. And somebody very astutely pointed out, it's that if you subscribe to the theory of the moon bump, it's like she's trying to hold the bump up. It's not usually seen that you hold the bump from underneath like that. And so I started thinking about it, I was like, oh, damn, that's such a good point. So here's where I love the way Lady C writes. She explains, as I am explaining, you have to be extra sensitive talking about this stuff. That's why I'm being weird. Read between the lines. She does the same thing in her writing. Read between the lines. Because you can't verify that it was a moon bump. It sure has characteristics of a moon bump. One might believe that that's what it is, but one cannot prove it, so one cannot specifically say. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay, so we're going to move on past this, but I hope you understand why I have to dance around this a little bit. I have my thoughts. I know you have yours, and you are welcome to leave them in my comments, and I will vigorously nod along as I read them. Yes, I totally agree. So what Lady C does point out is that whatever she is clutching there, whatever you decide that is, it's weird the way she's literally clutching it. Let me read to you what Lady C writes in that at this point. It's page 204 if you're trying to read along. Okay. Before and after handing over the award, she clutched her belly and continued clutching it and clutched it some more and still more. Her hands rooted to the bump in a display of such delight at the happy condition she found herself in, that she had to draw the whole world's attention to it. There's something so frankly exultant about the display that it was akin to sharing a secret of which one is inordinately proud with the whole world. I think that is such a great way to express how I felt. I remember when these pictures came out, and I just kept thinking, this is weird, right? This is weird. So to her critics, she was confirming that she was actressy, attention seeking, attention demanding, attention creating, right? And then somebody close to Lady C, she quotes in the book, she just says, a friend, quote, Meghan was afraid that people would miss that she was pregnant if she didn't clutch her belly like a lizard clinging to a tree, or did she fear it would jump off her body if she didn't hang on to it? So those are questions worth posing. Those are interesting questions. Questions I cannot answer for you. You have to make up your own mind on that, but it is a very interesting question indeed. So the more she clutched at it like this, the more people were starting to speculate. And it was somewhere between conspiracy theories to what's going on here, because there's protocol on royal babies. And this is the part that I truly, until I found you guys, my community, you know what I mean, that explained it to me, I didn't understand. I just kept thinking, why does it matter? Why does it matter if she, because in our real life, we wouldn't judge a baby. We wouldn't judge a woman like if you adopt a baby, if you have a surrogate, whatever. However you get your kid is how you get your kid. That's that. But then you guys so eloquently explained back to me, well, no, in royal families, it truly does matter. The whole bloodline thing, it matters. And so I think that's what has so many people riveted, is that there's all these protocols in place, and every step of the way, they were turning their back on the protocol, which is fine if you're a private citizen. We wouldn't be discussing this if they were private citizens, but they are not. By their own choice, they are not. And if you don't believe me and you say, Jen, they walked away. No, they did not. They just announced their titles for their kids. So no, they have not walked away. So much mystery surrounding this, though. How many months gone was she? The due date was being kept secret at the insistence of the couple. Normally, the royal practices, you'd kind of know when the baby was due, it sounds like. There was speculation that she might be approaching her 7th month and the baby would arrive in March. Of course, we know Archie was born in May. So Lady C goes on to explain she is not a conspiracy theorist. She was prepared to consider that Meghan's conduct, as she drew attention to what she called, quote, the bump, owed more to her actressness than anything else. However, word had spread on the internet amongst an uncomfortably large number of contributors that she was attempting to con the world into believing that she was pregnant when she was not. So Lady C goes on to explain some of her journalist friends kept asking her, did she know anything? And they would even ring her up and say, do you know what's going on? And she'd have to tell them, no, she doesn't know. She discusses, again, always clutching that bump, because could it be that she needs to keep it in place? Maybe so. There's growing concern over Meghan's increasingly flamboyant conduct as she answered criticism of her belly by clutching her belly even more resolutely. So the question is, was there an actual bump and was she being a look at me actress? Was there a moon bump and she was trying to hold the thing in place? Or was it somewhere in between? Was it a moon bump where she was also being a look at me? Maybe. What's interesting is that Lady C points out that the frenzy over this could have died down had they been more following protocol and more transparent in their actions, and they just weren't willing to be. They wouldn't discuss due dates. They wouldn't discuss hospitals. They wouldn't discuss, just everything. The godparents, everything looks different. Nothing is signed the same way that the Catherine and William's babies are, it's just a lot of interesting details that are different. My favorite lines from this part of the book is found on page 212. I'm going to read it to you because it applies so perfectly to then and to now. Ready? She felt everyone was being, quote, mean and cruel. to her and wanted to put a stop to it. It hadn't occurred to either herself or Harry that the way to achieve closure was to stop behaving in a way that was triggering the objections. Ta-da! They are their own worst enemies. Always. I mean, we keep talking about they were just in the news because it sounds like she potentially called that paparazzi on herself, and it was one guy taking her picture, and, it's the whole, quote, helping the homeless, but in $12,000 worth of designer duds. You know what I mean? Like, she just won't get out of her own way. I go back to if, she's potentially a narcissist and she thinks she knows best, so she's not going to take anybody else's advice and continue to do these awful things. And then Lady C brings up such a good point, which was, why was a royal duchess wearing thin, stretchy fabric pulled so tight over the bump that a belly button was displayed for all to see? It just, again, she's explaining, like, that's just not something that you would typically see in a royal. She's doing these things and then mad that everybody's asking questions about it. I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up, that's exactly what they do. It's gaslighting. And I hate that word because it's trendy, but I'm telling you, it's my family was racist. I never called them racist. You know what I mean? Like that bullshit that they do where they throw out these claims and then they're like, why are you guys reacting like that? We didn't say that. We didn't do that. Why are you reacting to my bump? I'm the one wearing really tight clothing and bending in a way that most pregnant women cannot bend. Why are you reacting and doubting me? But all roads with them lead to hypocrisy. So they were arguing that they were private at that point. And Lady C goes on to point out that they were, quote, uniquely contradictory. And they were being royalty when they wished to swathe themselves in that cloak, but then being private citizens when that mantle suited them better. That's where we are now. They basically are acting out that half in, half out bullshit that they had pitched that nobody was going for. So she goes on to show how much Meghan was really looking for the spotlight. Well, I guess Meghan and Harry both, but I'm pointing at you, Meghan. Really trying to get the spotlight for herself always, but especially around this time. Now, she goes into an interesting part of the royal life that honestly I'd never given thought to, but makes perfect sense. I'm going to read it to you because I just found it interesting and I had highlighted it in my book. All royal diaries are agreed 6 months in advance. If the Queen is doing something in Aberdeen that warrants press attention, the remainder of the family undertakes pedestrian duties that will not make the papers, but will address the needs of the community the royal is serving. The same rules apply across the board. One royal does not steal another's thunder. Doing so undermines the whole system and defeats the long-term goals of the monarchy, which are to further various initiatives in a meaningful way so that the public appreciates what's being done in its name. So beautifully put. I say it all the time. I love the way Lady C writes. It's gorgeous, right? So perfectly expelled out. I just found that interesting and such an interesting way of explaining that, and makes sense with everybody except for these two jackasses, because we always hear this, right? It often, people have pointed out, it coincides usually with something that William and Catherine are doing. They'll be on a tour, these two decide to announce something or to make waves or to get in the press. It's kind of their go-to move, right? Seems to be happening around coronation as well. I expect more stupid headlines from these two. Anything to try to draw attention to themselves. Okay. Now, going back to whatever's going on under her dress, which is not a sentence I normally say, although sometimes I do when I'm talking about what's going on with her bras, but that's a different conversation. Okay. Whatever's going on under her dresses here, I don't understand. Okay. But there's an established regimen for royal pregnancies and births. Now, what's interesting, again, I didn't know this, it was customary up until about 2 generations ago that the The royal mothers would have the babies at home. All 4 of Queen Elizabeth's children were born at Buckingham Palace. This is how it was done. They always made public the, they used the court gynecologists and obstetricians, leading people in their field whose reputations were beyond reproach. Therefore, there would be no doubt as to who was carrying the baby or who had given birth to it once it was delivered so transparently. Now, she goes into a really interesting history all about how many people would be in the rooms during the birth just to verify that, the royal mom had delivered the royal baby. But then royal babies started being delivered in hospitals. The Lindo Wing, I hope I'm saying that right, of St. Mary's, Paddington, and London became the favored place. But once more, there was no secrecy. The royal mother was surrounded by medical staff, by senior doctors, and their names were being made public as a way of eliminating any suspicion of subterfuge. So they wanted to make sure that everything was publicly verifiable through unimpeachable witnesses. The public, after all, had a right to know that their potential monarch had a right to the throne, and that the rights were being respected through reinforcing presence of witnesses. This was true even under absolutist monarchies. So she even references Marie Antoinette. Apparently her room was so stuffed full of courtiers that at the birth of her first child that she grew faint from the lack of air. So they ended up having to kick out a couple of the witnesses, but that's how many witnesses. And she points out this is an extreme example, but that's how important it is to have witnesses. It has to be beyond doubt. Okay. So then she goes on to explain another reason why this is so important to clear up. And I'm just going to breeze over this. Go with me on this journey. In fact, I'm just going to read it to you. Ready? Okay. William and Catherine sometimes travel with all 3 of their children in the same aircraft, something that no other heir to the throne has done before. I'm knocking on wood. I hate reading this part, but go with me. Should the plane crash, Harry and Meghan would be heirs presumptive after Prince Charles. Well, this is, okay, so Lady C put this book out in 2020, so of course now we know he's King Charles, but she's talking about that the Queen was in her 90s. You get the idea. I don't have to spell it out for you. Yeah, God forbid. I don't even want to talk about it, but you know where I'm going with this. So that close to the throne, you have to verify. But these two, no, the rules don't apply to them except for when it benefits them. But if it's going to play by the rules or give any transparency, they're not doing it. Lady C points out that, again, this heir being so close to the throne makes their demands for privacy, quote, unconstitutional. So whether through ignorance or what was going on, it was beside the point. They were feeding rumors that she was not pregnant and that their expected child could possibly be born by a surrogate. Because, again, they were not following any protocol at all. Sounds like they were whining behind the scenes about how badly the public was reacting to their lack of transparency. So then they decreed that the baby would not be born in a hospital, but at home. Of course, again, there had been no home births for 2 generations. They continued to insist that they were private individuals who had a right to have their baby as and how they please. So again, like I said, that's all well and good if you're a private citizen, but that's not what's happening here. You can't have the benefit of royalty without, dealing with some of this stuff. So them behaving like this, it was feeding a frenzy of their own creation. So then she announced she would be retreating from public view until the baby was born. And moreover, she and Harry had no intention of revealing when the birth had taken place until they were good and ready. So yet again, conveying the message that she disapproved of any royal traditions. Lady C explains that several of her journalist friends told her they had misgivings about what was happening, but the press had fallen in line. But that the Sussexes were obsessed with privacy and were insisting upon, quote, being treated like private individuals instead of the royals that they were. So rather than the newspapers printing the suspicions that the groundwork was basically being laid for deception on a massive scale, they ran with the story that Harry and Meghan were behaving like spoiled, demanding, hypocritical brats who contradictorily wanted to be treated as private citizens when it suited them, despite requiring at all other times that they must be accorded all the privileges and constitutional dignities that went along with being royalty. My God, they're still, they're still singing that tune. I do wish that the royal family at that point had said, you either fall in line or you get out, like you're either in this or you're out. Like you're doing this the right way or you're not doing this, I just, it would have saved us so much and we wouldn't be where we are now, but here's where we are. So this is where I'm going to end it. This has been a very interesting episode. I apologize for my having to dance around things. I hope you understand why. It's just the nature of the delicateness of the situation. It's hard to talk about. If we were sitting together having a cocktail or a tea, I would tell you how I really think. Well, you kind of know how I think, but you know what I mean? Like I'd spill it all. Harder for me to do on this topic and this forum. So just bear with me on this. We'll get through it together and we'll get into the more, the juicy details. That's what I'm looking forward to. We left off talking about why the big secret. What's going on with these two? Remember, this is about Archie's birth and why couldn't they list the name of the attending physicians? Why were they being so weird? We were speculating, was it for the attention? They seem to pretend to hate the attention and demand, we want privacy. Everything that they're known for, right? Where they spew these privacy things, but then do all these weird things to get attention. So just a very strange time. So we discussed this in detail in the Tom Bower book. And then again, I believe it came up in Cordy's, but I would say mostly in the Tom Bower book, we talked about it, how everything was planned around this CBS thing. If you don't know what I mean, it was like they weren't telling the palace what was going on. They were being sketchy. And then they planned the announcement of the birth around CBS's morning airtime schedule. It was all a deal with Oprah and Gayle, and it was very bizarre. And again, it's all Meghan, right? I'm not saying Harry's innocent, but I'm saying it's all Meghan. She had this all planned out, and this was just part of the game. So a lot of strange things happened with the birth of the baby. And what I mean is, yes, they put out this, this is a tradition for the royals to do. They put out this announcement. It's literally set out. You guys, you guys can probably explain it to me better than I can explain it to you, but they set out these birth announcements like this. But you notice when at the time, the Cambridges children were born, their birth announcements look different because the doctors actually signed the announcement. But weirdly enough, in this one, no signatures. Instead, it was more important to them to announce it on Instagram. That's right. They had started this Instagram a month before, and they made the announcement on that. So the part that I found so interesting, I didn't realize, Lady C fills this in brilliantly. Again, page 223 if you're following along. She explains that Meghan flew out to LA. She had flown out shortly after the baby's conception with the specific objective of employing the, quote, best Instagrammers in the world. The brief she gave them was straightforward enough. Here's the point she gave them. Here we go. Point 1. I need you to create the world's #1 Instagram account for me. It needs to end up having more followers than any other Instagram account on earth. You hear me like smiling and laughing at this because of course she would say that. Her ego is bigger than anybody else's on earth. So why not try to make her Instagram bigger than anybody else's on earth? Yeah, good luck with that. Number 2, I want to be bigger than Diana, Princess of Wales. Ooh, I wonder how Harry has taken that. I can't imagine Well, I was going to say, I can't imagine that's going over well, but he seems to be excited anytime she brings up Diana, so he's probably too stupid to notice. Number 3, I need you to make me the most famous woman in the world. Now, this makes me laugh because I'm like, well, you kind of got your wish because you're now one of the most infamous. So apparently that was her list for the most famous Instagrammers in the whole world, whatever. Um, Here's what I came up with, though. Had she played the game, meaning had she stayed in this role and actually tried and dedicated herself to it and done a good job, and she would have been adored potentially. You know what I mean? I guess she'd have to have a personality transplant, but you get where I'm going with this. If she had taken the Kate approach where she actually tries her hardest and, you know, bonds with people and has the charm and charisma, I know I'm asking a lot. She could have been one of the most famous women in the world, but she can't get out of her own way. Her own narcissistic tendencies, her awful personality, all of it, it just reeks and people can smell it a mile away. So, of course, it's just going to backfire and I can't help but laugh. So Lady C goes on to explain, well, she was naive to think the palace wouldn't find out about this. Oh, get this. Also, according to Lady C, Meghan told her media people, quote, she wanted to break the internet. Again, mission accomplished. You've made the world like agree on one thing finally, that no one can stand you. So just by doing that briefing with her Instagram and it getting back to the palace, it's like the light bulb finally went off that, oh, she's a fame addict. Lady C, of course, points out that Harry seems to be a Meghan addict. Ew. Okay. So then we get back to where we see in the picture here. So they are presenting the baby. I remember, again, I believe it was in Revenge. I've read so many of these books lately that they explained that Gayle King had the exclusive for CBS. So they covered the baby's face. That was part of it. It had to do with if I remember this correctly, because Lady C doesn't exactly explain, but it's like they had to cover kind of the baby's face a little bit. But CBS got the exclusive and called her a very proud mother and him an over-the-top giddy dad. They talked about radiating joy, but they wouldn't provide the baby's name until later in the day. Talking about Harold and Fraud. So that's when they introduce him as Master Archie Harrison Mountbatten Windsor. That's a big name for a little baby. So Archie's name showed that Harry and Meghan's gift for surprise had not deserted them. The baby's name broke every rule in the royal name book, and as it was unexpected, untraditional, and to quote Lady C, as woke as could be. So never before had royal children been given a nickname rather than a Christian name. But Lady C explains that this is just another instance where the rules were set aside for Harry and Meghan. The palace was actually trying to work with them. It was just interesting because I didn't know this. Apparently the Yorks were prevented from calling one of their daughters a non-royal Christian name because there was no royal precedent for it. So this was proof yet again that the royal family and the palace were tearing up the rule book to facilitate Meghan and Harry's choices. Okay, so I'm going to go into something else interesting that Lady C explains, that it's different rules in America than it is for England. Apparently in England, the legal mother is the surrogate, even though the legal father is the inseminator. So under English law, the woman whose egg produced the child has no legal status at all. If she wishes to be acknowledged as its mother, she has to adopt it. Even then, the child remains, quote, illegitimate at birth. So that's different than here in America, where the law in the U.S. states that a child born of a surrogate is the lawful and legitimate child of the mother and father who have arranged the surrogacy. Again, not something I would typically discuss here, but Lady C makes this interesting point for those who are under the belief that that may be the case, that surrogacy might be involved. Okay, now side note, when I was recording, what was it? I think it was for Revenge. I think it was for Revenge. And I got to this part where Harry makes this statement outside and he's like super excited about it, right? You guys pointed out, I did not know this, that Harry messed up and said that the baby was 2 weeks old, but was pretending that the baby was just hours old. So that's fishy as hell. I didn't know that until you guys let me know. I'm just going to read this part of Lady C's book to make it make sense. You ready? Okay. Harry's comment during the interview further fostered the theories about Archer not being born when and to whom it was alleged. Had Harry wanted to increase rather than decrease the rumors about his son's birth, he could have not done so more efficiently than the response he gave when asked who the baby looked like. He said, quote, "Everyone says the baby's changed so much over 2 weeks. We're basically monitoring the changing process. Monitoring how the changing process happens over the next month," end quote. This was an extraordinary statement to make. Archie was supposed to be only 2 days old. Sorry, I said hours earlier. I meant 2 days. Okay. Babies don't change appearance markedly and frequently within 48 hours of being born. Yet here was Harry asserting not only that his son kept changing appearance over a 2-week period, but he had done so with an extent that was impossible to say who he looked like, notwithstanding the baby being officially 2 days old. So it just made no sense, and it further added to the speculation. What are we doing? What are we talking about? You're supposed to be. The party line was that the baby was 2 days old, and Harry's talking about 2 weeks. And again, let's say, okay, he's, new parent exhausted, and he screwed up and said weeks instead of days. Fine. A baby doesn't change in 2 days like that. My baby didn't look like one or the other of us in 2 days. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But then he realizes what he said, and Lady C points out he starts to waffle. And it's almost like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that he's realized he's made a slip of the tongue. So not only does he waffle on about monitoring the changes process over the next month, but he slips back in that his son has been around, but it's only the last 2.5 to 3 days. So he doesn't even remember if it's 2.5 or 3 days. Notwithstanding the fact that Archie wasn't officially more than 2 days old. So again, he's contradicting everything. That's all they can do is tell lies. Nothing makes any sense. So there's another difference in the UK versus in America. Apparently in the UK, hospitals don't register births. The parents do that. And the reason she's explaining this is to go on to say, no one checks the information given. So what you tell them is what it is, and that's that. And she explains that if, hypothetically, the child was considered, quote, illegitimate children cannot inherit the crown. Interesting. So while explaining all this, Lady C gives one of my favorite lines of the entire book. It's found on page 232. I'm going to read it to you because I love it so much. You ready? She, meaning Meghan, she's also the most pretentious person anyone will ever meet. Have you seen her handwriting? I just love it because we always make fun of that. Almost as contrived as her personality. Perfect. That's exactly what I said. It is. It's so contrived. It's so affected, I would say. So it sounds crazy, but Lady C then backtracks after discussing the birth of Archie and talks about the incidents where the British public really couldn't stand Meghan, I guess. And the first one is her baby shower. So we talked about that at length as well, about how it was reported to have cost $300,000. Ridiculous. That she flew on a private jet with Amal Clooney, that her famous friends were there, and they used it all as a paparazzi photo shoot. And of course, Gayle King was there as well. So Lady C says that she was told that Meghan was extremely upset by the criticism leveled against her. She simply couldn't understand why the British weren't thrilled with her as the Americans were. And I'm going to go ahead and disagree with her there. But I see what she's saying. I guess at that point, America was still somewhat enchanted. But I'm going to say the press does not speak for all Americans. I think we can all agree on that. Like, just because they were reporting that people liked her, I don't think people liked her by this point. Maybe I'm wrong. I didn't like her by this point. But no one knows exactly when Meghan decided that Britain would not work out for her. Some of her friends believed that she had no intention of staying. And then Lady C points out that it may have had to do about this time when she went back to New York for her baby shower. So right after the furor over her baby shower started to die down, she and Harry found themselves caught up in more controversy. It had to do with moving out of Nottingham, not caught as they called it, into Frogmore. The refurbishments were said to have cost around £2.4 million and were being paid for by the state. So their critics wanted to know why taxpayers should absorb the cost when they were being given free accommodation. As usual, it sounds like they viewed the criticism as completely unfair. I'm sure they threw out the S words that they love to throw around, and they didn't understand why the state wouldn't just pick it up for them. But I just love knowing how this has worked out since then. I find that very funny. And within a month of Archie's birth, we have this stupid scene right here. Oh, you talk about pissing me off. Look at this. We've discussed this at length too. You guys have explained it to me so well. I just find it fascinating. I think I'd misreported before. Look, there she is in her royal box. That's not what happened. She decided to wear some jeans and a hat, and you're not supposed to do that. And she was breaking Wimbledon's cardinal rules, and she had not cared that women don't wear hats at Wimbledon. They have the potential to block the view of the person sitting behind the wearer. It's therefore considered, quote, and poor form to wear hats. But Meghan's attachment to the hat suggested she was living out some sort of fantasy of what California girls do when they have the chance to attend Wimbledon. Nevertheless, Meghan's breach of the Wimbledon dress code earned her criticism, though what really incensed her critics was the perception that her conduct conveyed both contemptuousness and arrogance. So she had ensured that she could wear a hat by clearing out the 40 or so seats behind her. The only people allowed within spitting distance of her were her suite. Behind and beside her, there were row after row of empty seats. Outside, there were queues of people being prevented from witnessing the match, from occupying seats which they had paid for, while Meghan and her Northwestern University mates were flanked by her people in a buffer zone of empty seats to keep her comfortable. That is so disgusting. Lady C points out it was perfectly fine for the Queen, for Prince Philip, for Duke and Duchess of Kent, the Cambridges, Princess Alexandra, you name it, even the late Diana, to sit around regular paying, Wimbledon attendees. But no, not for Meghan. No, not good enough for her. She had to clear out these seats of these people who found it completely disgusting, and then she can't figure out why nobody can stand her. And then one of my favorite parts is Lady C explains if Meghan and her team had tried their hardest to come up with something that was unpopular, they could not have bettered what happened next. So her security people, they ended up, because of her, talking to members of the public, telling that, so these members of the public were taking selfies. Well, they informed them that they could not use their cameras in the presence of Her Royal Highness, as she was attending Wimbledon in a private capacity. Bullshit. I love Lady C. She explains it so well. She's like, no, this is a private place. You're in front of television cameras, which are beaming images into hundreds of millions of homes around the world, while Meghan was a guest of a national institution which she would not have access to had she been a private individual. So no, you're not fuck off. You're in public. There's no expectation of privacy at that point. So Lady C goes on to explain the public have a right to look at anyone around them. They have a right to treat a public figure with the appropriate degree of recognition, attention, and respect that said public figure's presence realistically generates. So she's basically saying, as long as you're civilized, what is the problem? It's inappropriate for a public figure to think that she has the right to regulate the conduct of the public to the extent that people can't even look at her. Every time I think these two can't get any worse, they do stuff like they did in chapter 9. And it's nothing new. It's just the way that Lady C explains it. It's so over the top how obnoxious these two are. And it's not that I'm surprised by it anymore. It just... Well, I guess I am. It's like I can't believe it. If I was watching something on TV, like a fiction show, and the main characters were this obnoxious, I would probably turn it off and say, this is just too fake. Nobody's this awful, but here we are with these two. So it's all about how Harry and Meghan made everything difficult for the palace. And I think the reason this irks me so much, it's just... Think about these two whining on Oprah about, I was fed to the wolves and we got no help and I had to Google the national anthem, which you all have pointed out and I've pointed out strikes me so funny because that means her moron husband couldn't even help her with that. He claims to have sought all this therapy, couldn't help her find a therapist when she was quote unquote struggling. And he couldn't help her learn the national anthem. I mean, things like that. It's just so ridiculous, but I digress. I'm feisty today. But no, so they go into how rough they made it for everybody because they're so busy coordinating the California people. That was their well, I say there. I think he's just eating crayons. I think she's leading him around. So her priority... I'm sorry. I just looked up and saw the picture and it's just funny timing. I put these pictures in place usually before I record, so I did not do that on purpose. But here she is masterminding things with her scary smile, or scary stare. But so her priority was California, the whole Sunshine Sacks of it all. Remember, those are the people she had hired to represent her in California. So she never disbanded her California representatives when she married Harry. The palace discovered that she had instructed them to drum up commercial opportunities for her to exploit. And she didn't want small-time things. No, that's not good enough. Nothing would be, of course. Each project should, quote, be worth millions of dollars. Of course, they think they're worth that. And then flash forward to today. Not today, but around now. Didn't the Spotify guy admit to overpaying for them? And they only did 6, 8 episodes? I don't even know. But they only did a few episodes, got paid millions of dollars. And now the Spotify guy, I believe, has either been fired or left. I'm not sure. But because he spent too much on programs like theirs. So something interesting that popped up in this chapter, as I've been covering all the terrible fashions lately, and it's been so much fun. So definitely check those out if you haven't seen the videos. But something interesting that Lady C points out, I'm on page 246 if you're reading along with me, but Meghan was rumored to have asked designers to give her credits for dresses which she had already worn, which the Duchy of Cornwall had paid for. She was also alleged to be making deals with suppliers, people like jewelers, for promoting their wear. So the way I'm taking this, because I had to reread this part, I think what she's saying is by give her credits, I don't know if she means monetarily. That's how I'm taking it. She wanted paychecks for things that she didn't herself pay for and had already previously worn. But for drawing attention to the brand, she was either trying to get, I don't know, money or credit with the company itself. I'm not sure, but any of those are ridiculous. If any of that's true, that is so ridiculous. She didn't even pay for it. Duchy of Cornwall did. I would love nothing more than for King Charles to say, listen, I pay for people's stuff who worked for us. You didn't work for us. And then send them a big fat bill for it. That would be brilliant. You guys, then it goes on to say that, quote, her ultimate goal was to be president of the United States of America. Blech. I don't get political here. I don't want to discuss politics. I'll just say in a nutshell, what is she thinking? What does she think? Why would anybody want that job? I think that job sucks. Regardless of which team you play for, that job sucks. Who wants that? But But I think with an egomaniac like this, of course she wants that. So everybody will know her name. I'm not sure. But she's apparently confusing her role she did when she gave speeches at the UN and and then keeps writing the coattails of that stupid story about the soap and the advertising claim. So how's that going to translate to a political career? Again, I don't want to go into politics discussion here. I just I get a, like right now I'm shaking my shoulders. Like I get a grossed out, like slimy feeling. Of course you would want to go into politics. But on the topic of roles and career moves and such, if this was just a career move, being a royal duchess, then why could she not, or would she not, make the necessary judgments to fulfill her royal role satisfactorily? I mean, I think the question answers itself. My guess is it has to do with, well, then she wouldn't have the victim narrative that she's apparently banked on up until now. But it's backfiring, right? I think her disapproval rating is at its all-time low. So obviously that didn't work out. So I just wonder how she's going to pivot, what kind of victim thing she's going to do next. I suspect she'll have more content after coronation. Okay, so Lady C goes on to explain Meghan is not lazy, but she prefers dramatic stuff. She understands how important glamorous photo ops to her legions of followers, but she relishes popping into soup kitchens and visiting survivors of disasters, as long as she knows she's getting, photographed for it and staying in the media for it. But the reality is, anybody who isn't cut out for the day-to-day, and Lady C explains it's boring day-to-day in the royal life because you're doing so much selfless work and you don't always get credit for everything. That's just not how it works. And so it just wasn't going to go well for Meghan. And she suspects, and I suspect, and we all suspect that Meghan caught on like, oh, this is actually kind of a selfless job in some ways, with rewards, of course, but and that's what made her unable to hack it. But of course, she was never interested in being a working royal. She only wanted the platform to catapult herself into being more famous. Well, to quote Lady C, to being a greater worldly success. And she's been achieving that objective. I would say she's become more notorious than anything, but her name's out there. But what if she I guess the question is, what if she had been able to adjust her royal role? And I said it before in the last video, I just keep thinking about this. If she had adjusted to her royal role and actually given a crap and not been horrible to everybody, she actually probably would have had the fame that she was seeking. That's the irony of it all. She had the opportunity. She just chose to do this with it. So then we go back into the timeline at hand. So we are at baby Archie's christening, and they decided to throw tradition to the wind and piss everybody off once again. So remember, everything is a business deal with these two. So why would the christening be any different? They told everybody they would not be sticking with tradition. They would not be using the palace photographers and all that. Instead, they would be working with their own people and would only share it with their choice of press when they were ready to do so. So scrap tradition. They wouldn't even tell who the godparents were. They were not being transparent with anything. It just goes back to just the hypocrisy. We hate the media. We want privacy, except for we're going to work with the media on our most precious thing, our children, right? And we'll, work with them, sell to them, that sort of thing when it benefits us. But any other time we hate the media, we want privacy. It was soon after this time that I've discussed this at length in other videos, but one of the worst things I think they did, there's so many bad things to choose from, but this really bothers me. They were invited to Balmoral because the Queen wanted them to spend quality family time with her and the other family members on the grounds. And Lady C goes in to explain, as we know, Balmoral was the place that the Queen loved. It's where she felt like she could be herself, let her hair down, and just have family time, right? And just, I guess, be a person, live and not be the Queen for a few minutes. So the Queen invited them to bring Archie to Balmoral for this time, and the response was no, the baby was too young to travel the distance. So what did they do? Instead, they decide to fly with Archie a farther distance to go stay with Elton John and David Furnish and their kids in the south of France. Nice, huh? Really nice. It's your granny. She's 90-something years old at this point, and yeah, this is how you choose to spend your time, of course. So that's what makes me hate Harry, too, because he never would put his foot down. So when Harry and Meghan managed to use private jets 4 times in 11 days while lecturing ordinary people about the need to keep their carbon footprint small, they were setting themselves up to be called out by the press. You know how they hate that. Then Lady C brings this up, and I'm so glad she did, because I remember hearing this, but I couldn't remember where I heard this, and I hadn't brought it up in a video. But this was about the time where, quote, Harry and Meghan were so concerned about the state of the planet and the effects of climate change that they would never be immoral enough to have more than 2 children. So I remember this. Harry gave a speech about this. I believe it was, I might have this wrong, but I believe it was at the Sicily Google Camp meeting, Google Camp conference in Italy, where the hypocrites of them all were having a climate change meeting, all these celebrities with 114 separate gas-guzzling private planes there. And they would be ferried to and fro to these huge yachts that were waiting for them. You talk about hypocritical. There you go. There you go. And again, I've said it before, I don't begrudge anybody using a private plane or boat, whatever, however you want to get there, whatever. It's just the hypocrisy. Don't turn around and lecture the rest of us on climate change and how you're superior and you will not be having a 3rd child to protect the planet when you're doing things like that. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But they did that to poke we can all see it. It's a jab at William and Catherine, who, of course, have 3 children. And I'm sorry, but if you're already being suspicious as hell about your babies and your baby's origins and, that whole thing that we've been discussing and whether or not, you carried them and what, I just don't think you'd make a definitive statement like that. Like, we will not be having a 3rd child. If you're all about privacy, you keep that to yourself. If you're organically having these babies, then you wouldn't necessarily say for sure we are not having a 3rd unless she followed it up with Harry got snipped, right? So I'm just saying, none of it makes any sense. This is why I'm hollering into this microphone. None of it makes any sense. They make the worst choices of any human beings ever, and they're petty, spoiled, selfish children. Which Lady C backs up by saying, competitiveness, spitefulness, point scoring were the latest adjectives being used to describe the couple's conduct. But I did find it funny because not long ago there were rumors swirling that maybe they were going to have a 3rd baby. And I thought, of course. Well, one, because it'd bring the attention back to them, and because they're hypocrites and they already made this speech about we're just going to have 2 because whatever their stupid reasoning was. You know what I mean? None of it makes any sense. Okay, so then we go into the 21st of June, 2019. This is when Dumb and Dumber decided to trademark over 100 items under their brand Sussex Royal. They were casting a very wide net, although they claimed to be doing this for their humanitarian work. The categories covered were so extensive that the only reasonable conclusion to come to was that this was a straightforward endeavor at commercial exploitation with possible political overtones. Okay, so Lady C goes into some of the materials that they had marked under Sussex Royal. You ready for this? Printed educational materials, printed publications, books, educational books, textbooks, magazines, newspapers, periodicals, diaries, art books, notebooks, greeting cards, stationery, office requisites. Let's see here. Clothing, footwear, headgear. Headgear? I want to make a joke about Meghan and headgear, but I'll resist. I'm a grown-up. T-shirts, coats, jackets, trousers, sweaters, jerseys, dresses, pajamas. Pajamas. Okay, I'm going to wear Sussex Royals pajamas. Suits, sweatshirts, caps, hats, bandanas, socks, neckwear, sportswear. My God. Just the idea that she would be pushing fashion onto anybody else is also laughable as well. But just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. They were planning this move into the world of commerce. This is, of course, strictly forbidden for senior members of the royal family. And just like we know, they didn't care. Then Lady C goes into that Vogue edition, which we've talked about, where Meghan had guest edited or whatever they called her for that stupid Vogue edition that ended up not doing so well. And it sounds like Meghan was a nightmare on set. We talked about that a little bit in Revenge, and then I believe it came up in Cordia's. But Lady C explains that she was the one that reached out. Meghan was the one that reached out, not the other way around. Vogue didn't reach out to her. She reached out to them. And by doing that, it removed the cachet of the invitation and replaced it with a degree of pushiness that she's so well known for. But it made her come across as, quote, frothy and frivolous. So dedicating an issue to sociological subject like women who are forces of change in society became, in British eyes, quote, a bizarre mix of superficial and the profound. I'd like to remind you all, in case you didn't hear my earlier coverage of it, one of the people she put as this Women for Change was the lady that hired her on Suits. I mean, come on. The palace was trying to redirect her energy into anything but herself, but of course she didn't want to play along with that. I think Lady C is being kind here because she says Meghan and Harry were oblivious to the consequences that might adversely affect the monarchy. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, well, I think Harry stays oblivious, but I think Meghan is not. I think she knew exactly what she was doing. So further playing into Meghan's political aspirations, around this time, she ended up inviting Hillary Clinton and her daughter Chelsea for tea at Frogmore Cottage. And then Lady C points out that Meghan made sure that the world knew about the visit. So it began to look as if Meghan was playing a game and that she was doing it with skill. Again, that's a quote from Lady C. I'm going to go ahead and say I think everybody was on to her antics by this time. So this was about the time that they left for that 10-day tour of South Africa. They were still pretending to be working royals at this point. So Lady C points out that everybody was hoping that Meghan and Harry's tour would be successful because a constant run of bad publicity is in no one's interest, except possibly the subject who wishes to be presented as a victim. Where have we seen that before? So it was during this tour, some of those fashions. So Lady C says Meghan opted for high street fashion rather than couture. So that way she wouldn't stand out quite so bad by the poverty-stricken that were around her. I still say bullshit because this was the tour where in South Africa, these two were giving those interviews and, again, claiming to be victims at this point. Interesting thing here, again, I'm on page 271, is Lady C goes into there were actually battles being fought behind the scenes between the couple and the financial controllers for the Duchy of Cornwall, who were liable for the expenses of Meghan's wardrobe. In the months since her marriage, she had gone through some $2 million for clothes alone. She never wore the same item twice, and virtually everything was couture. As the costs mounted and the courtiers tried to keep the tab down, Meghan and Harry doggedly refused to relent, stating in no uncertain terms that she had to look good And that I'm sorry, I couldn't get through that part without laughing. And they weren't about to cut any corners for penny pinchers. Ah, the nerve of these two. The absolute nerve. And again, I find it funny because I have been doing deep dives on the, quote, fashion. So if you didn't see those videos, definitely check them out because, some of those looks are so bad. Meghan, that's right. We are in Lady C's book. We're on chapter 10. If you're reading along with me, actually, we're finishing up chapter 9 and going through chapter 10. So let's jump right on in this. Now, I do want to point you toward the background photos. I try to keep them interesting for you. So this is the Weirdly Staring at Harry edition. Since we just had a video, since I just put it up about how she's got her claw on him all the time, might as well show you the weird stares as well. I'll probably make a separate video where I actually talk through some of the weird stares, but for now, you can take a look at them in the background. Yikes. It scares me to my soul. All I can think about is like, I'm an actress. This is me acting like I love you. Not that she was a great actress, but do you know what I mean? It's like if you were given a role, pretend like you love the stranger. You would kind of give him these gazing looks, maybe? I just don't. If I stared at my husband like that, he would say, what, do I have a booger or something? Like, what? He's very romantic. No, but really, just imagine staring at your partner and they'd be like, what are you doing? What's going on? Do I have something on my face? What? Don't you have something to do? Well, continuing on the book and the theme of Harry and Meghan being complete and utter shitbags. You're welcome. I'm very eloquent. I have class out the ass. All right. So, unfortunately, this was the time where Prince Philip just was not doing good. He had pancreatic cancer. They knew that his time would be drawing near. It's hard to talk about because I truly love Prince Philip and the Queen. So I just know that that's the time we're discussing when we talk about these shitbags. Yes, I have taken to calling them that because I think they deserve it, especially after you hear what all went down in this part of the book. Okay, so again, it was a terrible time. This was the time where they had gone off to Canada, and I know I kind of skipped a little time because they were in their tour of South Africa, but it was not much longer after that they ended up going to Canada for a little bit, and I've been through and through that South Africa tour, and when they decided to sue the press, so I just felt like since Lady C didn't add anything to it, we're just going to move right along. Okay. So their refusal to spend what Fleet Street was calling what could be Prince Philip's last Christmas raised questions as to just how humane they actually were. You know, they were putting out all these stories to the public that they were humanitarians, but of course they couldn't be bothered to spend what could be Prince Philip's last Christmas with him. But as for the public, as they were concerned in 2019, it actually ended on a high note for Harry and Meghan. They'd announced that they were retreating from public view, spending 6 weeks away on a much-needed break, which would be in keeping with their previous demands for, we want privacy, we want privacy. But several publications actually pointed out that Meghan had spent most of the year off, and that Harry's schedule, it was pretty light as well. So at this point, they were suing the press, and they were completely bypassing the palace PR as well. So they were just posting things on the Sussex Royal website. And this I found interesting. I actually learned something that I didn't know. Now, I remember when they posted this picture. Let me show it to you. Okay. To celebrate that Christmas, they sent out this card apparently, or I don't know if they sent it out, but they posted this picture, right, of baby Archie being the focal point, and you can see them behind. Now, what I didn't pay attention to, the Lady C points out is, now that's really interesting. Look at that. Because Archie's in focus, Meghan's kind of in focus, Harry's not in focus. So while they're supposed to be equal distance behind Archie, interesting that they appear to have photoshopped Meghan's face and make it more in focus and blurred out Harry's face a little bit more. And the reason this is funny and the reason Lady C is bringing this up is it just points to how Meghan has to micromanage everything and is constantly making these missteps like this. Okay, back to the weird gazing pictures. So Lady C goes on to explain, she kind of digresses for a minute and talks about the difference. There's about a billion differences between Catherine and Meghan, and why Meghan would not want to live in her shadow because Catherine is amazing. Meghan sucks. She doesn't say that. But this was interesting. Lady C goes into how Pippa actually used to date this guy named Billy. I just don't know much about Pippa, so you probably already know this. I don't know. I really don't know much about Pippa, but she apparently used to go out with this guy named Billy. Is it Nisbet? I hope that's how you say it. And his parents are Alan and is it Petrea? And they are good friends of Lady C. So she had the benefit of being around both Pippa and Catherine quite a bit, it sounds like, and hearing stories about them. So Lady C explains that Catherine is sweet and traditional, but she's very highly intelligent with strong character. She does not function at a fever pitch of hyper-enthusiasm like Meghan, nor is she dominating personality, but still waters run deep. I love that. That's exactly, I think, how a lot of us have discussed her. So I just love when you hear stories like that of somebody you truly admire, and you see them and then you hear these stories backing up that, wow, they really are, wonderful people, it sounds like. So then she goes into Meghan. Meghan plays a variety of roles of Harry, which this is so perfect because it matches the background I'm showing you here. Listen to this. Okay, this is on page 291 if you're reading along with me. Quote, on the one hand, she's ultimate authority on all topics. She's the driving force in their union. But he happily heads in the direction she leads. She's a mixture of the little woman, big mama, leader, faithful follower, siren, and nanny. Unlike Catherine, she vents furiously, casting herself in the role of victim when she faces opposition of any sort. Then she switches to her spike-wielding chariot toward the opposition when that works more effectively. Because Harry is less stable, less intelligent, more emotional, and more immature than William, Meghan has him coming and going as she panders to the alpha male, the little boy, the spoiled brat, the wounded and vulnerable man-child who is still working through childhood issues. I put a big fat star by that paragraph because I thought it was so well said in everything we've seen. And if you don't believe me, look at these pictures. It is so weird. I feel like a lot of this gazing is like a parent gazing at a child. It's not like a sexual thing, like I want to rip your clothes off. It's like, aw, look, Harry made a sentence, It's so weird. It's so weird. But also, I put it in the same category as the hand-holding thing in the claw, where it's like, she thinks she's selling this narrative of, look how in sync we are, look how in love we are, look at us as a couple, everybody wants to be us, all that bullcrap. She's selling us a story, but she's just not a good actress, so we're not buying it, and we can see right through it. That's kind of what I think's going on here. So during this time, the couple returned to Britain from their Vancouver Island bolt hole, and they posted to Instagram that they visited Canada House in London to thank the High Commissioner for the warm hospitality during their recent stay in Canada. We all know what was going on here. So basically, they had already made their plans, and they were trying to whip up sympathy or public support for themselves by the use of the media that they claim to hate so much. Remember, they want privacy, and decided to set their own precedent and make their own rules like this. Now, I love to be petty. That's like the language I speak. So I'm going to be petty here. You guys, when researching this, I learned something. You ready? Shabam! I'm guessing Maggie Poo was nervous about this meeting or something because yikes. Now, this is not something I would normally mock, but in this case, I think it's warranted. Gave our queen hell, so I like to think of this as her karma. Also, look at the bra. What's happening? There's extra boob hanging out. I don't understand this. All right, let's get back to the staring contest that really weirds me out and talk about the other antics that these two are up to. So, Lady C goes into all the times that they love scene stealing. It's a ploy that's taken place with these two, especially against Catherine and William. And this is something I was kind of peripherally aware of, but to hear her spell it out, damn, these two really are the worst. All right, so she goes back to 2019. The Sussexes had branched out on their own. Catherine, of course, we know, is a lovely photographer who posts pictures of her children on their birthdays. She had posted a picture of Louis. It was his first birthday, and within hours, the Sussexes, aka Meghan, had knocked her out of the news by putting up some wildlife pictures taken by Harry of a lion, a rhinoceros, and an elephant in celebration of Earth Day. You guys, I cannot with these assholes. But there is a funny side note to this story. When I was researching it, I figured out, here's the original post, right? Where it looks like he's gotten this beautiful shot of an elephant and whatever this guy's doing. Okay, you guys, here's the unedited version of that photo. And because Hazmat can't tell the truth on anything, apparently the image had been cropped from the original, and you couldn't see where the elephant had been tethered and allegedly drugged, so it would be more docile in the picture. Of course, what's Harry's go-to? Blame the media. He's like, oh, how dare you? I wish Jay was here to do the Harry voice, but he's not. How dare you? I would never. He's trying to say he would never intentionally mislead, that it was, I don't know, it was just cropped that way or whatever. Okay. But apparently he filed a complaint with the Independent Press Standards Organization, denying having misled the public about it, but his complaint was rejected at the end of 2020. Suck on that, liar. Can't tell the truth about anything. Have to use doctored photos to try to win, I don't know, public attention over your sister-in-law. It's just pathetic. All right, and then Lady C goes to point out June that same year, 2019, Catherine, she made an appearance at Wimbledon. It's something she always does. She's an avid tennis player as well as patron of All England Club. So in that capacity, she presents trophies to the winners at Wimbledon. So she did this as usual, but Meghan decided, well, she can't have the spotlight. So what did she do? She posts those stupid pictures of herself at the Lion King premiere, which I believe everybody would be talking about because her dress was so stupid. There, I said it. Okay, then in 2020, again, a day where Catherine was fulfilling 3 official engagements, Meghan decided, oh, no, she can't have the light for doing the right thing. I need to steal it. I need to steal it for myself. So she posted pictures of herself taken 2 weeks before, when she was in London at some animal charity, and she was, I don't know, petting some dogs. She was having a PR moment, and she decided she'd post that to try to get some attention on herself, because heaven forbid it not be for a few seconds. Those were Lady C's examples, which made me start thinking of my own examples of where we've seen them do this, because it has come into my attention. So think about Coronation. They're basically doing it right now in real time. They're making it about themselves by not accepting or rejecting the invitation and being very weird about it. They're trying to get the attention for themselves. Think about Frogmore eviction when they were being asked to leave, and, you know, that whole situation. What did they do? They went and took photographs at some quote A-list Hollywood club that nobody cares about, but trying to get pictures of themselves out there to try to get attention on themselves. So same thing with this whole kids' titles things coming out right now with the christening and the titles that we've talked to death. And then what happens? Meghan happens to go take paparazzi photos right around then. She knows what she's doing. She's trying to get the attention on herself. So then, one of the worst ones that Lady C points out is on the night before Catherine's 38th birthday. It's the 9th of January 2020. That's when those two asshats decided to reveal to the world that, on their Instagram, they will be reconstituting their roles. That whole bullshit statement that they made that, I don't know, they'll be stepping back, stepping out. Who cares? I don't know. I'm just annoyed. I just find them so utterly useless. They have nothing without this, quote, publicity. And so, of course, they're going to try to rain on everybody else's parade and try to get attention for themselves. So Lady C does a good job of explaining how they plan on getting the attention and what they're planning on doing with it. And she does talk about throughout the book how both Meghan and Harry, remember I mentioned they invited all those strangers to their wedding? They wouldn't invite her family, but they invited a bunch of strangers, people who were considered, quote, philanthropic. Well, Lady C on page 303 goes into philanthropy is often a cover for the purchase of respectability following acquisition of wealth by dubious means. Dun, dun, dun. So she goes on to say now it was merely a matter of time before Meghan and Harry actively entered the commercial world, and they plan to get into philanthropy. And what's funny is, again, in real time, everybody wants to investigate Archewell because, possible shady business practices? I don't know. It's interesting. Papers are coming out that apparently or allegedly Archewell may own their house. So, doesn't sound shady at all, right? Please read between the lines and understand that that's sarcasm. So again, this time for them was all about making the move. And I don't mean geographical moves. I mean the moves out of the royal roles. They were realizing they were never going to be king and queen, thank God, of the United Kingdom. So they should be free to go and try to be king and queen of depressing whatever they're trying to be king and queen of now. So Lady C brings us the inside tea here, scoop, whatever you want to call it, and says, quote, I'm informed that William was particularly disappointed by his brother's attitude. He felt that they all have responsibilities which go above and beyond their own personal desires, or even their own happiness. Harry, however, has always had a tendency to think in more personal terms than his elder brother, even when others would deem it more suitable to think in institutional terms. I think that's fancy Lady C speak of saying Harry's a spoiled brat. William gets it, Harry doesn't. Lady C, and we all suspect that Harry's wife did not want to spend her whole life playing second fiddle to Catherine. And he didn't enjoy being in William's shadow, and that's what motivated them to make this move. It's all about them. Now, she does speculate, had he end up with one of his exes, like Cressida or somebody like that, then he would have fallen into line in royal life and been much happier. But he's too stupid. He picked the wrong one, and here we are. So to quote Lady C, quote, they were all fully aware Happy would have been perfectly happy to remain as a working member of the royal family, involved with his charities and maintaining his military links, had he not married a woman who wanted to capitalize upon his royal status and strike out on her own with him. You know, I'm gonna digress for a minute. You know what keeps striking me as I go through these pictures, and I'm not even talking about the ones on your screen here, I'm just talking about as I've been putting together these, collages, montages lately. Those ones where she's sticking her tongue out at the garden party. They had literally just gotten married. This was their first event after they got married. And she's on record as saying, I'm bored, this is boring, and sticking her tongue out and acting like a child and stuff. And I'm just saying, she never, I mean, it's no new revelation, but she never even gave it a chance. She didn't even try. I would just think, I don't know why that bothers me so much, but it does. I would just think at that point she was still pretending for a little longer. I'm surprised that the mask dropped that quickly, but it sounds like it did before the wedding. And again, I say, what the hell is wrong with Harry? The Lady C goes on to quote Princess Margaret's former lady-in-waiting, Lady Glenconner. And she's saying Meghan didn't stay long because she didn't realize that to be a royal is jolly hard work and quite boring at times. It's not all fun and glamour. A lot of it is behind the scenes, so it's not supposed to be flashy. So she wanted the glamour, she wanted the glitz, she wanted an exciting lifestyle, but the day-to-day stuff sounds like it's not that. Okay, and then finally, she goes into how ridiculous it was that Harry and Meghan were claiming that she was a victim. She's a victim of everything. She's a victim of all the isms we talk about, but the claims at that point were racism and snobbishness. Now, Lady C explains snobbishness was simply ridiculous. Sophie Rhys-Jones and Catherine Middleton had also been middle-class girls, and they had successfully made the transition to royal. So Meghan's equally middle-class background couldn't have been the problem, nor was racism. In fact, Meghan's race had militated, I love Lady C's language, in her did I say that right, militated? In her favor. So it was a cause of grievance throughout Britain that the fulsome welcome she had been given initially could be converted through ignorance of what had really gone wrong into accusations of racism against any of the many segments of the populace who had welcomed Meghan with open arms and hearts. So her failure to settle happily in Britain lay not with her race, but with her refusal to adjust to a new way of life, one whose lack of financial reward had left her distinctly unimpressed. Perfectly summed up exactly what we're all saying. Yes, that's what made the chapter so frustrating, not at Lady C, but I'm saying, yeah, exactly. We were at this point where she was continuing and really beating the drum of all the ist words she likes to throw around. And I can only imagine, I'm in America. We were slower to get the memo about how awful she was. I can only imagine if you're in the UK and you welcome with open arms and you're excited and then she turns around and calls you a racist. I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing out of shock. Just the gall. The gall. That's right. We are in Meghan and Harry. We are finishing up chapter 10. If you're reading along with me, I'm picking up around page 315. Guys, future Jen here. I just finished recording. I had to go back and edit the intro because I just have to let you know you are in for a wild ride. I get real feisty in this episode. I talk about it a lot. And I probably go on for 10 minutes about exactly why I despise these two. So buckle up, get ready, listen till the end. And can't wait to read your comments on this one. Thanks. You guys, so much to talk about in this one. And by the way, pay attention to the background pictures because she can't stop touching her hair. She can't stop playing with it. It just comes on the heels of the messy photo. Messy! Now we are in the she can't stop touching it photo. So enjoy these. These were requested. So thank you so much for that suggestion. If you have a suggestion for photos you'd like to see, leave them in the comments. Time frame discussed here is when they had gone to Canada for just a couple weeks and then came back to London to pretend like they were negotiating. I don't believe they had any intention of negotiating anything. They had their minds made up, and that's that. Who cares what anybody else, especially his family, thinks, right? So Lady C goes into Meghan a little bit more here and explains that she's grown into a fully empowered woman who respects no one. She doesn't expect anyone's person or position as much as she respects her right to forge her own path. So that fact shows when we take a look at her relationship interactions with the Queen. It was awe-inspiring to say the least. So this is where I love Lady C because she was explaining in her inside British circles, which I wish she had given more examples. She did not, but she says that Meghan treated the Queen as, quote, just another individual with whom she deals. But this attitude caused astonishment. Who does she think she is? I don't know why this continues to surprise me, but it does. Just the blatant sense of self, narcissism, the lack of respect to come into this family to basically, as we've learned, tell them they don't know what they're doing. You have a better way of doing things, to try to change everything right off the bat, to completely disrespect everybody in this family. It just makes me dislike her and Harry even more. Just reading this stuff and relearning this stuff. It's just a level of narcissism like I've never heard of or seen before. And again, in this chapter, Lady C, just like she did in the last video I was talking about, explains that if any of this ridiculousness is met with criticisms, immediately Meghan and Harry both throw themselves into that victim mode, and then they start throwing around those ist words that they love to throw around, like racism and sexism, things like that. They are the most self-centered, self-involved, egotistical, selfish egomaniacs I've ever seen in my entire life. Evil, horrible people, and I will never forgive them for what they did to the Queen in her final stage of life. I ask again, who in the world could support these two? People who do no research at all, that's who. Here you go right here. There's a million reasons I can't stand these two, but let me just read you this paragraph right here. You ready? Harry has a this is page 316 if you're reading along with me. Sorry, I'm feisty today. Harry has a rabid and irrational hatred of the press, blaming it, as he does, for his mother's death, while Meghan had developed a hysterical antipathy toward their criticisms of her, declaring them to be based upon racism, sexism, misogyny, jealousy, envy, and anything else but fair comment. That is exactly one of my main beefs with them and their supporters, because there's no, hey, let's look at the facts. Let's look at these million accounts of their horrible behavior. Nope. All the ist words that they love to throw out, because why try to bother with logic if you can just throw those out and try to silence people? It's ridiculous. Okay. Her self-belief was so solid that she simply could not wrap her head around the fact that some of their criticisms might have merit. And you know what? That sounds like a narcissist to me, somebody who will never be, quote, wrong or never learn or change their behavior, because why do that when you can just throw around these ist words and not learn a thing, change anything? Sounds silly, but think about everything we've been looking at recently, from the horrible fashions to the terrible hair choices, all of it. It just all goes into the, quote, I know best. I won't listen to anybody else. My critics are haters or racist or sexist, whatever ist word you choose to throw at them. She can do no wrong in her own eyes. And that's the problem. And Harry's too stupid to say, this isn't right, and to have dumped her ass. Nope. And I don't feel sorry for him. He sucks too. In some ways, I hold him more accountable because it was his family that they did this to. I'm giving him a pass. He sucks. Just think about his relationship with his brother. He just threw it all away. That guy sucks. Okay, sorry. I'm feisty today, and these two are really pissing me off. Okay, Harry and Meghan now availed themselves of the opportunity to demean their opponents and present themselves as victims. Hey, it's their favorite narratives. They're victims, guys. They're victims. All right, so I don't get political here, so I'm not going to go too deep into this, but just know she did talk about Trudeau and how he was basically kissing their asses publicly, and he was offering things like sharing the cost of their protection, and apparently it did not sit well with the Canadians. Thank you, my northern brothers and sisters, for that. But as we know, Lady C goes on to explain, Harry and Meghan, of course, had no intention of residing permanently. I'm pissed today, so I'm mixing up all my words. Let me try that again. Okay. Harry and Meghan, of course, had no intention of residing permanently in Canada, but being skillful tacticians, I think she's given them too much credit, who understand their radical decamping from the UK would be more tolerable if their ultimate destination of California could be concealed beneath the fig leaf of a desire to reside in a Commonwealth country. I gotta go back and explain Lady C's. She apparently has all kinds of insider friends. She calls them the royal cousins, people she knows that are, connected to the royal family. So she was informed by royal cousins that Prince Philip was completely appalled at the way in which Meghan and Harry had tried to bring pressure to get their own way. He was happy not to participate in the Sandringham Summit. Now, she does go into the Sandringham Summit. Now, if you don't remember, that's where Harry came to meet with the Queen and William and Charles and some of the private secretaries, or the courtiers, I guess, were there. Harry did everything he could to try to meet with the Queen on his own, thinking he could smooth things over. She would be the softball or whatever analogy you want to use, that I don't watch sports, but that. But he miscalculated. He's an idiot. So all I can think of is, remember in his stupid book, he's like, she had the wrong people around her. And it just pissed me off so bad. Hence part of the reason I'm so pissed today. He totally downplayed the role that the Queen had in her own life, like in making decisions. He made it seem like she was surrounded by the wrong people and they were the ones doing her bidding, and basically taking her intelligence, her decision making out of it. It's just so rude, and again supported by his Instagram loving bitch wife who claims to be a feminist. She goes into this meeting and explains that Charles was distraught, that his efforts to include Meghan had come to this, and Harry had thrown them a curveball. Hey, look, another sports reference. While William was equally distraught that the brother with whom he loved and protected all his life could be behaving in what was regarded as foolhardy and a destructive manner. The Queen was disappointed that all the sterling possibilities of the union of Harry and Meghan gone nowhere, and the warmth, generosity, hospitality that the family and the public had shown to Meghan had meant so little. Harry himself felt like he was not being supported enough and was upset when it became apparent that he and Meghan would not be able to trip off to North America, cut deals left, right, and center, and then trip back to Britain for a few photo ops, which would keep their earning potential topped up and generally just do as they pleased. Can you imagine the slap in the face that would be to King Charles? And I'm thinking of William and Catherine doing all these engagements and every day spending their lives doing this stuff. And here's Harry, I'll be bouncing in and out as I choose, but we still want protection and money and all the perks, just none of the work. So Lady C goes on to explain that they were being naive and brazen. It depends on your perspective there, but they could easily have trademarked something like their names, but no, they decided to trademark Sussex Royal, and remember, try to launch like hundreds of tchotchkes with that name slapped on it, which of course the royal family had a problem with. You can't just slap that name on things and try to sell it. That's not a thing, you idiots. But they didn't even think about it. They just were so, full of themselves. What's the problem there, right? They'll make millions. They just were so arrogant, they thought, they'll prevail over precedents and the law. So at that meeting, it was January 2020, it was the Queen, Charles, William, and Harry, and they were deciding how to best proceed. Now, Lady C explains that the Queen was actually the most inclined to take a lenient view, aiming for the couple to achieve as many of their objectives as would be realistically possible without damaging the monarchy, even if it meant recalibrating some customs. So her attitude was reflected in her statement, explaining how important her family is to her. And remember, she put out a statement today. My family's had a very constructive discussions of the future of my grandson and his family. That statement. So again, this Lady C book was written, 3 years before Spare. And so now to think of this and to know, obviously, that the Queen was fighting for them, trying to help them. And then that jackass goes on to write about how she wasn't in control of things at the meeting, and she was surrounded by the wrong people that were leading her down the wrong path, or whatever bullshit statement he put in his stupid book. The part of this chapter that I absolutely love is how much Harry and Meghan miscalculated, everything. Harry has never led a country. He's never been elected to any position. He has no experience as a leader. He's only ever been a minor ranking army officer who helped to be the second son of the heir to the British throne. So she goes on and says, yes, he had some star quality, but he was a revered figure until his marriage. He started speaking up and we all figured out how stupid and full of himself he is and anti his family and everything else. He's just the worst. They're both the worst. Of course they found each other. They're a match made in hell. So again, what Dumb and Dumber miscalculated is that when Harry was a senior member of the royal family, he had a great position. This was enhanced by the perception that he had something which money couldn't buy. And added to this was his reputation for being a down-to-earth, affable guy. He also had physical attributes to shine within the role, and position plus personal assets have always have a positive effect, the position exaggerating the personal qualities and vice versa. But she explains that once the hype gets out there and you start to believe it, then you get on rocky ground. The temptation is to overestimate your personal worth while denigrating the worldly advantage which exaggerate it. It can become irresistible. And she does explain that Prince Philip and the Queen decided in the early days of their marriage that they would go on about their business as if none of the acclaim existed. Because you don't want to have your head turned. You don't want to lose focus of what's important. So imagine that. The Queen, which he's happily to, throw under the bus or whatever and disparage, she stayed true to her values and what she held important and didn't lose sight of what she was focused on. And Harry just found some broad and just decided to ditch his whole family for her. Took a page out of her playbook. Hey, when things don't work out, just ditch your family. It's fine. So Lady C explains that she was told by her inner circle that Harry's ambitions were simple enough. He wanted a happy wife, a happy family life with her. This is her saying, she is also informed that Meghan's ambitions were also simple, albeit different. Money, 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 fame, all attention on me. Look here, look at me. I'm guessing those are hers. She doesn't really go into it. But one of my favorite parts of this chapter I'm going to read to you right now. Talking about Meghan, Lady C says, quote, "She often talks about change, but she has no cohesive overview, nor does she ever bog herself down in what the consequences of change would be. Change always brings about new problems, but these are never mentioned, much less defined, nor are the potential solutions addressed." Which perfectly aligns with what we read in books like Revenge and Courtiers and all the tales we've heard of horribly mistreating staff, yelling these demands like this, but with no real plan of action of how to get there. I heard a similar tale when she was guest editing Vogue. I mean, who cares about that magazine? But I do find it funny. I believe that some of the other people working there, their complaint was that she had tons of suggestions, but no real method to get there, no real clear path. Just saying words for the sake of saying them, right? We've heard the word salad quite a bit. So then Lady C goes into lots and lots of paragraphs about old money versus new money and the difference there of his family and then their perception as they gain money and stuff. She does explain that Meghan would have been categorized as, quote, a no money person. While she had made reasonable money following her success in Suits, she did not have enough to buy and furnish a decent-sized house, such as the one that she and Trevor used to rent, and maintain a reasonable lifestyle, which is the acid test between new money and no money. She really was Cinderella at the ball. Lady C explains that she only enjoyed it in the last few years. Before that, she was dependent on men for a roof over her head and the wherewithal to have a halfway decent existence. Again, Lady C goes on to explain in British circles they recoiled from her overt materialism and a demeanor which she might have thought was classy, but which they regarded as pretentious. So then she wraps up the chapter by explaining there is another interpretation with which to consider Meghan's behavior and why she failed so utterly to make friends in Britain. She might have decided from the word go or early on that she wanted no part of Harry's world. Although she was too canny to say so, the indications are that from well before the marriage, it was obvious to everyone and would therefore have also been clear to someone as bright as Meghan that she was unsuited to the role of royal duchess and that she was not fitting in comfortably to Harry's personal world. So she didn't make an effort with his friends, but then Lady C goes on, but when she wants something like to be with Harry, she'll make an effort between meeting him, marrying him, and to move from girlfriend to fiance, then to wife, strengthening the relationship with each passing day until they're an indestructible unit. Does she do all this, you ask? Well, Lady C explains, page 348, that she's extremely loving toward him, supremely tactile. I'm laughing because of, we've seen the claw. And even people who dislike her and doubt her sincerity will acknowledge that she covers him with love. That's called love bombing. That's something we're now taught to look out for. It's not good. Anyway, super good chapter. Thank you so much, Lady C. I'm loving your book so much. I am feisty today, so I hope you enjoyed this feisty recounting of the chapter. And let me just tell you, I'm only a couple pages in, and I had to jump on mic because it's that juicy. This one is good, and I can't wait to discuss it with you. And I have found some really funny photos that I'm excited to share with you, including Prince Spoiled Brat here. So take a look at the screen, and let's get into this. Guys, the reaction to my last episode where I basically lost my mind on the mic for 20 minutes telling you how I really feel about Harold and Fraud over there, and I've had the best responses, so thank you so much, everybody who took the time to write me about that. But, let's get into the good stuff here. So here we are on chapter 11, and I am so excited to be here. Thanks for joining me. Okay, so chapter 11, again, only a few pages in, but so juicy, wanted to jump on. Lady C is going into the split perceptions regarding Meghan and Harry. Now, what's funny is I feel like it's actually way less so split now, but I get what she's saying. This was written in 2020 or published in 2020. So it probably was more divided back then, but I feel like it's pretty... We've seen the popularity polls or lack thereof, right? Anyway, Lady C goes into why it's interesting that people are split on them. She says Harry is more easily explained. The couple's admirers think that he's found himself an ideal mate and that they're very well suited. I can't get through that without laughing. They are well suited because they're both awful. And they balance each other out perfectly. This view is even shared by astrologers. She goes into why some astrologers seem to think that they belong together. I don't doubt that they belong together. They're both completely full of themselves and probably have similar goals to tear down their family. So yeah, sure, match made in hell. She goes into Harry's detractors. And they call him, quote, and again, I'm on chapter 11, page 349, if you want to follow along, because this one's amazing. Here we go. I'm going to read this to you. Harry is Meghan's useful idiot. He's a pussy-whipped dolt who deserves the name Blowjobs Harry. I've explained that in previous chapter. That was the name that the courtiers gave him because he's so painfully stupid. As he's fallen under the spell of a brighter but ultimately ruthless spouse who's using him and will discard him when she's through milking the situation for all she can get out of it. Oh my God, it's so funny. So, let me go into what she's saying about Meghan. It's so good, you guys. I can't even improve it, so I'm just going to read this to you and we'll discuss. You ready? So again, she's taking the stance of there are some people that like Meghan, but let me tell you what the detractors are claiming. Again, this was so astute of her because this is before, the books have come out and we've had so much access to their own words and their own stupid behaviors and seen what they're really like, right? She knew. So yay, Lady C. Okay, here we go. Again, page 349, if you want to read along, it's juicy. Her detractors claim that no one who is sincere makes such a show of being extravagantly loving as she does. Some of them even disparage her acting ability, stating that she consistently behaves in such an extreme, over-the-top, hyper-emotionalistic, actressy way, even as she's covering Harry with love, that she comes across more as a parasite clinging to a tree than someone who is sincere emotionally. Damn, I love Lady C. So well put. They say that she substitutes effusiveness for profundity, and that her main talent is not even her acting ability, but her energetic ruthlessness. They believe that she uses people to achieve her goals, and that her interest in others only lasts as long as their presence provides her with the opportunities and rewards she requires from them. Now, Lady C does go on to say that she is bright, opinionated, and passionate, but then she says, well, some people can can hear the clanking sound of an empty vessel. Hello, South Park. They said the same thing. Making a lot of noise. She's very exacting and demanding. She is so upfront about what she wants that her admirers regard this as commendable, though her critics view it as a deplorable vice, suggestive of insensitivity and bumptiousness. I like that word. So then she goes on to explain that in private, Meghan's awful. She complains bitterly about her critics. As Harry's confirmed in his postings, they both find, talking about the critics, extremely painful for her to be doubted. I find that so funny because, again, how far have we come since this book came out? So she's probably really struggling now. Somebody point her toward this video, will you? So let's see. Lady C says, quote, I am told that they really struggle to understand how so many people could fail to recognize how self-evidently well-meaning and wonderful Meghan is. It's because we saw right through you. This created a feeling of, quote, being unfairly martyred. She did it to herself. They're always playing the victim. And they blamed not only the, quote, nasty people who thought like that, but anyone who provided them with a platform. Talking about the nasty people. Thank you. This fed their hatred of the press, which one royal told me, quote, borders on paranoia. Oh, it gets better. Okay. So then Lady C explains that she went to talk to her psychologist friend all about Maggie Poo. Well, psychologist to whom she spoke, okay, again, page 351, I encourage you to read this part, says, quote, while her admirers consider her an extremely sensitive person whose every thought and feeling governed by a sweet nature and a good heart, he concluded that the descriptions of her correlate with sociopathic as well as narcissistic tendencies. Bam! Nailed it. Sorry if I scared you. Look at this picture. Tell me that's not a narcissist right there with sociopathic tendencies, allegedly. What makes this greater? Do you know what tipped the scales for that guy that Lady C spoke to, the therapist? What tipped the scales for him is being the decisive factor for her propensity for wanting sympathy. The same thing that pissed all of us off. It's that stupid ITV interview she did in South Africa. Oh, I'm going to go into that. I told you before, that's what did it for me. The idea that she's standing in South Africa whining about her troubles is just the most tone-deaf, disgusting, narcissistic, full of herself thing that, well, full of both of themselves. I'm not letting Harry off the hook either. That's when I decided that they sucked, and they and they haven't let me down since. So Lady C says, according to that therapist, his opinion, Meghan's interview with Tom Bradby was a dead giveaway not only of her hunger for sympathy, but of another sociopathic trait, namely lack of insight into how inappropriate her requirement of having her needs fulfilled, even in disproportionate circumstances, can be. Now, she goes on to explain that, oh God, I love this so much. Okay. She says that ITV was responsible, possibly. She's trying to maybe cover her bases here, but maybe it wasn't Meghan's fault. Allegedly, who knows? But she came across as, quote, self-obsessed, self-pitying. She seemed as she complained about her great pain in not receiving the emotional support and attention she required while adjusting to her new life of even greater privilege and opportunity than her old life, which had not been exactly underprivileged either. But her complaints seemed weirdly disproportionate to the psychologist. As she stood in South Africa, exactly what I said, with her complaints going from one privileged life to a more privileged life, while around her, the South African women with genuinely significant daily struggles for life, liberty, health, food, and safety. These women and these issues were meant to be the true focus of the program. Yet so complete was Meghan's self-belief, so pronounced was her need to obtain support of viewers by gaining their sympathy for the hardships she was enduring in her difficult life, that she did not stop to question whether a royal duchess, happily married to a man who adores her, who is beautiful, healthy, has a beautiful, healthy son, and a life of extreme privilege, should be maintaining in the face of such genuine deprivation, that her own suffering was so great that it could even warrant a mention alongside poverty, assaults, mutilation, bad stuff I can't say on YouTube, starvation, and many other issues that have been addressed by the program as the South African women's lives unfurled in their full horror. So perfectly said. She articulated exactly what bothers me about these two. You think I went on a rant last time? Well, buckle up. That's exactly my problem. Exactly. That is exactly why, I keep saying exactly, I gotta find another word. That is precisely why I turned on them exactly here. Again, exactly, sorry. I'm just so frustrated, my words stumble together. Okay, that is precisely why I turned on them when they're in South Africa, because of this crap right here. Because she was standing in South Africa where the problems are real. Everything I just named and then some. And she had the nerve to complain about how hard it was for her. I mean, I'm speechless. I'm never speechless, but I'm speechless. Just blown away by, again, the level of narcissism. I've just never seen anything like that. I thought Amber Heard was bad. I mean, this is just a different, I don't know, planet. It just blows my mind. And the fact that Dumb Harry stood right alongside her and was agreeing right along with everything and playing along too, he's just as bad as she is, if not worse. I mean, they're so awful, just truly not paying any attention to the real suffering around them. They'd rather bring attention to themselves. It was on to say that only an unconscionable egotist could state on television in the middle of South African wilderness, surrounded by some of the poorest people whose everyday life is an uncertain struggle for survival, that the purpose of life is not survival, but thriving. Remember, she said that stupid ass quote on this interview. That's what Lady C is talking about. I got to give Lady C a huge round of applause, because she more beautifully articulated it than I ever could. Exactly why I cannot with these two. I cannot. That's why I have no sympathy for them. That's why I think they're awful. This combined with the way they treated the Queen. Nope. Nope. I will never understand them. I don't want to understand them. And I will never understand people who support them. I just won't. So I'm going to end it here, because my blood pressure is now through the roof. I cannot wait to keep going with this chapter, though, because we have tons to discuss, and it's good. Guys, again, sorry this is a little shorter, but I'm just blown away. Just absolutely blown away by this. Just unbelievable. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate you all. Your response has been just completely overwhelming in a good way, and you're just too kind. Thank you for all the love and support and all the very kind messages you have left. I appreciate that so much, and I can't wait to read the comments on this one. That's right, we are on chapter 10, and I gotta tell you, this is my favorite chapter. I have loved this book, but this chapter is so juicy, and I'm here for it, and I can't wait to talk to you about it. Also, I can't wait to show you the pictures I have for you today. Just wait. There's some of my just pictures I find funny, and you'll understand why in about 3, 2, 1. You're welcome. You guys, the eyebrows, the hair. I mean, just always messy, right? Always. Okay. You guys, this book is so good. A lot of people like to know where I am. I am on page 354 if you're reading along with me. And oh, so good. So we left off talking about how much I cannot with these two in that whole South Africa woe is me debacle. All right. Well, it gets even juicier. So Lady C is still in this chapter. The way she's doing this is very interesting. I'm thinking it's to protect herself. I'm not sure. Or maybe just to say, hey, I know there are people who are Meghan fans out there. So she'll present the side of what a Meghan fan would say versus what a detractor would say. And she does it in a really cool way. So I truly am enjoying this chapter so much. Plus, it's just super duper juicy. So again, last episode, I was talking about that ITV interview that just makes me so furious because it's disgusting how these two acted in South Africa. They wanted us to feel sorry for them, even though the point was to bring awareness to the suffering of the people in South Africa. They wanted to make it about them. Okay. So Lady C again is talking about her detractors. I would say just people with eyeballs could see that she, quote, we saw her as, quote, a spoiled brat who has never learned where the boundaries should lie, who has been raised to have boundless ambition, who displays boundless greed and boundless entitlement. I'm not saying boundless over and over. That is Lady C's word. And is so shameless about self-aggrandizement as to flagrantly, almost boastfully, denounce the ability of some of the poorest people on earth, whose struggle is elemental, to know what the true purpose of life is, which by her pronouncement was to thrive rather than just survive. So remember, that was her thing, she said, in South Africa. Just disgusting. Okay. So this is where things get so interesting. Lady C points out that there might have been more to Meghan's tremulous confession of the hardship she's faced than meets the eye. She had studied Diana Wales closely. Now, this was interesting because, of course, Meghan always says, I didn't know anything about his family, even though we know that's not the case, clearly. She never Googled him, you guys. Bullshit. Her stated ambition is not to emulate her, but to outstrip her. So, Lady C has it out for Diana. So I actually don't go super into that because I do feel like Lady C has a chip on her shoulder about Diana. I've had a lot of you say that in the comments, so I'm leaving that out. I'm not even going there because everybody can feel however they want about Diana. To me, it's not about Diana. It's about these two, Hank and Skank, Harold and Fraud. Okay, so she goes into, though, how Meghan had taken a page out of Diana's playbook, but that Meghan's doing the most. Meghan, the quote is, Meghan may have been laying the ground for her departure from the confines of the royal way of life by establishing grounds for the public sympathizing with her misery and therefore giving her their blessings to return to her homeland. So just as we knew, she's just setting this up so that way she can play victim. Woe is me. So she disliked the constraints, sacrifices, its drudgery, its discipline, and lack of financial reward. Remember, everybody has reported that she allegedly said that she should be getting paid for her royal duties. Never mind that she was getting paid for her royal duties in terms of, the Duchy of Cornwall account. But yeah, she's quick to forget all that. Okay, so Lady C goes on to say she had never seen talking about she being Meghan. Meghan had never seen any reason to get out of bed and give herself away for nothing, which is what the royal way wanted her to do. Just don't even. She just wanted, again, I mean, I'm saying she, but I'm saying Harry's just as bad. They wanted the perks, but none of the actual responsibilities. We've talked about it at length, but it's vomit-inducing, truthfully. And I hate talking about vomit, but it is. Okay, so she felt like she could be paid, quote, thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even $1 million or more to make appearances for the same length of time on the other side of the Atlantic. If she wanted to give her time or self away to charitable causes, she would do so, but it's on her terms for the ultimate enrichment. I'm saying for her own publicity. It just goes hand in hand with revamping that or bringing back the tag again, right? So she can post about herself. God, it's just so full of themselves. Both of them. The worst. Okay, here's where things get real interesting. It's like I knew it in the back of my brain, but I didn't really think about it like this. So I'm just going to tell you what Lady C is alleging or hypothetically. Interesting. Okay. So since Harry and Meghan were, I'm trying to think of how to say this. They're looking to expand their financial horizons. Okay. They set up a financial structure which allows them to acquire a marital pot that is their own, right? By separating from the royal family. So that means in the event of a divorce, each one of them will have access to the joint fortune that they will make. So until that development, this is the part I really didn't think about or know. I just assumed, you get a big fat divorce fee. I don't know. What do you call it? You get a big fat settlement. There you go. Well, until this development, meaning until they started their own venture and started their own pot, Meghan had no access to any of Harry's money because the British legal system fully protected his fortune. It says as much about Harry's love for and belief in Meghan that he would do something like that. So Lady C explains that in Britain, people with inherited wealth, being alert to the dangers of divorce settlements, have their money so tightly tied up that their, quote, adventuresses, I had not heard that, cannot gain access to it. I find that completely fascinating. It doesn't shock me that his money would be wrapped up tight, obviously. But I would think, I did hear that prenuptial agreements are not a thing in Britain. You guys can definitely let me know in the comments because I just don't know anything about this, so I can't even speculate. But I find it fascinating that they wouldn't have some sort of agreement going into it of what would happen, even if you don't legally call it a prenuptial agreement, some sort of agreement, some sort of something that she would be looking out for herself. I would say in the kids, but I'm just going to say she'd be looking out for herself. And so I just can't imagine they wouldn't have some sort of agreement. But that aside, it's just an interesting thing to think about. Of course, she wanted to go back to America because things are different here. And, it depends on what state, but California, it's 50-50. So if they split there, that's that. And Lady C points out, I didn't think about this either, that, okay, so in the event of a divorce, hypothetically, again, in England, Harry's assets locked up tight. Well, moving here to America and where he cannot become a naturalized citizen because that would mean he gave up his, it's a whole thing. You'd be giving up your title. I didn't even think about that, but you do. You cannot become an American citizen without losing your title, your royal rank. He'd have to renounce that to become naturalized. Okay. But while he's in limbo, Lady C is explaining that he can't make money. I'm sure they have a way around it. I don't believe that they do anything on the up and up, but legally it's something to do with he can't work. Again, this is written in 2020. I'm sure things have changed, but for a little while he couldn't work. So the idea would be Meghan has the upper hand financially. Lady C goes on to explain that the Hague Convention, to which I guess the United States is a part of, meant that if they had divorced while living in Britain, she would be obligated to remain in the UK as long as she and Harry were living there at the time of separation. And the children would have to remain there as well. They'd be obliged to remain in the UK. But by moving here, again, she's not stuck, but he is. So it opens up money for her. It opens up, she's not stuck. And I say stuck, I would love to be stuck. I'm dying to live in the UK. So there's no stuck, but I'm saying according to her, she wouldn't be stuck there because obviously she didn't give a crap about it. I love it, but she didn't give a crap about it. So she wouldn't be, quote, stuck there. I'm working this out as I'm reading it. And again, I got to give Lady C all the credit because these are the details. It's like we know this, but to hear it spelled out like that, it's spooky. So Lady C says he must really love and trust Meghan implicitly, or he's truly desperate, as one of his cousins believe him to be. Again, I've said it before. That's what Lady C calls the people in their, either in royal circles or in their orbit. She calls them just the cousins. So that is fascinating. And I'm going to just throw out there, again, all alleged, but he talks about it openly, so I guess it's not alleged. I don't know. Could that be part of the reason for all the, choosing my YouTube words carefully, the substance use that he likes to wear as a badge of honor? But damn, it's so crazy that I didn't really think of specific details about this, but that is fascinating. So again, Harry can't become naturalized here because he would have to give up his title and royal rank, which I find, he should give that up anyway. He acted like he was willing to, but yeah, obviously they won't do that. But at the very most, he can only become an American resident. So again, Lady C points out, therefore, Meghan will be the only earner in the family for the foreseeable future. Again, obviously you can work at some point. I just don't know the exact rules of how that works, and I'm sure they have a way where he works, it gets paid to her, whatever. But then Lady C goes into the whole Delaware of it all, and we've discussed this at length as well, so I'm skipping over a little bit, and I've had people in the comments say, hey, I live in Delaware. It's great. Okay, cool. I'm not disparaging Delaware, but it's a place where you can do business and you don't have to be as open about it. It sounds like to me. I don't know. But it's just crazy. So she goes into how Meghan decided to have her business manager, it looks like his name is Andrew Meyer, reincorporate in Delaware. And they reincorporated what's called Frim Fram Inc. It's a California-based company which ran the TIG and was shut down in 2017. Okay, so the reason that I'm bringing this up and the reason that it's significant is because interesting that she retained connections to her old companies. So, it might lead one to conclude that she leaves clues just laying around. And according to Lady C, quote, again, page 357, so the press will make the connection and write about her, in the process helping her fulfill her ambition to become one of the most famous women in the world. Bam! So just all of it. It's just, I don't even know why I'm surprised anymore, but it's just all so pre-planned and detailed. She is a scammer. I'm talking about she being Meghan. Just schemer, I guess is the word, but I don't think I was wrong with my first choice of word. They are both schemers. And I don't feel sorry for Harry. He made this bed. Enjoy it. I don't feel sorry for either of them. She's married to a dum-dum who eats crayons, Enjoy the hell of your own making. But, oh my God. It's just interesting. I don't know. It's just a layered... I'm just taking it all in. Sorry, I'm usually more articulate than this or eloquent, but I'm just taking it all in. I just find that so fascinating. It's funny. It's like I just figured she was so rushing to marry him so she could, have all the perks that come along with royal life, and then figured that there was some, every agreement ever in place for any situation that could come up. But probably not for if they moved to America. I don't know. Maybe so, but... Oh, fascinating stuff. And now they have Archie and Lilibet, so things get even more interesting. And oh, man. A hell of their own making. Enjoy that. Don't feel sorry for either of you. I think you're both terrible people. Anyway, guys, I'm leaving it here because that is a lot to digest. I find it so completely fascinating, and I can't leave it talking about the Tig and Frim Fram. That's such a stupid name, but uh, I'm just thinking about again. It just all of it. We want privacy, but we're going to continue to use the same name for the blog or whatever it's called. The website and just all of it. It's just nothing is true. Nothing they say is true ever. So you can't trust a thing out of either one of them. It seems to be the opposite. Whatever they're saying is the opposite. Just crazy, you guys. Just crazy. I promise I will be more succinct tomorrow night. I just found this part of the book so interesting and I really enjoyed it, and I love the points that Lady C brought up. I thought it was very well done. So, book, that's right. We are on chapter 10, roughly page 357 if you're reading along with me, and I can't wait to dive into this one. Today, we're discussing money. That's right, their quest of it under the guise of financial freedom. That's the term they like to throw around. We like to call it greed. So I can't wait to get into this. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, a quick note. We are about to wrap up this book. There is a chapter left. It's a thick chapter, so I'll probably have, a couple more episodes, but I want to think about what are we reading next, guys? What's juicy? What's good? What gives the tea on these two? What spills the dirt? What haven't we heard about? I want to know. Leave me comments. You have The Palace Papers. It's the Tina Brown book I have not read. I have heard reports that it's not the nicest to the royal families. I'm not so into that. I want to hear another or the next revenge, where it goes into the gory details of Harold and Fraud. As soon as we make a decision on that, I'll announce it so we can all get it in and read it and talk about it, okay? So let's dive into this book. P.S. I was sent this picture on Twitter. I freaking love it. Thank you so much, Poison Apple, for sending it to me. It's genius. Okay, so this part of the book is all about Harold and Fraud and their quest for making money. She does bring up, she, meaning Lady C, brings up that it is funny that they just keep going back to this financial independence. I'm thinking of that stupid Finding Freedom. Good Lord. But the horrors of life without financial independence, which does sound scary if you don't realize what the hell they're talking about. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. So it's estimated that Harry's worth some 40 mil, while their income from the British state, it says exclusive of expenses amounting to at least another 2 million, as well in excess of 3 million per year. Meghan herself was worth at least 4 million. Now, this is according to Lady C. I'm taking that with a grain of salt because I've actually heard Meghan was worth less. I did not do that on purpose. I promise. No, I heard that she was worth like 1 or 2 million, I think. And then I don't know that he's still receiving that yearly money, but I do know that the Diana money, he already had a bunch of money and then he gets the Diana inheritance as well. So fuck off. What are you talking about? Financial independence. You've got it. You're there. Stop using that as your excuse. Obviously, we don't begrudge anybody of making money. That's not the problem. It's the constant lying. That's the crazy part. When you have a million lies and you're still throwing out more, that's when people go, what are you talking about? And that's what makes me go, what are you talking about? What is this financial independence? You're there. You've got it. Stop talking about it. What are we doing? So back to the matter at hand. Lady C goes into how Harold and Fraud, at this point, they were still in Canada, but they were making their way to California. And they were working with the American press. Basically, it sounds like Harry and Meghan could drip feed People, Page 6, and a few others about the stuff that they wanted written. Now, she has some things to say about America. So again, I love Lady C. I'm taking it with a grain of salt. She's not wrong on this part. The press is annoying. They love to kiss celebrity asses here. It's obnoxious. I don't love that either. You can't get away from it. And it's just a known thing that basically what they want printed is what's printed. You know what I mean? Like, their people leak stuff. I'm saying any celebrity, if you're big enough, you have your people put out stuff and that gets reported as fact. So that's her point here, is that American press kind of kisses the celeb's ass more than it sounds like it does in the UK. Oh, it's just another win for Hank and Skank. Take a look at the screen, by the way. Really good picture of Hank and Skank. Oh, every time I see this, it just looks hilarious. Like, does she know where she is? She looks like she's at a totally different event than the guy behind her. Seriously, it feels like I'm watching a zombie movie. It's so crazy. So Lady C goes into how they were hardcore working with Sunshine Sachs. That's their California representation. And they apparently have aggressive tactics. And it's just about getting their name out in the press. I mean, it's nonstop, right? I've talked about it before. To me, it's not just about getting their name into the press. It's about drawing attention to themselves, especially when any other working royal is actually doing something of note. That's their favorite time to strike. Like, look over here, we can't have the attention off us. Oh, yeah. So again, this book came out in 2020. She talks about, she's so on the money. Like, even this was, of course, before 2023's South Park, where it's, we want privacy. So she talks about how they would not stop talking about their desire for privacy. But on the other hand, they were embarking upon a series of posts on Instagram to increase their profile. Again, it's just, that's exactly what drew me to the Amber Heard stuff. That's exactly what draws me to this stuff. It's the nonstop, we're going to say something that makes no sense and does not match with our actions at all. You can't look away. So I guess in that way, it's working. Because here I am talking about it, but I can't help it. I'm like completely obsessed because I've just never seen people like this before. Narcissistic, completely just cannot tell the truth if their life depended on it. Just wild. All right. So then they tell the story about Meghan's privacy had been violated because it was a convenient narrative for them. What they're talking about is that stupid picture of her grinning ear to ear, clearly knowing she's being photographed while with her protection officer and barely holding Archie. I don't know what you call that. Walking her dogs. More interested in the dogs than the baby. So it's so weird because if you really thought your privacy was being violated, wouldn't you turn to your protection officer or not have a big smile or, I don't know, protect your baby? Just a thought. But as anybody with a brain can see, and Lady C is alleging, she must have colluded with the photographer because no one walks around like that unless they know they're going to be photographed. But it's just their old tricks. It's their tactics, right? It's their way of keeping themselves in the news while still casting themselves as victims because, oh, guys, they were being photographed. Oh, she didn't know. Oh, this wasn't planned at all. So Harry returns to Canada. And he and Meghan decide this is a great time. Of course it is, because they're making money. It's that thing I talked about where they boarded the private jet for JP Morgan and flew to Palm Beach and went and gave a speech about how every action counts and people should not do anything to increase their carbon footprint as the planet's in danger and it's up to each of us. You guys, I wish I was making that up. I'm not. That's the bullshit that they spew. Again, I've talked about it at length. Take a private jet. Enjoy yourself. You know, whatever you want to do with your life, that's fine. But you don't need to lecture the rest of us who are not taking private jets that you have to take a private jet or that he's lecturing that every action counts and you can't increase your carbon footprint. It's just total bullshit. The rules don't apply to them. They make them up as they go along. They're so fucking annoying. Okay. So when his critics pointed out, what are you talking about? You guys keep flying private jet. Do you know what his answer was? You guys, I cannot even. It was not a luxury. It's a necessity. Their circumstances were so special that commercial travel was simply impossible. Well, inflated sense of self and can't tell the truth about anything. Let me show you something. What are these pictures of? Well, I'm glad you asked. These are pictures of William, Catherine, the children on different commercial flights that they've done, including Ryanair 79-pound flight that they took. So, yeah, you can fly commercial. It's your greed and your inflated sense of self that's stopping you. Hey, and speaking of inflated sense of self, here's Meghan again. What? I'm still stuck on this. I'm just thinking about Harry and this we got to do something, and I've said it before, but go with me here. Sarah Marshall, Aldous Snow. We got to do something. That was Russell Brand's character that sang a song about we got to do something with no actual plan of doing anything or what they were trying to do or how they would do it. That basically is how I feel every time Harold and Fraud spit rhetoric like that. We got to do something. So back to this event, JP Morgan event, where Meghan was giving an introduction to Harry, because of course she was. She then played on the audience's heartstrings, quote, by revealing how much she loves Harry, who is, of course, a wonderful man. I hope you can hear the sarcasm in my voice. Worthy of love of a good woman, and how her love had saved him from the horrors of a royal life without financial independence. My God. Of course they would say that. Of course she would act like that, and I can't think of a dumber group of people to listen to that crap. So Hank went on, I can't stop laughing at her trying to say that. Hank of Hank and Skank went on stage and discussed he and Meghan's decision to step down as senior royals, laying the blame at the feet of his trauma that he had suffered, and he doesn't want the same to happen to his family. So people talk about this speech, and apparently he jumped all around. They didn't quite make the connection of where he was going. They felt like he was trying to sell Diana's story and still pat himself on the back for his sacrifice of giving up royal life. Not real sure there. None of it's adding up. None of it. It was called, quote, illogical, but very emotional. That sounds like we're describing Harry. And then it was also brought up, quote, how often can Harry play the card about his mental health? Again, this book was written in 2020, and I say, 2023 says hold my beer, because he sold that story a lot. There's speculation that they made about $1 million from that speech that he made. My God. She can buy so much stupid clothing with that. So what people don't talk about is the way that whole world works, which apparently a forged relationship between them and JP Morgan, who will trot them out as ambassadors or guests or whatever the most convenient label they can slap on them is, and they will get paid fees ranging from, this is Lady C's calculation, about $250,000, upwards of over $1 million, depending on the occasion and their degree of input. Ugh. I just want to get rich so I can not bank with JP Morgan. Because right now I don't think they'd care if I didn't put my $12 in with them. But one of these days I'm going to have $120 and I'm not banking with JP Morgan. Old duck lips on the screen will bank with whoever, but I'm not doing it. I have principles? Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay, I don't. But I don't like Harry and Meghan, so I'm not supporting any of their business. Suck on that. Oh my God. Okay, so then we get into chapter 12, and I am going to wrap it up here in a minute so that we'll have more chapter 12 to go. But the first page, I did have to highlight this. Basically, Lady C is talking about, well, let me read this part. Here we go. This is page 363 if you're reading along with me. It's difficult to envisage them losing popularity in the United States to the extent that they have in Britain, or to such an extent they become a valueless commodity. And again, I say, welcome 2023. They've done it. We can't stand him here either. Now, I do like to I like to kiss my own ass here, because I knew it. I called it. I actually called it, was it 2021? No, maybe 2022. I don't know. I made a video about Meghan Markle being the worst, and then I got all this hate saying, you're a racist. And I was like, no. It's not why I hate her. I hate Harry too. And he's white, so explain that. No, it's because they're awful people. And so I made this video, and yeah, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm just saying Lady C likes to point out that Americans relate to the game, and I'm telling you, I saw it on that ITV interview. I knew it. I just didn't know how awful he was. That was kind of surprising. And again, it's not that I really just didn't give him much thought. William's the better brother, so I've been watching him. I hadn't really paid attention to old Harold. But I do find it funny because she again says she can't imagine them losing popularity. And I say, oh, we're there. They've sold their stories. They've sold their souls. We can't stand them. They keep lying and doing stupid things like wearing $12,000 plus worth of stuff to a homeless shelter, essentially. And just no self-awareness. They're the worst. Okay. But then she points out, they face the danger of ever diminishing returns with the passage of time. The more you sell yourself, the less desirable you become. Ooh, I need to write that down for myself. No more selling myself. It actually worked out for Meghan, though. There's rumors, allegedly, don't sue me, allegedly, that she could have possibly maybe been on a yacht girl. So, I don't know. The more you sell yourself, the less desirable you become. There's that. Anyway, God, you guys, it's Friday. I'm excited to be here. I feel like fully caffeinated. But yeah, this was really good. I think I'm going to end it here. I appreciate you guys being here. There's still more to do on this chapter, so we'll dive into that. And I need your input on the next book. Send me comments. Let me know. Let me know what's juicy. I need some juicy stuff. We need some juice. This one's been juicy. I need more juice. Let me know what that is. I keep saying juice. And Harry, the real story. I always want to say it like that. It just sounds more dramatic. The real story. And boy, do I have some fun pictures for you today. I got more of the ones that I just had on my computer. I'm probably on a list somewhere, somebody to watch, but I have all these funny pictures and I'm so glad to be sharing them with you. So enjoy this. All right. So the book picks up, if you're reading along with me, I'm on page 364. Again, we're in chapter 12, the last chapter of the book. I got so many great suggestions on things to read. I promise I'm going to make a decision soon. I do have the Palace Papers that is staring back at me right now on my desk. So I'm kind of thinking I might pick that up. I might do like Cordia's where I skip to the juicy parts. We'll see. We'll make a decision together. No big deal. All right. Page 364, if you're reading along with me, all I can see is the Wicked Witch behind me and go, hey. And your little ginger too. All right, so we pick up with The Trouble of Archewell, which is so funny and so timely because, again, she wrote this book, it came out in 2020, I think, thereabouts, and I just did a video, which should be up by now, and it's about Archewell, and it's about how it just came out through tax reporting that they work 1 hour a week on Archewell. So I find this very funny because Lady C goes into, so they're going to be spending a lot of time focusing on Archewell. I'm thinking they're focusing on the money, not so much Archewell itself. But she goes into how the charitable enterprise is neither a charity nor a foundation, but an entity which will assist others when they feel the need. That perfectly sums that up, right? Clear as mud. But it's just funny, again, timing-wise, because, again, with these tax things being, public, they go into how much everybody was paid. I forget what the guy's position is. I need to go back and look it up. But whoever's leading it that's not them was making like over $1,000 an hour, they figured out. But again, only working 1 hour a week on the charity. It's very odd. Okay, so they wanted to find causes to support while also providing them with financial freedom. Although Harry and Meghan have maintained that a fundamental part of their goal will always be humanitarian work. Now, again, I would like to point you to look at their wedding invites. Couldn't be bothered to invite her family, but it was uncovered by Lady C that they invited hundreds of people to make them look more like humanitarians. It was people tied to like charities that they thought would be good to have their names associated with. Nice, huh? Good priorities. Definitely about helping people, not about the optics, right? Please read between the lines there. That's my sarcasm. Because I'll get comments that say, what? No, they're not. They're awful. I'm like, no, I know. That's the joke. No, I'm saying they're awful. Go with me here. Okay, so Yeah, it's all about the optics, it seems, of their humanitarian work. The reality is it's all about financial reward. I mean, what else is new? They their altruism, if that had been their sole goal, their main motivation, wouldn't wouldn't they have wanted to stay with the royal family? Because you have far greater influence under them and you can get more written about you and spotlight to causes, as we've seen Catherine and William do. But no, that's why obviously we can all see through it and see that it's total BS. They just are worried about their own finances versus what they're, again, it's just the words not matching up with their actions. And listen, if I haven't said it before, it's not that they left. I don't give a shit. If you're not happy, leave, fine. But it's the hypocrisy every step of the way, the blatant lying. That's what keeps me completely enthralled. I've just never seen anything like it. Oh, hey, speaking of hypocrisy, I promise I didn't time this out. This is funny. I just looked up at my screen and look, I didn't know anything about the royals. I didn't Google them. Although here she is holding a magazine with Catherine on its cover. I'm sure she didn't read every single word of it. As for hypocrisy, okay, back to the story. Lady C gives an estimation of what she believes they would have been making, or let me just read this to you. What would have happened if they had stayed royals? So they would have gotten an approximate income from the royal coffers of 3 to 4 million per year, another 1 or 2 million per year in expenses, an equal sum for her clothes, aside from top-ups from Prince Charles' Duchy of Cornwall, into another 7 or so figures, not to mention the free housing they would have been given. If you compare all that labor with being flown by private jet from somewhere you're basing yourself, turning up at an agreed venue and speaking for 45 minutes about yourself or some cause dear to your heart, and earning a quarter of your British income in less than an hour, it's obvious what will win if your desire is financial independence, as they have said they do. Here's the thing, though. Again, I go back to the titles. Then why hold on to the titles? Why accuse his family of racism and all the worst words you can think of, and then hold on to the titles? It blows. I mean, obviously we know it's for financial gain. That's what they're all about. But again, it's hidden under layers of hypocrisy. See, they linked their charity and humanitarianism with themselves. So now they're trying to avow financial agents. They will inevitably find themselves being suspected for profiting for their own monetary reward. DC astutely points out that their aim is to end up covered in glory, acknowledged as the world's most benevolent couple, yikes, and they might well achieve their objective, but they will need to be very careful as they go about doing so. The thing the press on both sides of the Atlantic like more than the privileged flourishing is the privileged tripping themselves up. I would say falling on their faces. It has been a joy to watch. Couldn't have happened to two worse people, right? Look at the picture on the screen. Sorry, it caught my eye again. I'm drawing attention to that. This picture really irks me. But I kind of also love it because the Queen clearly saw who and what Meghan was. And Meghan, people are like, oh, she's staring down the Queen. I'm like, no, she's intimidated by the Queen. She's not even making direct eye contact. She's just kind of giving her a smug look. And I'm still laughing about this picture. Okay. So we already heard how Harry and Meg had paired up with JP Morgan, but they're not the only financial institution that they've been dealing with. So it sounds like since 2019, they've been forging links with Goldman Sachs. So Lady C says ostensibly on behalf of charity, but again, with the couple benefit financially. So Lady C says they want to get down to the real business of exploiting each other financially. So Goldman Sachs, I'm not going to go into the whole history, but they in trouble. I don't know much about it, but Lady C eloquently spells it out that basically this is an interesting choice because this company has been criticized during the credit credit crunch for unethical conduct as it bet against financial products it was also recommending to clients. In the process, it made itself billions and cost its clients a consummate amount. This resulted in them agreeing to pay $5.1 billion to settle accusations of wrongdoing in their RMBS business with the U.S. Justice Department. Whew. Yikes. Sounds like greedy meets greedy. Again, perfect match, right? But the reason she goes into this detail is because it coincided with the same time they decided they needed to shut down their royal office in England. Why did they do this? Well, I'll tell you. It's so they didn't have any watchful eyes. They wanted to be able to do as they please with no criticism or questions whatsoever, no matter how shady the business dealings, right? Sounds like them. So they gathered their Buckingham Palace staff together and gave all 15 members notice at the same time. The members were quoted as saying this came as a bolt out of the blue. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, I don't know. I think it's one of those things that ends up being a blessing because these two sound like nightmares. But Lady C explains that as rough as the couple made it, and it sounds like it was rough and so many people quit, it was something that people had worked years and years working their way up the ranks. So it was just a shitty way that it was handled, that people thought they had job security and didn't. Luckily, it sounds like a lot of the ones that wanted to stay on were snapped up by the Queen and by William and Catherine and stayed on with the royal family, which I kind of love that too, because imagine going from working from the worst people ever to about Harry and Meghan and then getting to go work with the Queen or William and Catherine. I think most people would be like, oh my God, I'll put up with these jerks long enough so I can get to the ultimate goal of working with, let's say William, Catherine, the Queen. Just take every ounce of everything you've ever had not to tell Hank and Skank just to fuck off. But this was all to do with Meghan and Harry not wanting to hear that associating with companies like JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, etc. just didn't want Buckingham Palace getting wind of such deals, it sounds like. Lady C goes on to explain, quote, Meghan's attitude is, all dollar bills are green. Once they're safely in the bank, it doesn't matter whence they came. Ooh, whence, that's a fun word. All that matters is that they're there. Harry backs her up totally. In this, as in everything else. Why is he so spineless? Ultimately, Harry and Meghan have one thing to offer that no one else does. His royalty. So there's the answer to the titles thing. Neither of them has a talent beyond putting themselves forward as performers on the world stage. I so want to make a joke about yacht girl talents, but I'm going to leave it be. But being good public speakers is one thing. Another is, what do they have to say? Something we've all said, right? If you've ever listened to clips, it's just word salad. It's painting themselves as victims. It's the same rhetoric, but with nothing. Again, we got to do something with no real plan of action and not much substance there. So basically, they're in reality royals for sale or for hire. It's a tricky position to be in, while having to retain the prestige customarily associated with the non-commercialism of royalty. Then Lady C goes into an interesting history. She says other royals over the decades have tried to convert their prestige into dollar bills. Ultimately, all failed. Whether it's King Michael of Romania, whose grandmother, Queen Marie, had been so popular that she was given a ticker tape parade down Wall Street, or King Peter of Yugoslavia, or the descendants of Russian, German, Austrian, Italian, Greek, Danish, and Spanish monarchs, none of them found it possible in the long run to alchemize the glitter of royalty into serious money. They either married it or learned to do without it. Ooh, I can't imagine these two learning to do without it. For after the initial flurry during which they were offered coinage appropriate to their rank, interest waned. Of course, Meghan has an advantage none of them had. She's American. moreover, who is experienced in working in the entertainment industry. On the other hand, she has so far been more Hope Cook, former Queen of Sikkim, I think you say, than Grace Kelly, late Princess of Monaco. The appeal of royalty, as the Canadians noted so clearly when it appeared that Harry and Meghan hoped to join them permanently, is that it is foreign, non-resident, and inaccessible. But despite this, Harry and Meghan have a game plan they have adhered to. It is well thought out and maximizes their chance of success, though this is far from assured, at least at the level and to the extent to which they aspire. Exactly. So I don't understand their ultimate game plan, and while it sounds like they're making so much money, I feel like they must be hemorrhaging so much money based on, well, the stupid choices we've seen, such as flying private and the awful wardrobe and everything else that they're blowing their money on. Now I'm going to throw out, again, I don't get political, but Lady C brings up what she suspects will happen. There's a rumor going around, apparently, I had not heard this, that Bill Gates might try to run for president in either 2024 or 2028. And if so, she suspects it will only be a matter of time before someone suggests that Meghan is a running mate. Ugh, no. All I can think, though, is this book was put out before their popularity was this all-time low. So there's just no way. I just don't see it. I don't think so. I also hadn't heard this. Lady C bringing the tea, right? Oh, I want to have Lady C. I want to have tea with Lady C. But she is saying, allegedly, that there are whispers that Bill Gates has helped them in some way. And I go back to that video I just posted, if you didn't see it, about the tax filings. And with Archwell, there were two donors. One gave 10 million and one gave, I believe it was 3 or 4 million. Now, Jay kept saying, oh, it was Oprah and Gail, and maybe it was. But that's interesting. I wonder if Bill Gates somehow had something. I wonder if he was one of the ones that gave. I don't know. Whomever it was, we don't know, but Lady C says certainly some benefactor has been assisting them, even with Prince Charles's private contributions, which Harry and Meghan say, or Harry especially, had said, he cut us off, even though it's been proven that is not the case. So again, you can't believe anything they say. But Harry and Meghan's expenditure as they settled into California life far outweighed their means. Even their security was a problem. They no longer enjoyed the status of internationally protected people and therefore did not qualify for state funding for their security. Indeed, their security bills has been one of the problems, which convinced the Canadians that they would prefer not to have them reside in their country. Harry and Meghan decamped from Canada to California a day or two before the Canadians withdrew their protection. The Americans also refused to assume the burden, which was hardly surprising considering Meghan's withering comments about former president. I don't get political here. I don't want to talk about it. Being dismissive, misogynistic, and a host of even worse remarks delivered both publicly and privately. Now, also during this time, do you remember what happened? Harry thought he was talking to Greta Thunberg, and it was actually Russian pranksters. So he's on record. He was recorded talking about, again, presidents I don't want to talk about, and said that an ex-president had blood on his hands because his climate change policies don't accord with their climate change policies. Again, I'll remind you, private jets. They sure don't mind talking about taking private jets everywhere, but, you know, it's as we found out in the last episode, he was saying he has to for security, even though William, Catherine, the children have been seen tons of time flying commercial. But living the lifestyle that they do, it requires serious income. If you're Harry and Meghan, you'd at least be 20 times too poor to cover even the basics of living the billionaire lifestyle, is what Lady C is talking about. While house hunting for the California mansion that would consume at least half your capital, there'd be the house to rent, costing thousands per diem in excess of your overall income. Then there's the staff to pay and everything else that would set you back a sum you don't have. So it's, again, interesting to point out how, yes, they are making these big deals, but they're also apparently hemorrhaging money. And I giggle uncomfortably because it's just so much money to piss away on stupid things like clothing. It just blows my mind. And yet, while preaching things like climate change while taking private jets and the importance of giving while they're, being greedy for themselves, it's just too much to stomach, right? Too much. Anyway, guys, I'm leaving it here. We just have a little bit more to go of this book, and we will move on to the next book. Like I say, I'm leaning toward the Palace Papers. If you want to grab that, I haven't even cracked it open, so I'll take time. I'll crack it open, and I'll find the juicy parts, and we'll talk about it. If you've read that, let me know in the comments what your thoughts were. Very curious to hear. I'm not interested in pro-Harry and Meghan stuff. I'm interested. I want the juicy details. I want more revenge. I keep hoping that book will come out, but I have not heard what's going on with that. That's right, Meghan and Harry, the real story. I thought this would be the last part, but this last chapter is so good. I'm going to break it up today, and then probably tomorrow we'll finish up. But I did want to run something past you as we look at funny pictures of Meghan Markle. Here's my plan. All right. I'm recording this in advance. It's a crazy week because of Easter and all that stuff. Doesn't matter. I am trying to get my hands on the parody book, Spare Us. So I'm working on that. As soon as I can get my hands on that, I will dive into that book because I've had a lot of requests for that, and believe me, I'm dying to read it too. As soon as I can get my hands on that, that's what we'll do. It's proving interesting because they're not really releasing it here in America, but I'm working on that. Don't worry. Of course, we're all still waiting for the updated version of Revenge. I can't wait for that. Revenge! I can't wait. I talked to a local bookseller here, tried to get the inside scoop. They didn't have any more information than we do. It was supposed to be out in spring. Haven't heard any updates, but as soon as it comes out, I'm reading that book too. Now, I've heard Angela Kelly, the Queen's dresser, is working on a book about these two. And remember, she's the one that was involved, that Harry hates and talks smack about in his book. I love her. She's a trusted confidant of the Queen, and she's the one involved in the royal row over the tiara. So I kind of love her. I hope that this is the case. I would love to read her book as well. In the meantime, I'm going to jump into this one because she, in the description, calls Meghan the, quote, bratty princess in a loveless marriage. You got my attention, so I'm just letting you know what's going on. This is my plan, but as soon as I can get Spare Us, I'm going to get on that. So again, I'm pre-recording this, so you'll just go with me here. These are all in the future. We'll see what's next. Whatever I can get my hands on next, that's what we're doing. But if I can't get Spare Us, I'll jump right into the Palace Papers. Okay, got it? Let's get into this. All right. So in the background, again, more of my favorite pictures. This picture haunts me to my soul. And here's the backstory of this picture. This is one of those Reitman's photo shoot that she was allegedly a complete and total nightmare on the set of. We went into it deep in the Revenge recap. So just think about that when you see these haunting pictures. Just, ooh, scary. So again, if you're reading along with me, I'm on page 371. Lady C is continuing discussing their finances and saying, short of a few good deals, bringing in a minimum of 30 or 40 million, just those numbers, per year, it becomes impossible to maintain the lifestyle without outside assistance. Getty, what? Only when the benefactor who, she goes into the story of King Juan Carlos and King Abdullah and how he helped Juan Carlos when he was poor. Anyway, they're saying they're hoping, Meghan and Harry are hoping for a Hail Mary like that. Now, funny enough, I just talked about this. I put out a video last week about how they actually did have two big benefactors, as it was discovered when they filed the Archwell paperwork. One was 10 million donor and one was, I think, 3 or 4 million donor. So Jay made the joke. It was Oprah and Gail. That makes me laugh. That's all I can think of. Lady C in the last part speculated that Bill Gates had given them money. All right. So Harry and Meghan were casting a wide net, and they were hoping to sell all those tchotchkes. Remember they copyright, trademark, whatever, hundreds of Sussex royal things, from pins to hats to everything in between. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But she says it might have no real relevance, but will be desirable to some buyers who want a bit of their, quote, classy humanitarian dream. Get ready for a good laugh. You ready? Because it sure made me laugh. In fact, I highlight along with certain passages I want to discuss, and my highlighter was actually shaking because I was laughing so hard at this part. So apparently Meghan let it be known that she had the hope to achieve her twin ambitions. You want to know what they are? Winning an Oscar while making a vast fortune at the same time. Wow. Just the idea of winning an Oscar. Of course she thinks she's Oscar worthy. Why not, right? I mean, hell, if you want to get technical, she fooled us all into thinking she was, I don't know, decent or normal when they first started dating. How quickly we learned the truth, right? But seriously, we've mentioned it. I know I've mentioned it. I think Jay's talked about it. I don't know if it was here, Patreon. Doesn't matter. That we tried to watch Suits, but ooh, it was bad. We just couldn't get super into it. God, I don't know anybody's name. The good-looking guy was kind of interesting at first, but then even he lost his charm about 3 episodes in, and we gave up. Maybe we didn't stick long enough with it to see her become more of a character, but we just kept saying, like, wow, this is really bad acting. So then Lady C goes into her tactics. Apparently, a story was planted by her people that she had received many offers because she was trying to get back into acting, none of which she would be considering, as they were too, quote, cheesy for someone of her stature. You guys, I hope you can hear the glee and excitement in my voice because it allows me to trot out my favorite saying ever. Ready? Does it hurt your back to kiss your own ass like that? That's right. You're welcome. Consider that my gift from me to you. No, seriously, it's my favorite thing to say, and it so fits here. Okay, so the idea is, though, that they were trying to get to great fame and fortune, and the route that they really want to take is that of a mutually advantageous relationships with billionaire sponsor and major companies whose budgets allow for the luxury of vanity projects passing themselves off as humanitarian activities. Damn, Lady C has a way with words. Yeah, that sounds right. Then Lady C, again, I just want to point out, this came out in 2020. So she knew this before we've seen it all play out in front of our eyeballs. Lady C says, again, I'm on page 372 if you're following along, people who thought that the royal couple would have no story to tell beyond his pain at his mother's death were clearly underestimating Meghan's resourcefulness. Harry doesn't have to offer great depth or intellect. I love it. As the son of one future king and the brother of another, he will always have kudos. Meghan has also demonstrated over the years what a superb judgment she has in attaching herself to institutions and people who take her from one level to another. So I just love that because, as we've pointed out, he real dumb. All he can do is talk about the past and whine about whatever's bothered him since the age of about 11. Lady C goes on to explain that Meghan is probably quite content in terms of making the move and happy to have made it. And then says, quote, whether that degree of success will ever fill the void created within Harry by abandoning his country and all he held dear within it is something else. Now, I tended to agree with this statement, but then I see his stupid ass behavior in front of the court and this privacy thing and the way he's continued to treat his family. I'm like, no. he doesn't get a pass just because he's stupid and pathetic. He's just as much of an asshole as she is. So Lady C goes on to say, even if they divorce in the future, Meghan's plan is still successful because by then, Lady C predicts they'll be multimillionaires. They'll have been acknowledged as humanitarians, as they're aiming for, apparently. Even though we just found out they work 1 hour a week on Archwell, and I don't even believe that. So Lady C is saying that she'll be covered in philanthropic glory at that point. And so it was no surprise that this was set up while they were married, and she still had the cachet, if you will, of being married to Harry. Predicts that it will be Harry who falls by the wayside. Now, this is pretty funny. Think Lady C here. Page 373, she puts in a line that says, talking about Meghan, quite possibly like Jackie on the deck of some billionaire's super yacht. Talking about what would happen if they split. Come on, that was not an accident talking about Yacht Girl. All right, I see you, Lady C. I see you. Goes on to point out the irony that a couple who are so, quote, demonstrably in love, aka the claw and the stairs, can have generated so much speculation as to how long their union will last. Cynics say that Harry is in for the long haul, but Meghan will have factored into the equation the possibility of being a divorced Duchess of Sussex. And I'm going to take a sidestep here and think about, remember Luann, if anybody watched Real Housewives of New York, was concerned about whether or not she'd be able to use her title. She could use the title Countess until she married Tom. So that was her concern. So I feel a very similar situation of brewing for Meghan. But it is here where she explains it would have been far more difficult for the ex-wife of a royal duke to set up a charity than working on it before they split, which is what she's claiming is happening with Archwell. She goes on to say he doesn't see the more they feather their nest abroad, the more incentive that Meghan has to leave him one day, walking off with the lion's share of the proceeds. We all despair for him. Again, I'll say, yeah, there was a time where I felt like that, where I did despair for him, but then he wrote that stupid-ass book, Spare, spilling all that nonsense and all the ways he treated the Queen. I don't think so. I don't feel sorry for him at all. He can enjoy the hell of his own making. So Lady C explains that they're kind of in this situation where they're sink or swim together right now. So they're vigilant in protecting their, quote, brand. And this was nowhere more apparent, my God, than in the lengthy statement that they posted to update their followers when they realized that their royal status had been dangerously called into question in the early days of stepping back. So they were trying to shore up their prestige as a result of losing the right to use the style of Royal Highness. They stated that they will, quote, retain their HRH prefix, thereby formally remaining known as His Royal Highness, the Duke of Sussex, and Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Sussex. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex will no longer actively use their HRH titles, as they will no longer be working members of the royal family as of spring 2020. They asserted that while there is no jurisdiction by the monarchy or cabinet office over the use of the word royal overseas, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex do not intend to use Sussex Royal or any iteration of the word royal in any territory, either in the UK or otherwise, when this transition occurs in spring 2020. Okay. So they put out this statement. They complained that the trademark applications that had been filed as protective measures and they reflected the same standard trademarking requests as done for the Royal Foundation of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge have been removed. So they were taking swipes at William and Catherine through this. And Lady C goes on to point out, no, there's a huge difference. William and Catherine, as I'm understanding it, had trademarks and things, but it was more of a protection so other people didn't come in and try to use their stuff. But the palace was never concerned over William and Catherine and trying to monetize their status the way that they had been with Meghan and Harry. So Meghan and Harry apparently had a 12-month review put in place to have the palace review what they were up to. I want to know more about that. She just kind of puts that statement out there. I want to know all the details there. So when they put out this statement, Lady C explains that to people in the know, their statement was not only disrespectful, but riddled with inaccuracies. It was misleading on virtually every point it made, and there was a strong suspicion that it had been created to boost Harry and Meghan in America without a care to the unfairness of the claims or the potential damage it could do to the monarchy in Britain. So first of all, Harry and Meghan's assertion regarding their Royal Highness titles was unequivocally wrong. While technically remaining Royal Highnesses, they had been banned from using the title. It was not an elective on their part. They no longer had the right to use what they referred to as their HRH prefix, either formally or informally. Patently, the distinction between the meaning of the words technical and formal had been lost on whoever composed the statement. Now, they do suspect it's Meghan. She goes into why. Certain verbiage, and it just has Meghan stink all over it, right? Harry's too stupid writing in crayon. We'd be able to tell if Harry wrote it. ADC explains, while they formally retained the titles, they had technically ceased to have the right to use them. So also that crap they put out about the British Crown and the Cabinet Office and not having jurisdiction over the word, this was not only factually inaccurate, but was perceived in Britain as being impertinent and unwarranted challenge to the right of the Crown to maintain its purity. The idea that members of the British royal family could be challenging the legal means whereby the British royal family ensures that no one abuses their royal status by restricting everyone's right to use the word royal was viewed as beyond belief. This is why I cannot with these two, and I think a lot of us feel this way. They put out these blanket statements knowing that probably the royal family will not respond and hoping to rope in the sugars, I guess, the people that don't question what they're saying and just go right along with it. So the other problem with this statement is kind of what I alluded to. So by Harry and Meghan linking the Cambridges, formerly the Cambridges, trademarking of their brand with the Sussexes, they brought in the Cambridges, again, formerly, now they're the Wales. The statement revealed how adept the Sussex public relations machine was at muddying the waters in their favor and to the detriment of others, because who cares about anybody else, right? Once more, their transatlantic difference could not have been more pronounced. So she explains that in the U.S., people didn't even notice the importance of the point being made, largely, of course, because the British royal family, well, we admire them and we appreciate them. You know, it's just not part of what we're used to. But in Britain, however, the swipe was noticeable, notwithstanding that there being no justifiable parallels between the situations with the Sussexes and the former Cambridges. There has never been any concern at the palace about what William and Catherine are up to in commercial activity that might result in negative consequences for the monarchy, nor has the couple ever balked at revealing any of their commercial intentions to the power that be. Remember, that was the complaint with Harry and Meghan. They kept everything in secret, and anytime anybody would try to say, hey, what you doing over there, they'd fire them or dump them or give them the runaround. So, yeah, again, just not even a comparison, but yet in mentioning them, they're trying to drag them down with them. So again, Lady C, being able to see the future so clearly, explains that she doesn't foresee them retreating from the public view anytime soon because, well, Meghan and Harry both understand that fame is a commodity with a price tag, and the coinage isn't the only money, but also, isn't only money, but also glory and the ability to use their profiles to further their causes. Now, again, I think she's being generous with the cause thing. I think the only cause they're interested in are themselves, namely Meghan and herself. Guys, I'm leaving it here. We have one more episode to go to finish up this book. Refer back to the beginning of this video to know my plan. Again, this is recorded in advance, so I'm hoping I will have a copy of Spare Us in my hands, and you'll see the seamless transition. But we'll work on this together. We'll figure it out. No big deal. I'm excited. You know, I'll keep deep diving and spilling the juice, the dirt, whatever you want to call it. You know, that's what I love to do. I can't thank you enough for being here and for watching. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have the most fabulous week, and I can't wait to bring you more deep dives. It does not disappoint, so I can't wait to dive into this with you. Just a heads up, we will be covering Spare Us, a Heir next. So I am going to get my hands on this book. It's just coming out, I think tomorrow. So I'm going to get my hands on it, give me the weekend to read it. I still have other videos coming up, so check back for those. Don't worry, I'll keep the videos coming. But I will dive into it. I'm planning on diving into it Monday. That should give me time to get my hands on it and start reading it. So I can't wait. Again, it's Spare Us, a Heir coming out. So I can't wait. And then we'll see. After that, I was thinking Palace Papers maybe, but we'll see. Whatever you guys want to do is what we will talk about. Without further ado, with our coquettish background here, let's wrap up Lady C's book. And can I just say, I have thoroughly enjoyed this book. It has been such a good, fun, easy read. I've just really had a lot of fun with it. You guys have been awesome as always in the comments. Really having a lot of fun with it too. All right. So if you're reading along with me, we are picking up around page 378 where we left off, and we will finish up this book, this chapter. Okay, so right off the bat, I highlighted this passage, which I'm going to read for you now, and we'll discuss. It says, "As for Harry, I doubt that he will persist in sharing his suffering with the world except as and when it engenders the response they both require." So I find this very funny because, again, this book, Lady C, has been spot on about so many things. This book came out in 2020, and I want to say, oh, Lady C, hold on a minute. This little whiny duo has lots to complain about. They're going to let us all know, a.k.a. read Spare. But it's funny because she starts out with, "I doubt he will persist in sharing his suffering." No, he will dig deep and share suffering from when he was like, I don't know, a kid and William pushed him or whatever it was, just ridiculous stuff. Don't worry. The depths of their suffering as they see it, they're just boundless, right? So they'll supply us with tons of information for years to come. And I do hear that she's working on her book, meaning Maggie Pooh here. So, I can't wait to read that one when that drivel comes out. Although I feel like I've already read it because we know that Dum Dum Crayon Eater did not write Spare. She had her grubby little paws all over it, her bronze paws all over it. So I feel like that was her book. But one with her name on it this time will be coming out, so I hear. And I, for one, am here for it. We will have so much fun talking about that one. Oh, yeah. I did want to tell you that since I won't be having a book review this time tomorrow, you know what video I'm putting out? Her Smug Looks. You're welcome. And I got bonus video coming out at this time on Friday too. So again, check back because I got lots of fun stuff coming out. We're not going to miss a beat here on this channel. I don't take days off. Let's keep going. It is kind of sick. I've been doing like 3 videos a day for a long time, and I'm pretty proud of that. It's a sickness, really. But I'm sorry, the content just keeps flowing out of me. These two just keep pissing me off and doing stupid things, so I have to talk about it. I have to. Speaking of, I'm telling you, check out Patreon. We have so much going on over there, and you guys, let's see, what day is this going out? This is Wednesday, so starting tomorrow, on Patreon, Jay and I are reacting to, we found I'm using the word documentary very loosely and in quotations. Starting tomorrow, that's going to go up there where we are reacting to this documentary called, I'm sorry, I'm bracing myself. I'm swallowing down the bile that's rising in my throat. Duchess of Style. You guys, they made a documentary talking about how wonderful her style is, and we've already recorded it, and I could not stop laughing. We could not stop making fun of what style, sponsored by Hefty Bags, I guess. I don't know. The Duchess of Messy. Anyway, so definitely check out Patreon. We have a lot of fun stuff going on over there. Okay, sorry, back to the book. Here we go. So again, she didn't realize that Harry's wanting to make money and throw his family under the bus runs as deep as it does. And so there we go. She also goes into how Harry blames his mother's death for things that have nothing to do with it. Quote, he's not overly bright, and the fact is Diana messed him up from the word go by spoiling him rotten. Ah, I love it. Lady C, she does not beat around the bush, and I'm here for it. So many of his underlying problems have been due to his lack of boundaries. He's never going to be healthy until he faces the facts. Personally, I don't think he has the brain power to do so. Oh my God. Again, Lady C just ripping him a new one, and we are here for it. I've said the same thing. Every book now I've read about them says that he's not very bright and he has a pretty serious anger problem, which again, we saw in Spare. Oh, I just saw the picture. Look at this. See, a preview of the smug looks we're going to get in tomorrow's video. So remember, Lady C here was talking about their need for, quote, financial freedom, whatever that actually means, right? Because again, they both had money. Well, I'm skeptical of her money, but they point out that Harry apparently had Diana's inheritance as well. On top of, he was lying about not getting money from Charles. It's since come out and been proven that Charles was in fact giving them money, even after they did their whole Megxit thing. So you just can't believe a word out of either of their mouths. Lady C goes on to say Meghan had turned her desire to swap the limited and restraining royal platform for one which would give her the freedom of movement she required, as well as the ability to control it, into a matter of life and death, with her and Harry at risk of a lifetime of mental illness. Again, Lady C much better at the words than she words better than me, but I mean, spot on, right? It's just spinning this victimhood. It's continuing to have Meghan controlling the narrative and their quest for greed. So she goes on to say, you wouldn't have been able to blast Meghan out of here with an atomic bomb if she had been given free rein to make all the money she wants to. So what Meghan actually wanted was the freedom to exploit herself and Harry to the maximum commercial advantage while remaining a working member of the royal family. Even so, she would still have sought to create an American platform, not only because there she wanted to gain the admiration she needed, but also because she would be able to control the narrative more successfully with a tame American press rather than a, quote, uncontrollable British press. All right, so at the palace, apparently there was shock that Meghan would, quote, stoop to using mental health as a cover of what is essentially greed and self-indulgence. Now, I love this so much. Lady C goes into that only spoiled brats would think their mental health is affected if they don't get everything they want in life. Mature people cope with frustration, and frustration is something that everyone has to cope with. You only have good mental health if you can cope with it positively. If you can't, it means you're a spoiled brat who needs to grow up. So while her blogs indicate that she always had a propensity for believing that the frustration of not achieving her ambition would affect her mental health, the palace understood her attitude and believed that she was only exploiting it cynically. I love this. I think this is such an interesting point that Lady C brings up. They tote out the mental health when it suits them. And again, when you really stop and break it down, it seems to be they're using mental health as like Lady C says, what is essentially greed and self-indulgence. So then Lady C goes on to explain that Meghan has a formidable ally in her mother. Doria has evidently expressed the view that the best thing her daughter could have done was leave Britain to forge a new way in the United States. Great. Birds of a feather, right? She claimed to be worried about Meghan's mental health. Don't you love how those two love to throw that around, especially Harry, I think. Anyway, she claimed to worry about Meghan's mental health because she was so unhappy in Britain. That's because she didn't try. She didn't even bother to try. Of course she was unhappy. She talked about, I sat in the cottage and watched The Little Mermaid. Remember that bullshit she trotted out? I'm feisty today, but I just keep thinking about that. You didn't even try. every book I've read pretty much, including Lady C's here, has gone into how she purposely kept her calendar very light, and the royal family didn't want to put too much on her at the beginning of their marriage. Hell, they only did like 72, I think it was, engagements or so. I mean, this whole time. And yet here we are bitching years later about how hard they had it and how bad their mental health is. Give me a break. Then Accordia went on record as saying Miss Ragland is a pleasant and dignified woman, but she has very little experience of the world at large, much less of the royal world. As for her daughter, quote, she is the most spoiled, demanding so-and-so, that's the exact verbiage they use. I can think of a couple of words I'd like to fill in that blank, I have ever had the displeasure to encounter. To that I say, where there's smoke, there's fire. Haven't we heard a million accounts of this exact same behavior? Love this so much. Lady C explains that both Harry and Meghan are cauldrons of bubbling, overheated emotions which not only threaten to erupt, but frequently do. Their misery prior to moving to the U.S. was palpable. It took loved ones aback to see how truly desolate they were, despite having so much going for them and despite being so in love with each other. I'm sorry, I had to laugh at that part. I'm sorry, pawing at somebody and holding on to them with both arms, that's not love. So the book wraps up with the stunt they pulled right before, it's actually the day before, the Queen's 94th birthday. This is the 21st of April, 2020. At the height of the stuff going on in the world, the YouTube doesn't like to talk about, all that stuff, they decided that would continue to be the most tone-deaf couple in the entire world, and where people were actually suffering, they felt like they were suffering. So they decided to go ahead and issue a declaration to the editors of The Sun, the Daily Mail, Daily Express, Daily Mirror, all in Sunshine Sachs lingo, and let them know. They just put out this whole stupid statement. I'm not even going to read it all. But basically they say there's a human cost and a way of doing business, and it affects every corner of society. And it's gravely concerning that an influential slice of the media over many years has sought to insulate themselves from taking accountability for what they say. All this bullshit. And again, you can't believe anything that comes out of their mouth. I would say, look at the two of them. They don't take any accountability for anything that they say. Nothing's ever their fault. They'll never take responsibility of anything. And if you try to pinpoint them on some of their bullshit lies, like the racism claims and stuff, no, that wasn't us. That was the media, even though we heard it come out of their mouths. Side note, I forgot about this until Lady C brings it up. Do you remember that in the thick of it, in the 2020 stuff, they acted like on their websites, they actually, I think it was the Sussex Royal they were still using at that time, doesn't matter. Harry and Meghan posted that they would be providing updates, quote, as to the best and most accurate information. Can you believe that? They found themselves being mocked for laying claim to a level of expertise they could not possibly possess. So then their website was closed down, and they had to rely on friendly journalists and postings from their supporters. You guys, you talk about coming across as just completely, I just keep going back to tone deaf because I don't know what else to say about it. Just completely tone deaf. People are really suffering out there, and those two thought that they would be, the information disseminators through all this? So when this got shut down, they started providing help for Project Angel Food, which is a charity that Doria Ragland happens to somehow be involved in, happens to like, and started to communicate through them on Instagram, apparently. Okay, so finally the book wraps up with this, and I do want to read you this last part because it's so good. Pain or no pain, Meghan and Harry are a double act who protect themselves using any resource at their disposal. To date, their associates have thrown her father, his brother, his sister-in-law, even his naysaying grandmother under the bus. Whether they are responsible for these veiled attacks or they only benefit from them but do not actually set others up to launch them on their behalf, the fact that they do not disassociate themselves from these stories while creaming in the that's what she said, while creaming in the benefits, leaves a mystery as to their level of knowledge and involvement. Responsible or not, they nevertheless hide behind a rich arsenal of aggressive supporters who do not flinch from attacking on their behalf. Boy, have we seen that. And the aim of each attack is always to preserve them while bearing everyone else under a fusillade? I've never seen that before. Fusillade? Let's see. This was only a game Diana played. And as this is the absolute opposite of how the royals function, Harry and Meghan need to take responsibility and discourage their friends and associates from playing such a nasty, destructive game. Wow. So well said. Again, they won't take responsibility for anything. And I actually feel like, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, Lady C she can speak in very eloquent and sometimes flowery language, but if I just cut through it, I feel like she's saying they know what they're doing. They're behind it most of the time. And even if they're not, they have this army of supporters, which I cannot wrap my head around no matter what. I can't get my head around it. How can anybody support these two after so many provable lies? I don't understand it. So just by this alone, they're never going to learn. They're never going to change. They're never going to see what they're doing. It's just completely screwed up and completely wrong. And that's that. I mean, they'll go on to continue to, I don't know, exploit the families even more. They'll come up with more dirt on them. Again, she's supposed to be writing a book, so I can't wait to see what else they have to throw into that bull crap and what else their supporters could possibly say about them. But you know, they never cease to surprise me, right? So here's our lovely Lady C. I see she's been making the rounds and talking to people about her book. And it is very high on my list to try to talk to Lady C. I just really enjoy her writing. I enjoy watching her YouTube videos and just really get a kick out of her. She's very, very good at doing the homework and coming with the facts. And I'm really enjoying this very juicy update to this book. So let's jump into it. So starting with the prologue, and if you're going to read along with me, in this video, I'm going to try to hit the prologue and the first 2 chapters of the book. And again, I'm just enjoying the reread of this book. It doesn't show you, hey, this is the new stuff. But of course, as you're reading, you gather, oh, this is the new stuff. Because the last version of this book, she wrote it in 2019, so it was around, it was published in 2020. And so it was around the time, of course, of Megxit. So she has more thoughts on a lot of this stuff, and it's fun to go back and read. So I'm just going to pick out the new stuff and talk about that. And again, if you want to see my coverage of the original book, I have that as well, so check that out. So starting with the prologue, again, she goes into that it was 2019 when she started writing the original version of this book. And at the time she goes into, she thought she was going to be enlightening the public in this fascinating scenario that was going on behind the scenes. Of course, talking about with Harry and Meghan. And she thought it would be like a warning shot to Harry and Meghan and hoped that it would make them think again before continuing down this pathway that they were on. Again, this was around the time of 2019, 2020. And I'm laughing thinking about how much further they've come and sank since then, right? And side note, something I meant to mention that I wanted to put in this is I really think, I just have this feeling that this is shaking them some, this updated book. And the reason I think that is because I'm getting more and more, what are we calling them now? The sewer squad leaving horrible posts specifically about Lady C. And it's not just a disagreement of, oh, I don't really care for her writing. That's fine. You can, have your own opinions. It's vile things specifically aimed at belittling Lady C and discrediting her and stuff. And I'm not here for that. So that tells me that they're scrambling once again. One of 10,000 things they must be scrambling about is this book. And that makes me like it even more and want to discuss it even more with you. So again, diving back in, she was hoping that it would be a warning shot. Her original purpose of this book was to tell them, hey, straighten up, basically. But again, how far they've fallen since then. So then it goes into, she's pointing out in this prologue that what has happened between 2019 and 2024, the time that this update is published, has been, as to quote her, if you're reading along with me, let's see here, I'm on page 7 of 482. So it says, Meghan and Harry, but even so, what has happened between 2019 and 2024 has been so gross and so grotesque that even I have been taken aback. And then it goes on to say that the conduct has led her to conclude that we're dealing with a deeply disturbing couple whose self-indulgence is matched only by their self-centeredness and self-regard. This is why I love Lady C so much, because I think a lot of us are feeling this exact same way. And even in real time, as I'm recording this, and we're coming off the heels of that horrific children's hospital visit where, again, it was the epitome of self-centeredness and self-regard, if you ask me. I'm glad to be reading this, and I'm glad that somebody is, besides us, is calling this out, and I think it's wonderful. My favorite line so far in the book comes in this section where she explains that she was raised by a narcissist. This is something she's been open about before. She wrote about her mother, and she said it would have taken her aback had she not written her book, Daughter of Narcissists. And it's the maliciousness, the deviousness, and blatant two-facedness that Harry and Meghan have shown as they set about garnering as many laurels and making as much money for themselves as they possibly could, always is at the expense of others to whom they owed duties of care and loyalty. They thought they were making mockeries of people and of institutions, which would result in them becoming more and more popular and richer than ever. Instead of which, they have become in the last year such figures of ridicule, even in Hollywood, which was always Meghan's target, that they were roasted by comedian Joe Coy at the 2024 Golden Globes as being lazy money grubbers who fail to give value for money to their paymasters and try to cage money off his relations. This followed the animated mockery that they were subjected to earlier that year by South Park and Family Guy, as well as other signs of rot, such as Kitson, the popular Los Angeles department store, displaying them in their holiday hypocrisy window. Woo! See, again, love Lady C. All that together is just like, it will make your head spin. But again, I think it's so brought on by themselves, and she sums it up so perfectly. I mean, it's the deviousness and blatant two-facedness that keeps me completely riveted and calling out their BS. She goes on to explain that the real story has to do with how and why it's all gone wrong for them. It's their unwitting contribution to society, that they could have been examples of glorious possibilities that exist when one lives up to the opportunities which one achieves as well as is given in life. Instead, Harry and Meghan have shown us how lack of appreciation and other human failings will squander any opportunity if you're inclined. Okay, so we go into chapter 1 and chapter 2. That's what I'm going to be discussing now. Most of chapter 1 remained the same. It's chapter 2 where things get more juicy, shall we say. I've avoided reading spoilers because I wanted to read this and really react to it. But I do believe I saw rumblings of people talking about this. So let's talk about this. And if you're trying to read it along with me, let's see here. I'm on page 28, it looks like. All right. So she goes into Meghan and her growing up, right? And the history there. Well, it's interesting that Meghan, of course, as we know, lived with her father. Where was Doria? We know where Doria was. So Lady C always takes exceptional care when speaking about this, as you have to. So I'm going to say this is according to Lady C. And and take this how you will, but I'm just going to talk about this one part here that indeed her mother was absent to the extent that the first time that the teacher with whom Meghan was closely involved, her drama teacher, met Doria, was at Meghan's graduation. This protracted absence led to lurid speculation about where Doria was and why. Here we go. There exists a record of one Doria Ragland who was sentenced for fraud in the Riverside County Court, California, and then she lists the case ID, as well as one Doria Lois Ragland, with which an offender, and then gives the ID there. But this author does not suggest that these individuals are the same Doria Ragland who is Meghan's mother. And Thomas Markle Sr. has refrained over the years from violating his ex-wife's privacy, loyally refusing to discuss Doria's absence even with his other children. Okay, here's my general wonderment to you. Now, this is a hypothetical put by Lady C, right? So this is my hypothetical. Hypothetically, why can't people just straight on address this? What is the big deal? Meaning, why can't people, I know Hank and Skank, Harold Fraud love to sue everybody, but hypothetically, if this is Doria we're talking about here, why can't people say, hey, this is where she was? I mean, I'm trying to think. The only example I could come up with, I used to watch Real Housewives, obviously by the name, and they would talk about, even if it wasn't like Teresa didn't want to say, I'm going to jail, she would say, I'm going to camp. But people still knew where she was. Why can't people discuss where Doria was? Why the big secrecy? I don't know. But I find it interesting that in this version of the book, I mean, if you look at it, I wish I could show you here. It is laid out with specific offender ID numbers and things. So again, if the author doesn't suggest that these are the same individuals, it's interesting that she would list these ID numbers. So you can use your own interpretation of that. I just find that very interesting and juicy. So again, through this part, Lady C goes on to explain that Meghan Markle, despite her present protestations to the contrary, she's a very privileged young woman in a very privileged environment, and how her dad, Thomas Markle Sr., made sure that everything was taken care of for her. I believe that, I don't want to speak for them, but Tom Jr. and Samantha have both spoken up to kind of back this up and say that basically, yeah, Dad spoiled her rotten and definitely made sure she never wanted for anything, even if it meant him taking out loans to make sure she was provided for. Right. If you want more juice, I would point you towards page 38 of this one. And again, I know some people are just listening, and that's fine. I don't mean to keep giving page numbers, but some people like to read along. That's the only reason I do that. All right. I'm not going to read this part. I'm just going to generally summarize. Lady C goes into very specific substances that allegedly Samantha basically spilled the beans on what Doria was on. YouTube doesn't like us discussing specific substances. That's why I'm dancing around this. One is something that might grow, and one is something that's a white powdery substance, right? You can decide what that is. But what's interesting here, though, is that they go on to speculate, could Doria's love of substances, could they have affected Meghan in the womb? Perhaps. And that Samantha remembers Doria partaking during her pregnancy and dismissing all concerns. I think I read this part with my mouth open like, damn. And again, I read this book a couple years ago and I absolutely loved it, and I recapped it and all that. So while I feel like, yeah, some of the stuff was touched on, I feel like she's going harder into this stuff, and I'm here for it and find it interesting. And here's the other interesting side to this to think about is, here Lady C is laying all this out and her opinions on everything. So if Meghan decides to contest this, right, and sue, well, she's going to have to go through discovery, right, and prove that this is not the case. So either way, it's interesting, and I'm Team Lady C. We'll just leave it at that. Let's keep going. So the chapter continues on with Meghan's history and growing up and again working her way, I don't know, through school and theater and all that stuff. But here's an interesting additional part. Okay, so Lady C goes on to say, although her Oscar dream has so far failed to materialize as a reality, since her advent into and then departure from the royal family, Meghan's PR have engineered a whole series of awards for her to receive as substitutes for the elusive Oscar. Oh, God, I love this. Exactly. While accepting these awards, she's replicated the acceptance speeches she practiced all those years ago with Nikki. Remember Nikki, her childhood friend, Nikki, I think you pronounce her last name Pretty. And Nikki's one that's publicly spoken out about, Meghan and her ways, and she couldn't deal with it anymore. Okay, so let's see. So again, Meghan with the acceptance speeches, she gives full rein to the gracious humility, which doesn't quite conceal a monumental ego that outstrips all but the most rank Hollywood egotists. Lady C goes on to talk about that notorious, the Ripple of Hope Award by Robert F. Kennedy, you know the one. Meghan and Harry received in December of 2022 from Kerry Kennedy for the, quote, heroic fight against structural racism within the royal family. Okay. Then a few days later on Tom Bradby, I always call him Bradbury. He went on to deny this, right? And said, it wasn't him, it was the media. Oh, God. They created an anomaly, which neither he nor Meghan nor Kerry Kennedy seemed bothered by. Again, it's the hypocrisy and the unending lies and changing of the stories over and over that keeps me completely riveted. Leading dispassionate observers to note that the only remaining rationale for having received the award was undeserved publicity for both giver and the recipients. This was closely followed by another farce, the Miss Magazine's Women of Vision Award, which Meghan received from Gloria Steinem in May 2023. And you can hear the glee in my voice when I talk about this because this was the near catastrophic car chase. Who could forget that? It is funny. Buys herself an award, allegedly, right? And then overshadows that with this ridiculous near catastrophic car chase BS. All right, so Lady C continues on that something of a contradiction. For all Meghan's accomplishments, limited as they may have somehow been achieved using the rungs of men's ladders. The fact that this event ended with Meghan, overshadowing it with her fanciful claims that she and Harry had been chased for 2 hours in a catastrophic near-death experience by paparazzi. I mean, you cannot make that stuff up. Through the streets surrounding Times Square at the impossible speed of 80 miles an hour. When any fool knows that you're fortunate indeed if traffic in such parts of Manhattan limps along at even 10 miles per hour, did much to damage her credibility and expose the extent to which these award ceremonies are publicity creating platforms for the rampant egotists to garner attention they would otherwise never receive. Can I say again, I love you, Lady C. This is brilliant and so well said and exactly how I feel about all of it. And again, I have to say, how funny is it that that Meghan, I just will never not find that funny, makes this big deal about this award, comes in through the Hertz counter, right? Dresses like the Hertz counter. That's funny too. Clings on to the idiot puppet that she's married to by gazing at him as if she were part of the Duggar family. And then goes on to give faux speeches about her faux feminist stuff, and then ends up in a near catastrophic car chase while clinging on the titles that you can only receive by marriage. You cannot make this stuff up, and I will never not find it funny. Okay, so then the chapter continues on and again goes through the history and her schooling and all that. Again, we got most of that the first go around, but the additional part added on here is Lady C goes into that Meghan has always had this propensity to embellish, to create dramatic situations out of the most mundane events, and even to make up incidences. We've seen that quite a bit, which highlight a point she wishes to make, but which never actually happened. So the quote that Lady C gives is, "The way to tell is how neatly they fit in the story. Meghan's inventions are too tailor-made to be reliable. People don't act the way she does. Once you know her, you can tell which stories are Meghan and which really happened." And I'd like to say, we know her now, and you can totally tell. I would assume 99.9% is made up and the other part is embellished, right? That's my opinion, but that's kind of the vibe I get. And I think she's taught the idiot husband to do the same. If you want proof, look at him anytime he's in court. And the judge asks him, "What proof do you have, Harry?" And he's like, "It's just a feeling I have." And then he, I don't know, gets these stories made up in his head and goes with that. I just, again, it's too funny. Too funny to watch two of them. Then we get into Harry's childhood and upbringing, and again, not much has changed there in terms of last book to this book, but the part that she has added on goes into Harry's substances. So she goes into the book Spare and how much they played a role in that book, and how his confessions of extensive substance taking in that book, how interesting that was. I'm still stuck on that as well. And I've said before, my opinion is Meghan allowed that in there so that way it can be used at a later date, I believe, when she leaves him. But Lady C goes into how he goes on to praise the benefits he derives from the substances, right? And how he really goes into it to push the sales of his books, but then how he's now had to backtrack as a result of this visa situation. So now she goes into the Heritage Foundation and how basically what's going on. That his memoir, his revelations about his substance use, and he's put it all out there. And let's see if that matches exactly what he's put on his immigration application. Because if it doesn't, well, then that's perjury, and that's a criminal offense. Everyone should be held to account before the law here. No one should be treated differently, to quote Lady C. And there's another interesting part of this book. Again, I'm in chapter 2 that I wanted to talk about, and that goes into basically she goes into Queen Camilla and Harry's relationship with Camilla, and how it wasn't until Meghan came on the scene and, quote, enlightened Harry. It's not until then that he started to adopt the version of that we've seen him where he's trashing his stepmother's character. And that he basically, all right, Lady C is alleging he did this to retail the maximum financial advantage. And in Spare, he applied a sensational number of epithets to describe her as being calculated, manipulative, a planter of stories who was determined to become queen while undermining his and his brother William's interests. In other words, she's now an archetypal wicked stepmother, the complete antithesis of the woman he had described at an earlier time of her marriage to his father. This is something that I had talked about at the time that I found interesting, and I'm glad that she's pointing it out too. You know, I don't know Harry. I don't know how he feels, but it is interesting how, I guess, vocally he has changed his story in regard to Queen Camilla. And it feels a good time to remind everyone these are the same people that freely call their family, members of the family, things like that, wicked stepmother, and go into how horrible they are and stuff. But the first time anybody speaks out about them, that's when they want to shut down free speech or play the ist cards that they love to play. It's absolutely ridiculous, and their followers are taking pages right out of their book and doing the same thing. We're seeing it in real time right now. We are continuing on Lady Colin Campbell's book, Meghan and Harry, The Real Story. This is, of course, the updated version. I explained in the last video how I was able to get it a little bit early here in America. So if you're looking to get your hands on it, I did get it, Barnes & Noble, the Nook app. Thank you to those who let me know about that. Otherwise, I believe it's here very soon. But regardless, I'm going to be covering chapter 3 and part of chapter 4 today. And can I just say, I really, really am enjoying this book. So we're going to hit mostly the new stuff. Again, as I mentioned in the last video, Lady C sprinkled in so much new stuff. So I'm basically rereading the whole thing again. So there's some parts that bear mentioning from the original, but mostly I'm focusing on the new stuff. If you want to go back and see the original stuff, of course, I have a video on that. Can I just say, when I was putting this together and pulling pictures, this makes me laugh. Here she is with Doofus, of course, on the right. There she is with Corey on the left. Interesting, huh? Not even original poses with this one. Okay, so I mentioned this in a live stream, but I am mentioning it here. I have now reached out to Lady C. I really want to talk to her, so hopefully she sees it and responds. But even if not, can I just say, big fan. I really am enjoying this book so much, and I do recommend, if you're willing to reread the book, because again, it's not clear the new parts, just reread the whole thing. It's wonderful. Definitely recommend it. Okay. So in this episode, you'll see pictures of Meghan with Corey. Here, you'll see pictures with Meghan and Trevor. Trevor seems like a really nice guy. He does not want to be involved or dragged into this, so I'm more focusing on Meghan hanging on to men as we continue to see with her. But let's pick up with chapter 3. So I have to start out, and again, I don't even know that this is necessarily something that Lady C has added, but it bears repeating. Listen to this. I'm on page 83 if you're reading along with me. To quote Lady C here, Meghan was simply not beautiful, sexy, striking, or memorable enough. She was not outstanding enough. She did not have good enough figure for screen stardom. Her fame was better suited to modeling, except that she was not tall enough to have a successful career as a model. And that makes me laugh because, one, again, love Lady C. And two, you remember we found that CV where she lists herself as a supermodel. I mean, the ego. Huh. All right, let's see here. Nor did her torso showcase clothes to their maximal advantage the way Catherine's did. Although she loved the camera and already knew what to do with it to maximize herself, it simply didn't love her enough to become another Marilyn Monroe or Sophia Loren. Great female stars were either stunningly beautiful or outstanding talents like Meryl Streep, while Meghan, for all her hopes and ambition, were neither. Ooh, I would like to go ahead and wrap up this video. No, I'm teasing. No, I'm saying I'd like to leave this here. Mic drop on behalf of Lady C. You know, I think of all things to sting Meghan, I would think that would be it. I don't think she gives a crap about Doofus, her stupid husband, Harry. In my opinion, I don't think she cares about the kids, which is so weird to say, but I'm saying it. I don't. It just doesn't seem to be, nothing seems to be her focus except for herself. So I think of all things that would hurt her, that would do it. All right, let's continue on. So let's get to the new part of this chapter. So Lady C picks up and talks about the deal or no deal days. Now, what's interesting is, of course, in 2022, she went on her podcast and rewrote history, as Meghan tends to do, and made herself victim yet again. What am I talking about? Okay, so Lady C goes into it. Meghan had landed this role as briefcase girl on Deal or No Deal. This brought her a steadier and larger income than she had had, but this was a daily reminder she was nowhere near where she wanted to be professionally. So again, Lady C points out it was 2022. She went on to condemn her stint on the show in that horrible podcast. Man, I wish Jay was here because anytime I bring up this podcast, he's like, oh, he's still mad at me that I made him listen to it. But anyway, she brought it up. And she said there that she felt objectified, that this brought down a tirade of complaints from the other girl, none of whom shared her sentiments or had any of the complaints that Meghan did. Though several of them pointed out it had been a great launch pad for their subsequent careers. So into the melee waded the show's popular host, Howie Mandel. Now, I'm not personally a fan. I think he totally botched. If you know, you know. The whole, I'm still pissed that he botched the interview he had about Tom Sandoval. Again, it's from Vanderpump Rules. Don't worry about it. Anyway, so when I see Howie Mandel, I go, ugh. Anyway, so he pointed out that the girls were mic'd. And if they had the personality to prevail, they used the exposure to showcase their winning personalities. What he did not say was that it was believed in the industry that his wife had encouraged him to get rid of Meghan when her helpful and inventive interventions in Howie's direction caused both Mr. and Mrs. Mandel a degree of discomfort with which neither wished to contend. Woo, let's talk about that. I kind of vaguely remember this when we were going through at the time. I know I did at least one, probably several videos on her rewriting history and making herself a victim and all this with the, oh, they were objectifying me. They made me wear spray tan. Again, can I just say she was pitching that they made her wear spray tan. And I'm laughing because of what we know of the Oompa Loompa now, right? The orange lady. I won't even call her lady, the orange one, right? So how dare they make her wear spray tan? She's probably just mad that they didn't let her crank it up to a 12 or whatever the number is versus they were probably just encouraging, no, let's not go orange. But anyway, all right, let's keep going with this book. Another new part of this chapter that was added, Lady C goes into Meghan on the red carpet, one of my favorite things to talk about with her. And she goes on to say, no one loves a red carpet more than Meghan. And Meghan provided the accuracy of that statement. Dun, dun, dun. November 2023. Come on, you know the one we're talking about. The variety, the hand, the arm that had to pull Meghan off the carpet. I love it. Oh, I love Lady C. Okay. November 2023 when she stuck to the blue carpet at the Variety Power of Women Gala in New York. Man, she screws up every New York visit ever. She should definitely avoid New York. I'm sure New Yorkers would be happy about that. So she had to literally and physically be moved along. So ecstatically had she surrendered to her Norma Desmond moment that her pupils were the size of tennis balls. And poor Taylor Swift and everyone behind her were wondering whether she had planned to ever move on. One of the organizers said. So I love that Lady C has gone back and talked to the organizers about this. It was a pathetic display from an attention junkie. Ding, ding, ding. I love it. Oh, I love hearing that. I will never not think that moment was particularly hilarious. And it's funny, like I had heard about the people behind her. I didn't think logistically who would be. I think if I know that I don't know much about the red carpet, typically the big stars, they kind of hold them till, a little bit later. So I love that they got Meghan out of the way and then she wouldn't get herself out of the way. And the big stars were like, what the hell? All right. So continuing on with the book, we go into some of the exacting, unreasonable demands of Meghan. I don't know about you, but I love reading about this stuff because, again, we can see a pattern, not just in the early days, but continuing on in her very brief stint with the royal family and her clinging to the titles since then. The one that pops into my mind is the Canada, you can call me ma'am. Fuck off. I can think of about 30 names I'd call you, and ma'am is not one of them. All right. So yeah, she demonstrated the early sproutings of the exacting, some would say unreasonable demands she would become well known for once she became a member of the royal family. So apparently in her blog, she complained about this driver who collected her from the airport. I may have read this before. Apology. I just don't remember this story, but I think Lady C does a good job of explaining this. So apparently, when she wrote about this, she said that this guy committed 3 cardinal sins. First, he brandished a sign at the airport with her full name. Again, this was when she was on television. I mean, nobody knows or cares who she is, but she's just so full of herself. These are in the days of the TIG, right? He brandished a sign with her full name. This, so the newly discerning and authoritative Meghan tut-tutted and said it was a no-no. Usually it's just first initial and last name. Oh my gosh. Again, who are you? Who do you think you are? Secondly, he had the temerity. But wait, I'm still stuck on that sign thing. If you're a big star, you don't need a sign then, right? Like, they should be able to find you. This is crazy. Anyway, okay. Secondly, he had the temerity to invade her personal space and show her photographs on his iPhone as they waited at the carousel for her luggage. As if someone of her caliber could possibly be interested in seeing anything someone of such little consequence as a mere chauffeur showed her. So again, it didn't even say what it was photos of. It doesn't matter. Sure, you may not feel like talking, but are you really going to go on your blog or whatever it is and complain about this person? No, probably not. Because most of us realize the world doesn't revolve around her. Sorry, revolve around us. But that is not the case for Meghan. Okay. Let's see. Thirdly, he exasperated her when he delivered her to the wrong address. Okay. So Lady C goes on to explain this is the first recorded instance of privileged Meghan seeking the sympathy of her audience by demonstrating how hard done by she was by the ineptitude, insufficiency, or plain plumb meanness of people who were there to make life easier for her somehow and managed to make it into a terrible struggle. So again, making herself the victim, pouring this out to her quote unquote audience at the TIG. And Lady C goes on here. There's a problem with this scenario. You know what it is? I'm not somebody who uses a driver, but if I did, like, isn't it up to me to make sure that the driver knows where they're going? And that the driver's given the correct destination by the person that they're driving. So the fault is therefore not on the driver. It was, and then Lady C says we should have a bit more empathy for the driver and responded in a different way and not be Meghan about it. Go on your website and bitch about this guy who had given him the wrong address, according to Lady C. I just find it interesting, this sudden privilege, but instead of seeing it like that, it's, woe is me, feel sorry for me. My driver got things wrong and had the nerve to call me by my full name. Ridiculous. Where have we seen that? Oh, yeah, everything she does is like this. Okay, also in this chapter, she goes into the TIG, and it's interesting because Sunday, I think they said, was the anniversary of her shutting it down. Wah, wah. Now we see this, whatever's going on with this American Riviera orchard. And if you're watching this, a year in the future or something, I'm very curious to know whatever came of American Riviera Orchard and if it ever tried to sell anything or not. But Lady C goes into naming it the TIG and how it had to do with this wine, and who cares? It's all pretentious. But Lady C brings up, was this an early attempt of Meghan, who had made a study of Diana and had expressed her view that it was only a matter of time before she met Princes William and Harry to establish a link? I wouldn't put it past her to have done it. Someone who has known her all her life has said. So again, speculating, by naming it the Tig, it creates a link. And now, if you don't know, remember the governess to William and Harry, her name, of course, was Tiggy. So interesting, right? It's just like, oh, what a coincidence. This blog I had was Tig, so it means something to me too, that sort of thing. I wouldn't put any of it past her. Anybody else still get stuck on the idea that she allegedly wore Diana's perfume on their first date? Ooh. But while we're talking about this, I have to direct you to page 102 because Lady C talks about just before closing it down, the Tig boasted some 2 million followers. But then Lady C said, let me just read this part to you because it just applies so much to what we're seeing right now. Although detractors assert that many of those followers were bought. I just did a video about that. And therefore, its success was more illusionary than actual. The fact is that Tig enjoyed a degree of success, irrespective of whether it was to the extent that it boasted. Okay, so we get through the horrible dumping of Trevor and hooking up with Corey. I do plan on doing a separate video. It's not that I want to drag Corey into anything. I'm more fascinated by Meghan pretending to play chef now. Is that what's going on? Because I'm hearing rumblings of a Netflix cooking show, something like that. And I just want to dive into all the alleged stolen recipes because I have heard several stories about things like that. But the point that Lady C makes that I found so funny is, okay, so Lady C says that Meghan does have charm and she can lay it on real thick when she's trying to bedazzle people, which is how she has, gotten people in the past like Corey and I guess Harold. With him, I'm thinking she probably just offered him a handful of sweets, something like that, because that guy's real dumb, so no telling what worked there. But sweets and sex, I don't know. But one of my favorite parts of this section is Lady C goes into how her big brown eyes can beam with intense delight when she's trying to bedazzle. Then she calls them, quote, Charles Manson eyes if you catch her in an unguarded moment. That is brilliant. That is exactly what I've been saying too. I have videos on this with the mask slips, and I don't know. Nobody smiles all the time. Nobody expects anybody to smile all the time, but I've never quite seen anybody go into a rage when not trying to control their facial features, and I find that pretty funny. Okay, so then she goes into Harry's past lives, with Cressida and with Chelsea, and not really too much new information there, but then we get into when Harry and Meghan met. So Lady C brings up, this is the additional part of this section, she goes into, in that Netflix faux documentary, in December 2022, Harry and Meghan went to some pains to state that they had met over Instagram. You guys, I have talked about this ad nauseum, about how many different versions of the story there are. So Lady C points out this version by saying that they met on Instagram not only minimized the part that Violet had played. Now remember, Violet Van Westenholz is her name. And originally they had talked about her role and how Violet knew that Harry was desperate to meet someone and that she was the one that actually unwisely set them up on a blind date, and the rest is history. But they decided to minimize the role that Violet played in it, but also they contradicted themselves. Remember during their engagement interview, they were telling a different story. So one of the royals told Lady C with more than a glint in the eye, quote, with Harry and Meghan, recollections vary to such an extent that they can't agree with others, with each other, or with themselves. So I've been through this too. There are so many times I've called out. They contradict each other, even in the same interview. They do in the Oprah interview. They contradict each other because they tell so many versions of stories they can't remember which one they're on. And I feel like she always has an agenda and he can't keep anything straight. So when you have all that, You can't, I mean, again, you have different versions of stories. Pick a story and you could probably pick a story that they tell over and over. You can find a different version of it. But I love that so much. So I'm going to say that again. With Harry and Meghan, recollections vary to such an extent they can't agree with others, with each other, or with themselves. They seem oblivious to the implications of meeting over Instagram. But I suppose that that at least clears up doubts about Meghan's claims that she didn't know anything about Harry and had to find it out from him. So again, just constant contradictions. Nothing makes any sense. By the time that the public found out about the relationship, she goes into the background checks that they were running. And I pause on this because there's not really any new information. And I was hoping that there was, because I want to know more about this. What did those background checks bring up? I need all the details. How much did they know with this one? How much was she spinning? Because I mean, we've seen it. Take her dad, for example. We've seen her spin that tale to make herself a victim. So I'm sure she was a big old victim in every story. And I just wonder, how much did they immediately see through? How much did they know? I want to know all about that. Then we go into chapter 4, and I'm just going to kind of skate over this until we get to the new stuff. But the thing that Lady C wants to make a point of explaining is, again, their version of events doesn't match the reality. And what that means is people were excited for Harry. They still liked him at that point. He was truly popular. And Lady C says if that's the girl he wanted, talking about Meghan, and if she could make him happy, which she certainly seemed to be doing, no one wanted to raid on his parade. Almost by common but silent consent, we all took a soft line. This is according to a journalist she spoke to from the Mirror. And that's how I recall it as well. Most people were excited for them and excited for him that he found someone and excited to see what happened. It turned sour because of those two. And then Lady C points out, there's another big red herring thrown into the mix for useful purpose, and that is sexism. So the press started diving into Meghan and, of course, went into the TIG. And Lady C points out she was beating the twin drums of racism and sexism. We're still there. That's where we're at. And I got to point out, her followers do the same thing. They can't make a logical argument because how could you support anything that either of those two, talking about Harry and Meghan, have done? Instead, they deflect and cry racism and sexism. I don't even want to talk about the guy, but what comes to mind at the time of this recording is this awfulness we're finding out. I don't even want to say the guy's name. The guy from UCLA, that is a very outspoken Meghan defender. And he's saying horrible things about Catherine, claiming that she faked her illness for attention. I can't even, that's why I don't even want to talk about the guy. But yet, when he's called out and said, what the hell is your problem? What does he do? Playing the ist cards. What does Bozo do? Plays the ist card. Oh yeah, what does Omid do? Same thing. And if you're new here and you're like, what's the ist card? All the ist words, racist, sexist, all those things. Instead of actually addressing what is going on and why they would make such vile, awful claims and be so disgusting and horrible people. I can go on and on about that. It's, nope. Let's deflect. Let's not address it. Let's just throw out these claims of racist sexism, stuff like that. Things that Meghan likes to do because she can't answer for the things she's done because there is no answer. There is no excuse. It's just general awfulness. We're picking up with chapter 4 and we're going to get into chapter 5 as well. We're covering the period in their life where they're dating, and then we get into the engagement and right up until the wedding part. So I'm excited to talk about all this with you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen. Honk honk, everyone. All right, so if you're reading along with me, I am picking up chapter 4 and I'm on page 155. So again, I say this every episode. If you want to hear the full book coverage, I've done that. I'm mostly focusing on the newer parts. So we're going to dive in with something that was added in this section, which is Lady C goes into, remember Ashley? You remember Ashley, Samantha's daughter, who is in the Netflix series, right? It's the one person um, from Meghan's family that she could have speak, besides her mom, speak up on her behalf. Now, it is interesting because I thought after that we'd see Ashley trotted out quite a bit. I haven't seen her. Have you? But Samantha's daughter Ashley shows up on the Netflix series, and Lady C goes into her claims that Meghan had told her the palace was preventing Meghan from asking Ashley to the wedding on the basis that Samantha was not being invited. This statement was at odds with what Lady C was told by her palace connections when she first started writing this book back in 2019. So, according to Lady C and all the other books we've read, Meghan had been encouraged to invite her family to the wedding. It was looking weird. Everyone was perplexed why she was refusing to do so. The quote by Lady C continues, "No one could understand how anyone could get married and not have their family there. So it was a cause for concern. No one thought it was as ominous an omen as it turned out to be. It caused such unseemly speculation, all of which could have been avoided by simply asking the family." So Lady C is talking about how it struck her as quite odd and struck all of us quite odd. It seemed to be more important for her to have celebrities there. Accordia confided in Lady C about how odd everyone was finding it. The late Queen herself wanted to know why Meghan was stinting with her invitations to her family when there was ample space at St. George's Chapel. She thought it was a very bad idea that Meghan's family weren't going to be there and gently tried to get the point across, but Meghan had no interest in having her family there, and Harry's only interest was in pleasing Meghan. Now, side note, does anybody else wonder, do you think he ever thinks about this? I think he's very painfully stupid, but I do wonder if he ever goes back in time and replays all this and goes, what was I thinking? Why did I try to make her happy all the time, and why didn't she have family there? I don't know. I'm not standing up for Bozo. Don't worry. His time is coming in this part of the book where you can see just how awful he is as well. We'll get to that. But I just do wonder about this. Do you think he goes back in time and thinks about all of that? Because I wonder that too. But the Queen had expressed her perplexity as to how how Harry could be marrying a woman whose father he had never met. And once the stories broke out about Thomas Markle Sr., she actively recommended that Harry and Meghan be proactive about facilitating his presence at the wedding and even offered to arrange his travel arrangements through her own good offices. Obviously, I've talked about this at length. I think it's so wrong how Meghan has and continues to treat her father. She can go to do these faux charitable, whatever, children's hospital visits, can't be bothered to call her father. Okay, I think that's horrible. But let's just take this at face value and say, okay, she's really upset because of the whole press thing, and I'm not saying it's right what she did, but let's just play devil's advocate. What was the excuse for not including the rest of the family? I wonder about that too. What was she telling the rest of the palace and everybody else as to why the rest of the family wasn't invited? I know what she's telling Ashley. We got that part. But what is she telling the palace? Because I really want to know about that. Or did she just not care and think she was above all of it? I kind of lean toward that. But I just wonder, as somebody like Meghan who really cares, it's not that I think she cares about what people think. I think she's so narcissistic. I guess that I'm answering my own question. I was going to say, why wouldn't it occur to her how weird those optics are? But I really think that she just thinks she can do no wrong and that she's the most important one in the room and that all eyes would be on her anyway. But does anybody else go back to that scene in the Church of Doria by herself and just think that is so weird? It really is. And just the idea of all the vapid celebrities that were there that straight up said, I don't know her. I don't know why I'm here, because it seemed to be several that had said stuff like that. We'll get into more of this when we get into the wedding time, but it's just, it still breaks my heart to see it, honestly. And I know that Samantha's still going through legal stuff and just all of this, the havoc that both of them have caused for both families. It really does. It's sad to reread all this and to bring it all back up again. Now let's get into what the courtiers have to say and explanations of behind the scenes of Meghan's personality or lack thereof, because I find this part absolutely fascinating. So I am still I'm in chapter 5. I am on page 164 if you're reading along with me. All right. So Lady C is talking about Little Miss Wonderful, talking about Meghan and her red flags, and explains that, as one courtier said, like all genuine phonies, Meghan has perfected the art of projecting a convincing display of sincerity. That in itself would have raised hackles even if we didn't have access to all the other information, not to mention the gobbledygook she's been spouting for years. Many of her statements were all the evidence we needed. Those blogs hoisted her on her own petard. She's obviously never heard the maxim, a word once uttered cannot be recalled, nor the one about never putting pen to paper. She definitely raised our hackles. Okay, so from here they go into how she so flagrantly exerted her control over Harold of Harold and Fraud. I know his name's Harry, but it's still more fun to call him Harold of Harold and Fraud. Although at first it was viewed in a positive light. So no one before had seen him quite like this, where anybody managed to control him like this. He seemed happy. Superficially, their relationship seemed good, but then with any, examination, of course, they could see beyond that. Lady C goes into how Meghan would, quote, slam the physical button, wrapping herself around him like bindweed, stroking his back as if she were a nanny and he was a vulnerable 6-year-old in need of reassurance. Lady C said she, for one, felt like that Meghan was manipulating him emotionally, undermining him by playing on his vulnerabilities. Ding, ding, ding. Look at the car chase. I think about that a lot. I think that's a great example of it. I'm just speculating here. I have been told by people that are a little bit more in the know that he didn't know that was going to happen that night, but that was a plan by Meghan and Doria. I'm going to throw out allegedly because I don't know that for sure, but I've been told that from more than one person. And honestly, I would assume as such that she knows how to manipulate him emotionally by doing things like that and playing on his vulnerabilities, his need for reassurance. Again, I can't stand that guy. I'm not making him a victim in all this. He is just as much guilty as she is. I think about the way he treated Her Majesty the late Queen and all the things he's done, and he sucks too. I just want to put that out there. But she plays on his vulnerabilities. And again, I bring up that near catastrophic car chase because you can see it. She's like smugly smiling and smirking. Doria's falling asleep and he's like freaking out, taking videos. Who knows what the hell is he's probably playing Sudoku. I don't know. That's too complicated for him. He's probably coloring something on iPhone. I have no idea. But she does this under the guise of caring for him when in fact it's more about gaining power over him. The way he used to look at her when she was on the other side of the room was painful to see. He was like a puppy looking adoringly at his master. His eyes would swivel in his head and his gaze would follow her around the room. But she's clever, and she wanted to be constantly reinforcing her control over him by agreeing with him, indicating how clever he was, how wonderful, laying on the adulation with a trowel. So again, I say, interesting. Now let's think about where they're at today, because that doesn't seem to be the case. We don't see the control claw unless they're in the news for being, shitty about something, because that seems to be happening more and more lately, and then they go to something like Invictus and they lay it on thick, and then they pretend to do that all over again. I don't know. I just find it funny to think about how far they have continued to fall, and we don't see this quite as much anymore. We heard the stories that they're sleeping in separate places, and nothing of the sort would shock me at this point. So then Lady C goes into how Meghan likes to take this stance of us against the world mentality where men are concerned. So she points to her history. Think about the wedding photographs she published after both of her weddings. So it's Meghan and her husband of the moment. That's a quote from Lady C, and I think that's funny because I also think about a lot of people call her, Harry's first wife. All right. So the husband of the moment and Meghan, they turn their backs to the camera, staring unseeingly out at the world. It's a classical us versus the world pose. Just goes in to reinforce, like, that he needs to protect her a little bit, right? I don't know. I feel like she's just always playing the victim, and it's like us versus the evil in the world. But again, I wonder how things have turned out now. It continues on to talk about how Meghan never forgives. She never forgets a slight, whether it's real or imagined, and then this is straight from Lady C, because people don't love it sometimes when Lady C talks about Diana, but let me just read this part to you so you get the full picture. So she never forgives, she never forgets a slight, real or imagined, which was also classic Diana. Like the mother-in-law she never knew, when she decided to charm, she would charm. When she decided to discard, she would drop someone as if he or she were a pariah. So that's something Lady C talks about. That was something that Diana did to Harry when he was a child, instill this nervousness to always make sure she was happy with his actions, and that she feels like that's exactly what Meghan is up to. I just thought that was interesting, and it's I find that fascinating, and it goes more to the mommy issues. I'll give you some of the juice that she's added on to this chapter. Again, I'm still in chapter 5. I'm on page 174 if you're reading along with me. She goes on to add this part right here, which is talking about the many inaccuracies, the many misremembrances, and fanciful claims which Harry made, to quote Lady C, in what he called his memoir, show plainly that his account can never be relied upon. Such glaring realities as Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, dying over Easter weekend in 2002 while Harry was on skiing holiday in the cloisters with his father and brother, give the lie to his account of him being at school at Eton. The graphic details in which he embellished his recollections, such as the sun streaming through his window as Accordia imparted the news of his great-grandmother's death, might have only been too vivid to him, but since they did not actually occur, they were more revealing about the danger of accepting his version of any event than they were to corroborate his accounts. I'm glad she's gone back and added stuff like this in. I think it's important to hold him accountable and to remind everyone what a pile of garbage Bear was, because that's what it was. I read it, unfortunately. I recapped it completely, and that's a lot of us found so many inaccuracies from details like that I'm calling into question most of that book. I pick a chapter and you could probably find something wrong with it. So I'm glad that Lady C is also including his general awfulness as well. So then it continues on and it brings back up what they're calling the Markle debacle. And this is something interesting that Lady C added on to this point. Let me just read you this. Chapter 5, I'm on page... Sorry, I'm stalling because it's not popping up. Let's see. 177. Okay. To the embarrassment of the palace and the astonishment of the public, the Markle debacle, as it was soon called, was underway. Now, what she's talking about is the Thomas Sr. and the paparazzi set up by Jeff Rayner, the paparazzi Jeff Rayner, who had worked with Meghan previously and would continue to do so at the time of this writing in 2024. Rayner had also gotten in touch with Samantha and suggested that they stage photographs. I'm not going to rehash all this because I've been through this in the original book, but I love that she updated this and is pointing us to use our brains and say, interesting that this paparazzo involved, Jeff Rayner, is someone who Lady C is alleging Meghan has previously worked with and has continued to do so up until this time. So it sounds an awful lot like she's alleging that Meghan set this whole thing up to be a victim, to be there on her own, to walk herself down the aisle. I would say probably all the above. It's funny. It is not the situation. I feel so bad for Thomas Markle Sr., but she invented this situation, in my opinion, to make herself more victim-y, to make a realistic excuse why he can't be there, but she just makes herself look again, like less and less credible, because if she's continuing to work with this guy, then why is she okay with having a relationship with him and not her father? No way to explain that away, huh? Then we cross into chapter 6 and we go into the wedding. I'm excited to dive into this part. So Lady C reminds us of the general. People were cheering them on. She points to how that singer Pharrell had talked about their union and love is amazing, love is beautiful, and how much their union meant in today's climate and how much they're cheering them on. And then goes into how Harry and Meghan's response was indicative of their attitudes. So he nodded graciously, ostensibly in tune with the sentiments. She said, "Oh, thank you," and then decided to reveal how entirely she personalizes everything and flips everything into victimhood. So Lady C points out she moans that her critics don't make it easy. She completely missed the point entirely, which is that she now had a sacred duty to live up to her role as a beacon of hope. Instead, she's being childish, self-indulgent, and unreasonable. So glad Lady C is delving back into this, because this is what we've all been saying. We were all rooting for them, to quote Tyra Banks, at the beginning. We were all, I think a lot of us were hopeful. Yeah, there were some red flags with the engagement interview, but we're all generally excited for their union. And then stuff like this, and you're like, this was your opportunity to silence critics, to be good people, but you can't do it, right? You can't do it. They just have to be victims. They have to moan. They have to, and ironically, she's complaining about people not making it easy when they had the easiest of everything, and then they're the ones that ended up, I don't know, blowing it all to hell and making it about themselves. And it was around that time when she was joining the family and getting to know the ways. You know, we've read all the stories about that. I get stuck on that, how Her Majesty the late Queen had offered her help, and she's like, "I've got Harry." Jeez, how'd that work out for you? But almost as if, I don't know, they weren't interested, or she wasn't interested in being part of the royal family. Almost a way to get attention and get out. Interesting, right? But according to Lady C, she spelled out that she was here to rescue them, talking about the courtiers, from their pathetic way of doing things, according to this courtier that Lady C had talked to. They go on to describe her as, quote, "so breathtakingly sure of being in the right at all times that she's beyond arrogant. I've never seen anyone in my life so completely and entirely lacking in self-doubt. She's upfront about it all, and she's beyond shameless. She walks into a room, takes over, tells everyone how she wants things to be, sashays out expecting everyone to fulfill her demands. She's beyond dominance, beyond being a dominatrix. She fancies herself a force of nature, and a perfect one at that." Oh, isn't that everything that we've seen of both of them? That's what I think too. I mean, yeah, I guess especially her, but both of them, I think, would fall into this category. And I would say it continues on. I think it plays into this grifters thing. When things don't go perfectly for them, they quit. Look at the podcast. You know, when people speak out, they try to silence them. I'm stuck on this because it's happening in real time. If they don't agree, they're the first ones to speak out about every perceived grievance ever, but they sure as shit try to shut everybody else down. So it's just interesting that however many years later, what they left 4 years ago, we're still dealing with this crap. Still, today, as I record this, people are being shut down and mass reported because Harry and Meghan don't like what they have to say. But again, they're the first to speak out about everyone else. Just unbelievable hypocrisy. So she continues on. With hindsight, it's obvious that Meghan had an agenda where her wedding was concerned. She wanted it to be the most beautiful and glamorous occasion. It must be the perfect setting for her introduction to the world at large. Again, this plays up with my theory, all of our theory, that my opinion that it was, I'm going to make a big splash at this wedding. I'm going to introduce myself to the powers that be, you know, in her head, the people, based on the people she invited. I'm going to get out of this royal family. I'm moving to California. Peace out, you know. But this was her grand introduction to the world at large. It would establish her as a, quote, beautiful, desirable, classy woman of style and taste. Again, hilarious because of, I would not use any of those words to describe her. And it's not even that I can't stand her. It's just, think about her actions at every turn, from the way she dresses to the way she behaves, the way everything, and him too, the way they act through everything, their behavior, their incessant moaning, their victimhood, their lies, all of it. No, it's just the opposite of everything she was pushing for, everything she was pretending to be. We can see that it's all superficial and none of it is real. And a superficial style, I think, is the best way to describe that. She wanted none of her oldest friends raining on her parade. Again, it's a wedding. Don't you typically think of your closest family and friends? Nope, she didn't want any of that. She was flying high, didn't want too many links with the past that she had left behind. Which time? She seems to do that over and over again. Then she had been an ordinary girl on the make. Now she had made it. She was now an extraordinary woman, and one moreover who conveyed the message that she was full, complete, and perfect as it was possible to be. My favorite saying applies here. Does it hurt your back to kiss your own ass like that? Because that's where we're at with these two. My God. I am excited to get into this part of the book. This is the juicy stuff I've been waiting for. It's been juicy all along, but it's getting extra juicy. I'm here for it. Love Lady C. You can hear the glee in my voice as I talk about this. So today we are covering, let's see here, chapter 6 and chapter 7. So timeline, I'm going to be talking about from the time that they they were about to get married. It's about, I think I left off about mid-engagement or around that time. So it's about the time they're getting married up until they announced what was happening at Eugenie's wedding. So get ready for that. I'm excited. Thank you so much for being here. Honk, honk, everyone. I appreciate you all so much. You've left me such good feedback on the recapping of this book, and I want you to know how much it truly means to me. And a big thank you for reading this along with me. All right, let's jump into this. Eek. All right, so we're right before the wedding. And remember, she didn't want any of her old friends raining on her parade. So she didn't invite anybody except for her mom and then a whole bunch of celebrities. Oh, she also invited, I forgot about this, as many people as she could from philanthropy world. So that way, according to Lady C, she could just look more influential, more like she's done more things, right? More good things. And again, I say, where have we seen this? Oh yeah, every time they buy an award, they do crap like this. Look how good we are. But then when it comes time to actually following through and, I don't know, doing something, see Africa Parks for details, nothing, crickets, won't help, not a word, nothing. So Lady C goes into how her wedding was an opportunity to cultivate people she'd barely met. Talking about, of course, Meghan, and people that would be useful to her in the future. And people she's naming off here are people like Oprah, people like George and Amal Clooney, different people like that. Okay. I'm just stuck on this. I really am. Just how embarrassed. It's so embarrassing. And something that Lady C reminds us of is throughout this, she goes into, I guess, apparently, I never really read the TIG. I've gone back and looked at it since, but obviously at the time I didn't. Apparently she used the word classy quite a bit. And as Lady C points out, if you have to explain that you're classy, you're probably not classy. So I love Lady C so much. I will put a disclaimer here. Again, the new stuff is mixed in with the original book. So I'm trying to pick out the new stuff because I know that's what you're here for. But I'm telling you, I love this part of the book so much. Forgive me if I take a little liberty and revisit some of these moments because it's so good. They are such a-holes, and I just can't wait to talk about it with you. Okay. But in this section, Lady C added a new part since the original part. So here we go. Let's talk about that. So around this time, she's talking about Meghan and how ambitious, I think that's a nice way of putting that, financially driven she is. And Lady C says a royal cousin talked to her about this and says, once Harry announced that they were retiring from royal life to make their fortune financially, it became clear that a senior royal having one of the most eminent positions on earth was not sufficient for her. Just let that sink in. I think that's so funny. I really thought she would marry and instantly have billions of dollars. I don't know what haha, jokes on her. She ended up stuck with doofus and not much money. So not everyone thinks that her ambitions are limited to lining her pockets to the full extent of her capacity. I've heard that she intends down the line, ready? We've been through this before, to run for president. So this is, again, according to Lady C, quoting one of Harry's old friends who allegedly told her in about 2020 that she's supposed to be, again, according to Lady C, she's using Harry to improve her chances for running for president. Now, again, this was told to Lady C in 2020. I gotta think in 2024, she's got to realize that's just never, ever going to happen. Now, at the time of this recording, I'm recording this, it doesn't matter, one evening, and it's just been announced that, I don't know if it's official, but they're saying that those two have inserted themselves in our elections here to make sure that there's not misinformation or some other buzzwords that they're using spread around. And I'm like, what are we talking about? They are the my God, I almost gave him titles. The king and queen. They're the king and queen of misinformation. They finally get some titles. Those I can agree with. No, but seriously, they are the worst about, out of their own mouths, they contradict themselves constantly. So how are they going to keep anything straight? These two do not need to go anywhere near talking about America's anything. And I don't get political here, but our politics are so bad. Doesn't matter which side you're on. I just think everything's so screwed up right now. These two wading in could not possibly help anything ever, but especially not now. Like, get the hell away. What do you have to offer anything, or anyone, should I say, both of them? But again, it's funny that we hear this, that she's thinking of running for president, because remember, not terribly long ago, that rumor was going around, something like that. But again, I know she thinks she's the greatest and hung the moon, but do you think she realizes, I don't fully understand narcissists, but do you think she realizes how disliked she is? Like when she sees those quote unquote popularity polls, do you ever think it sinks in like, oh shit, I probably can't run for president? Or you think she just thinks everything I do is wonderful, I can be president, I'm the greatest, probably something like that. And Lady C continues and says, let's see if she achieves her objective. Talking about being president. One thing's for sure, she never had any respect for the institution she married into. And that's exactly it. If their goal was actually to do good, they really had every opportunity to do good. And you can't have a bigger spotlight than the one that they had, but they can't not be a-holes. So here we are. They ruin everything. Everything they touch turns to you know what. So here we are. There's no way. There's no way on politics. And again, I don't go into politics. I'll just say I don't like anybody in politics. I'm just not a fan. So yeah, maybe they do belong then, because I can't stand them either. I don't know. I just, why in the world would she think that she had any kind of shot when her approval rating is so in the trash and she can't even get her shit together to put together a website? So how she thinks she's going to be president? So in the run up to the wedding, she again had this mindset where she decided, you know what, I'm just going to buck all royal tradition. And according to Lady C, completely had the full backing of Harry, because he's an idiot. He can't think his way out of a wet paper bag. But she was training him. Again, they go into this like he was a puppy following her around. We saw that. I think he still kind of does that. But then again, he also looks disgusted by her a lot of times. So it's hard to tell. He oscillates between puppy and disgusted. But apparently, again, Lady C mentions this a couple times. That little fuck actually did walk around saying what Meghan wants, Meghan gets. Remember, he said, I didn't say that. But again, I don't believe anything he says ever. There were incidents such as Meghan reducing Catherine, Princess of Wales, to tears over Charlotte's dress. And again, I fully believe that's exactly what happened. I've been over and over this. Like, she's just awful. She's always been, I think she just has this inferiority complex when it comes to Catherine, because, hello, Catherine's wonderful. But I'm saying she feels it. So she tries to take Catherine down, and we've seen it over and over and targeting her for years. So it sounds like, she goes into an incident. She didn't really explain it, but Meghan virtually calling a member of staff a liar. And the woman was patently telling the truth, which resulted in Meghan being informed that one does not speak to staff like that by Her Majesty the late Queen. There was the kerfuffle over the mustiness of St. George's Chapel, which resulted in Meghan being blocked from spraying scent all over the ancient chapel. And then to quote Lady C, I love this so much. I don't know if this was an add-on. I don't care. It's wonderful. She says, so that it would smell like the ladies' room at the Soho house. Come on. She knows what she's doing. She so did that on purpose. I love Lady C. So then Lady C says that Meghan... So Harry's mantra is what Meghan wants, Meghan gets. Well, Meghan's was, it's our wedding. We want it done our way. And Harry had no idea that the R was actually meant to be a my. It's my wedding. I want it done my way. And he just went around again, according to Lady C, saying what Meghan wants, Meghan gets. I remember hearing the one time, I may have read this before, again, it's been a while, and forgot that apparently he said this multiple times. It just makes him such a douche. So then the palace is having to get involved, saying, Meghan, don't you think you should invite some of your family? Her priority was celebrities. Lady C, she adds on this part to explain that her duplicity would be exposed during that Netflix, whatever, faux documentary, and as we talked about in another episode, we talked about Ashley and how Meghan told her that the palace had refused to allow her to invite Ashley and blamed it on the relationship with Samantha. Of course, Ashley is Samantha's daughter. So this is something that the palace has denied. And Lady C says she knows that what Meghan's saying is not true. And that when Lady C was writing the original version of this book, it was 2019, that she was told by several sources, said that what Meghan was saying makes no sense because, again, the palace had expressed concerns about this. Courtiers had expressed concerns. The Queen herself had expressed concerns, and they even bring up Prince Philip brought it up, that family's so important and that Meghan could be exposing her family to such humiliation. Well, this person said he wasn't sure whether she simply was ignorant about it or didn't care, but thought it just wasn't to her credit and was an error of judgment, but she was just refusing to have her family there. She goes on to explain that just Meghan remained indifferent about it. She didn't care about the embarrassment of her actions and how it might affect the family because, again, that's Meghan. She doesn't care. Call your dad, Meghan. I know you're watching this. Call your dad. I really do feel for Thomas Sr. When I read this stuff again about her wedding and her mom being there and stuff and the things that I know about Doria now and then knowing that Thomas wasn't able to be there and he really wanted to be, it just breaks my heart for him. Anyway, I digress. So they go in to explain that Meghan actually called her Suits family, and I'm laughing thinking about how they've pretty much disowned her now, except for that loudmouth guy that speaks up to kiss her ass every 5 minutes. But even he has kind of backed off, in my opinion. What's his, Patrick J. Adams or whatever? Even he seems to have backed off. But I really like the lady that said, we don't have her number. I like her. Anyway, let's see here. So she brings up the people that were important to Meghan that she called family were her Suits family, which, again, funny because didn't they say in another book we found out she didn't even fully invite them. She invited them to the wedding, but I believe they weren't allowed to go to the reception, something like that. It was so pretentious and such, again, just an asshole move, if you ask me. Jessica Mulroney was there, can't stand her. Marcus Anderson, can't stand him. Oprah can't stand her. Like, you want to keep going? Gayle King, can't stand her. To everyone at the palace, her management of the invitation list seemed just completely inappropriate. And again, she's saying, hold my beer. I've got a lot more inappropriate things coming up. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Royal and aristocratic weddings are just They're not occasions for the bride and groom to ratify their humanitarian credentials before the eyes of the world. So this is what I was talking about, where she invited all these people to make them look like humanitarians, but their actual family, she couldn't bother to invite. That's awful. But look at her now. Look at them both. They're out there lecturing people on everything, on parenting, and they can't be bothered to do a thing with those kids. It's so bizarre. Okay. So then I'm going ahead because there's not really any new stuff for a few pages, but let's keep going. So she goes into one of my favorite parts. Again, this was in the original, but I don't care. It bears talking about again. 3 days after the wedding, Harry and Meghan attended the infamous garden party at Buckingham Palace. It was celebrating Prince Charles's 70th birthday. Holy crap. All right. There were tons of representatives for his many charities and his associates. Meghan, oh goodness, Lady C goes into that Meghan looked beautiful that day and chic and Harry, and she stepped out onto the lawn, right? Then they said that she charmed everyone. But then 15 minutes into the event, she turned to Harry and said, "Harry, this is really boring. Let's leave." So to his credit, Harry informed her that they'd have to stay. But Harry, this is so boring. We've done our bit. Everyone knows we're here. Let's go. Harry put his foot down, informing her yet again that they would have to stay, and they moved on. Oh my God. Can you imagine? What a nightmare. Everything has to be about her. We are just days after the wedding. Even if you feel this way, I mean, you teach your freaking 3-year-old not to say things like this if they're in an event, you know what I mean? Or whatever, 6-year-old, not to say things like this. Like, you cannot say you're bored. People did nice things for you. You be nice, whatever. People just did nice things for her, and she cannot be nice. Awful person. Okay, then we get into chapter 7. Now, you'll appreciate this part, and I am on page 196 if you're reading along with me, because you're going to want to see this. Royal women usually wear colored garments so that they'll stand out in a crowd. It's deemed polite that you make yourself visible to those who have taken the trouble to come and see you. It is one of the many minor unspoken protocols based upon consideration under which all royals function. It's a form of respect to the public, and disregarding the protocol disrespects both the public and the sentiment behind the custom. Well, you can imagine where I'm going with this. And again, she goes so good into all the times Meghan just completely wore the most disrespectful things, from color to the evening dress during the day, the off the shoulders, things like that. And Lady C points out she was often found in colors of mourning, such as black being her favorite, but also gray and white featuring as variables. Then she's, oh my God, my southern accent just came at variables. We try to get variables sometimes that happens, with beige thrown in for good measure when she required a change of pace. So I'm rethinking everything now. So was this a color message to us? Black with the royal family, because I was in mourning. They were so mean to me and oppressive by welcoming me and throwing me a multi-million-dollar wedding and paying for everything and taking care of all of everything. They're so mean to me. I need to wear black. But then when she wanted to vary things up, she'd wear beige. But again, what did she say again? Like, I couldn't wear the same color as a working senior member of the royal family. Working, I think, actually made more sense there because she was not a working member, but literally not a working member. But yeah, so she's talking about how she liked to go to black and beige. And again, she's just dropped the black and just gone beige. She goes into how her outfits were often, again, disrespectful. It didn't go with the protocol. And again, my opinion is to show, oh, look how sad I was. I had to wear beige, even though that's all she wears now, or black, you know what I mean? But also, I think it was her way of playing, look at me, but in verse. The royal women do it to have people be able to see them because, again, it's a respectful gesture. It's what they do. Like, they're here to see you. They know that. Let's make it easier for them. Meghan wants people to focus on her. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's why she did the beige and the black and stuff. It's like a reverse look at me, or I don't know. Let's make everything about myself. Okay, so after the wedding, Harry was losing respect all over the place. I think that has continued on. So what a pity. He had gone from being a trying teenager to a respected young man, and then super popular with everyone. And then there's Meghan. So by the early days of Meghan and Harry's marriage, his posture had changed. He and his, I love this so much. Lady C calls it, he and his latest other half, just like I've heard people call her Harry's first wife, he and his latest other half were no longer just another couple amongst friends. There was an aura of specialness that they emanated from themselves jointly. So they thought themselves more evolved, more woke. They were no longer, this is, again, this part I'm reading straight from the book, so don't get mad at me. People hate that word woke. I don't care. They were no longer ordinary human beings, but extraordinary people whose awareness of their destiny to change and save the world separated them from mere mortals. And again, I laugh thinking about how much they have sunk since, this original part came out. All right. So then remember, she had this us against the world attitude, and that's what began to predominate after they were married. She started putting distance between Harry and some of his oldest and closest friends. I actually think that was happening even before the wedding. I've heard the stories where she met the friends and was such a bitch, allegedly, didn't like them making jokes in front of her and stuff like that. I don't know. Even if some version of that is true, even if we're playing a telephone game, that's a little true. I'm just like, really? The first time you meet somebody? Is that her thing? I'm thinking about the first time she met the whales. And it sounds like she was awful and throwing everybody off and trying to hug strangers, and then calling them out for not wanting to be hugged by a stranger. It just seems like she lays it on thick the first time with everybody, and the only one that was dumb enough to fall for it was Harry. So it sounds like after the wedding, she just couldn't even be bothered to pretend to be friendly anymore. She didn't make any attempt to fit in the way she had done previously. Sounds like it had a dampening effect on Harry. And I don't like to blame her because I think he's just as guilty, if not more sometimes. It's his family. But truly, they are dreadful people and they make each other worse. But they deserve each other, right? Enjoy the hell of your own making. But I just get stuck on that. Couldn't even be bothered. Just days after the wedding, it sounds like, probably even before that. But they go in to explain this interaction at a wedding she went to. And I wonder if it was the one where she wore that horrible dress, that blue, was it Oscar de la Renta dress? That was like 5,000 pounds or something and so messy. It had the toilet paper fascinator, that one. But I think that was before they were married. This is after they were married. Apparently, or allegedly, Meghan was there at this wedding and waiting for Harry. He was doing, I don't know, best man duties or something. And this woman went up to Meghan, introduced herself, and said how beautiful she thought Meghan was. She said she knew it was Meghan's birthday and wished her a happy birthday. Meghan looked at her as if she had committed a great faux pas by speaking to her. Can you imagine? And without saying a word, just walked off. And according to this woman, it was so cold, and there was somebody else that had witnessed the exchange and backed it up and verified it and talked about how completely rude it was. What a bitch. You can't even say thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Nothing. Just be a person or be humble or gracious. Nothing. They can't do it. Oh, she goes into how they would huddle together, putting up an invisible barrier between themselves and the little people, everybody else, right? The peons. And as if they were only couple who had ever been in love, and that everyone present was of such insignificance they had no time for them, rather than partake of the occasion by, talking to people, trying to fit in. No, they couldn't be bothered. Completely absorbed in each other, whispering in each other's ears. If they were the only two people that existed. Lady C goes into why whispering is bad manners. Amen. It excludes others, and Harry and Meghan seem to have no awareness. So that's Lady C's opinion. My opinion is he never has any awareness, but I know she knows what she was doing. I think it's like she watched a movie or something that rich people act like a-holes. So she's like, okay, I'm that now, or fancy people or something. I'm that now. And even in a different part of the book, Lady C explains the truly top of the top, whatever, ultra wealthy, they're actually usually pretty nice, like to regular people. It's the people that aren't as wealthy that are a-holes because they're pretending to be. So I'm like, All right. And then we're about to get to Eugenie's wedding. So I'm going to do that in the next one. But let me tell you about this part. I just want to remind you all, this may have been in the original book. I don't care. Let's think about this. Allegedly, they were telling people that everyone, with the exception of the queen, was jealous of them. This came screaming back to me because that seems to be a common theme. A lot of these authors I've read have said the same, that they told people that everyone, again, minus the queen, were jealous of them. And Lady C goes on to explain, well, everyone actually means William and Catherine. Wrap your head around that, the future king and queen. They think that William and Catherine are jealous of them. It's not that I'm shocked by this because I have heard this before. It's just a shocking thing for anybody to believe, especially these two. Difference is William and Catherine actually have power. They actually have a loving relationship. They don't have to do parlor tricks to try to convince everybody of this. They're actually good people who do, that's a lot actually, but who do good things and don't have to tell us all the time that they're wonderful, because we can see that they're wonderful. It's, oh my God, I just can't with these two. I can't. So we're going to leave this here. Guys, I'm loving this. I really am. I'm loving going back over this book. I'm loving Lady C, all of it. She's fabulous. Persecutors or victims, Lady C's book. And of course, this is the new updated edition, and I'm loving it. And I'm so excited to get into this part with you. This is the juicy stuff you've been looking for. Hint, hint, it goes into some weird movements of one baby bump in this part. So I can't wait to talk about it with you. Again, just enjoying this book so much. I hope you are too. Let's get into this. If you're reading along with me, this will be covering chapter 7 and going in to chapter 8. Again, most of it having to do with weird behaviors and weird bumps. Guys, thanks so much for being here. I'm Jen. Honk honk, everyone. Now, I'm going to start this one a little different because I'm going to jump ahead. Can I just read you one of my favorite parts of this section? You ready? All right, grab your tea. Here we go. Lady C says, I just have to read you this part. I love Lady C. Lady C, when talking about Meghan and how Mr. and Mrs. Joe Public thought of Meghan. If you want to find this portion, it's on page 216, chapter 7. Okay, ready for this? As far as they were concerned, she was a hypocrite, a sanctimonious, pretentious, affected fraud, a liar, a hard-hearted, self-seeking bitch who had treated her father in a manner they wouldn't treat a rabid dog. Boom! Oh my God, I want to buy Lady C a drink. I don't know. That's amazing. I want to buy her a headband. That is awesome. So well said. And I know it's weird to start the video with this, but I just have to set the tone because Lady C really lays into, this is where we get into the heart of the worst behavior from both of them. Again, not just piling on Meghan, it's Harry too. How they acted so awful toward the staff. It just brings it all back up for me. The bullying allegations and the tea throwing, the reducing staff to tears, the treatment of the royal family, all of it. They go into, she really gets deep in this part. So, I'm excited. Now let's get back into it. Right. So we've left off, they were acting like asses at Eugenie's wedding. And my question is, why, oh why, does Eugenie still seem to support them, from what I could tell? I don't understand that because they really tried to steal the show at her wedding. And according to Lady C, it sounds like Nobody was having it, including Fergie, who was especially mad that her daughter's day was being overshadowed by these two numbskulls. So Lady C postulates this has to do with tiara. We've heard so much about the tiara, that emerald tiara that Meghan wanted, but that was promised to Eugenie for her wedding. And anyway, it continues on how they were so wrapped up in themselves, they couldn't think beyond their own selfish concerns. Where have we heard that before? Oh yeah, everything they do. Okay, continuing on with the new parts. Lady C goes into how excited everyone was, from the press to the family itself, about the incoming arrival, right? The birth of the upcoming birth. It's worth remembering that when considering Harry and Meghan's claims to Oprah, in the March 2021 interview, Lady C explains that they were so inconsistent. And I've talked about this before too. Even during that conversation, Harry claimed that there was one conversation before his wedding about the possible skin color of any progeny they might have, while Meghan asserted that there was several conversations and it took place with Harry while she was pregnant with Archie. Now, we've been through this. I've heard a version of it was when, I think it was about the time he was telling the family he wants to propose to her, about the time they were about to get engaged, something like that. They said, oh, how wonderful. I wonder what your babies will look like. Well, of course, those two have to twist everything and make it convenient to their own narrative. But I love that Lady C goes on to point out that it's absolutely normal, as even Chris Rock pointed out, for mixed race families to speculate on what a child's complexion might be. Can I just say, I've said it before, I think it's normal in any family. Is the baby going to have your eyes or my eyes, or your hair or my hair? My husband's family is Italian on his mom's side. So there was speculation about if our baby would be tan, which, by the way, pale plus pale does not equal tan, but I just think it's a normal conversation that anybody would have, and it's ridiculous to try to say otherwise. But Lady C is pointing out again how ridiculous they were being about all of it and how they twisted everything. Because if you look at the press at the time, they couldn't have been more thrilled for Harry and Meghan, and now they've gone back and repainted themselves as victims. Meanwhile, Lady C goes into behind the scenes, things were getting more and more tense, that Meghan would refuse to do more than the absolute bare minimum on anything, and even when she did, she would complain about that. Again, I find this so funny now, talking about the lazy effing grifters that they've earn themselves, and it's apparent in everything they do. It's the bare minimum while buying the most press and then complaining about the press. Then it goes into how Meghan's high opinion of herself led her to the delusional conclusion that anyone who opposed, criticized, or disagreed with her was, say it together, jealous. This is something that that we were talking about. Harry had basically said in the last part of the book. It's this continuing theme that they both spewed, that everyone was jealous of her. That was the firm belief of the delusional duo, that William and Catherine were jealous of them. This sentiment was echoed in Harry's book Spare. According to the Sussex line of reasoning, William and Catherine were trying to, quote, do them in and keep them down, even before they had boarded the plane. They're talking about when they went to Australia. My goodness. Again, I talked about in the last one, but it's just the most ridiculous claim I think there's so many to choose from, but this has to be one of the top ones, that William and Catherine are jealous of them. Again, look how this has played out since. William and Catherine never speak of Harry and Meghan. Harry and Meghan can't shut the fuck up about them. They even involve the whale's children. So I'm sorry, who's jealous of who now? And we go back through the Australia trip. I've been through it, so I'm just going to give you some of the highlights here, or lowlights. Remember that she insisted upon her friend Jessica Moroney, can't stand her either. I've said it on record, I might be wrong. I had a little bit of intel sent to me that they're not actually on the outs. They just kind of have to keep it on the down low. That they both, that I guess they, something about Jessica allegedly uses this for the attention in the press and also taking a page out of Meghan's book plays victim. I don't care. If they were involved in bullying little Princess Charlotte, then F the both of them. I have no use for either of them. I don't care. According to this, Meghan absolutely insisted that Jessica be there as a stylist. But what it was she wanted give her an all expense paid trip so she could have a friend there. They could treat it like a lark, but also a massive inconvenience, something to complain about. So according to Lady C, she seemed intent on doing the barest minimum, made herself unpopular with people behind the scenes who came into contact with her, was abrasive, where have we heard that? Oh yeah, everywhere, uncooperative, and downright churlish. Then caused massive offense when she declared, "I can't believe I'm not getting paid to do this." Someone who accompanied them had said that. And I've seen some people say that it was maybe even taped or on video or something. I don't know. Heard the same thing, read it in the other books. It's my opinion that absolutely is the case. What an awful spoiled brat. Her whole life was being paid for. Everything. Her accommodations, her wardrobe, everything. She barely had to do anything except for meet a few people and couldn't even be bothered to do that and was complaining the whole time, it sounds like. What a nightmare. Yeah, so Lady C fills it in and says, yeah, all her living expenses were being covered by the state. She had her friends along for the ride. Her objection was that she wasn't having her palm greased with hard cash. And Lady C points out she's so tacky and vulgar, and it exposed her as being greedy. And one of the insights that Lady C gives here is that, Meghan and Harry have gone to rewrite history and say the press had it in for them. But she explains, no, it was quite the opposite. They could tell that they were being awful. Allegedly, Harry was being awful toward the press. That's something that Valentine Lowe went into in his book. They were being horrible to the press and forgetting that they were invited guests along for this tour. Anyway, but the press were actually doing them a big fat favor and not reporting on how awful they were being. Then you ready for something even more sickening? Okay, here you go. By Harry's own admission in statements that he would later make publicly, he believed that Meghan, quote, was better in the royal role than those who had been born into it. So again, those idiots are believing that they're the most popular and that the family is jealous. All right, let's get into the part you've been waiting for. Chapter 7, I'm on page 215. She's continuing to talk about the awful visit to Fiji. I've been over that in a separate video as well. You can definitely check that out if you want to know all the shenanigans she pulled. Okay, but here's the noteworthy additional part that I want to talk about. It's at this point that Meghan's unique physical attributes became worthy of being remarked upon. Extraordinarily, she began to show, as even Harry would later confirm, despite being only 2 months pregnant. Plainly, Meghan was a most unusual woman, though quite how unusual was still not as apparent as it would become over the succeeding months. Whether this show of pregnancy was deliberate or accidental ploy to soften up the target audience and gain the admiration of the public the way she had gained Harry's, or she was simply exploiting the news of her pregnancy because she's the sort of person who is exploitative enough to mine each seam to the full extent of its capacity. And that's why I love Lady C. So, already noticing some belly area inconsistencies. Weird, right? Also during this time, Lady C reports on an incident I think I talked about before, but I honestly forgot about. I get focused on the tea throwing incident because that's crazy. And now there's another incident Lady C brings up around this time as well that was reported back to her. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm stalling. It's page 219 if you're reading along. What it is that Meghan is alleged to have hurled onto the floor a dress that had not been ironed to her exacting standards, with her allegedly saying, "You call this pressed? This hasn't been pressed. I want this pressed properly now." Can you imagine her speaking like that to anybody? And I mean, that's the worst part of it. You can't speak to people like that. You cannot act like that. I don't care who you are. You cannot. Okay. But you have to see the humor, as I do, that of all things to yell at people about, sounds like she was yelling at people about all things, but of all things, wrinkles? Really? Wrinkle? Have we seen any of Meghan's outfits? She must be throwing shit on the floor all the time because nothing is ever pressed right or tailored or hemmed or fixed or fitting well or anything like that. So must be that all of her clothes are thrown on the floor. That is the only explanation for the way she wears things. Also, during this part, we get into the breakdown of the brothers. And Lady C does add on that the idiot Harry, basically by writing his book Spare, he proves that it's not the press violating privacy. It's he and Meghan. Again, we already knew this, but it's interesting that she addresses that. I do want to draw your attention to page 221 because this is another favorite passage of mine in this section. When speaking about Meghan, Lady C says that girl demands nothing less than total adoration. And if she doesn't get it, you're iced, according to a royal cousin. Also, Lady C says that Meghan Markle is her own creation, as confirmed in her 2 blogs. As she put it, you can be anything you want to be. All you need to do is become it. Of course, there's a gap between the reality of what Meghan was and the facade she was presenting to the world, which is exactly why she cannot maintain friendships and why, in my opinion, she cut off the family. Then we get into chapter 8. And again, first page, Lady C hits us with this, talking about how the public's view of Harry and Meghan were shifting and that they could see through her, especially, it sounds like. And while she still had admirers, an uncomfortably large percentage of the population, as well as the press, had decided, quote, she was nothing but a pretentious piffler with the depth of a teaspoon, a sincerity of a phony, and the trustworthiness of a fraudster let loose in a room full of cash. That's something I'm so glad Lady C has gone back and added in, is more explanation of how they can blame the press all they want. It was their own terrible behavior that was catching the eye of everyone, and they could see right through what Harry and Meghan were doing. All right, let's get more into this bump. So Lady C talks about that fashion award show. Remember the black dress? It was one-shouldered, and Meghan would not let go of her bump from underneath. Weird, right? She stepped out onto the stage to present an award. Now, we've learned from many books that this was allegedly not a planned occasion. She just decided she was going to make a grand entrance and hide it from Jason Knopf, if I'm remembering correctly. That was in another book. I think Revenge kind of spelled that out, that it was just like it was going to be a grand look at me moment, and she didn't want to tip anybody's hand. So she just basically didn't tell, but maybe like, I think 1 or 2 people, something like that. So she just showed up at this awards ceremony, made a very dramatic entrance. I remember the black nail polish she was wearing and that Givenchy dress. She would not let go of her belly, and Lady C takes the time to point out that it was very dramatic, and it was a dramatic way in which her pregnancy had progressed. In 5 short weeks, she had gone from, quote, almost as flat as a fried egg on a pavement, as to looking like she was 7 months pregnant. So something weird is going on, and she'll go more into that in a second. But Lady C is talking about what we've talked about, which is she wouldn't stop clutching her belly with both hands, and continued clutching it, and clutched it some more, and still some more. Her hands rooted to the bump like a lizard clinging to a tree, to quote Lady C. It was such an ostentatious display, undoubtedly called attention to her pregnancy, but her critics would allege it also called attention to other less desirable facts such as her accuracy, attention-seeking, attention-demanding, attention-creating conduct. And some of the beauty of Lady C in her writing are just lines like this. So when talking about this moment of, again, being attention-seeking on stage, Lady C says, again, when talking about clutching her belly, let's see, was she afraid that people would miss that she was pregnant if she didn't clutch her belly as if attached to her by a spring? Did she fear it would fly off her body if she didn't hang on to it? Then suddenly all these questions started to, flitter about. That it opened up so many questions, like how many months gone was she? The due date was being kept secret, and the insistence of the couple, in defiance of accepted royal practice, there was speculation that she might be approaching her 7th month, that the baby would arrive in March. So remember, okay, so they're thinking the baby's going to arrive in March, that she's probably 7 months along. That baby arrived in May, if you believe, I don't know what I believe, if you believe them, the baby arrived in May. So yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Doesn't seem to match up. And a few short weeks later, Lady C goes into, they had a very interesting visit to Birkenhead. You know the visit, the one in the purple and the red. Yeah, that one. To quote Lady C, Meghan cut an eye-catching figure in the purple dress and scarlet coat, her usual 4-inch stiletto heels, and a brown handbag. And you guys, on page 229, the part you've been waiting for, Lady C goes into, it's interesting that the bump apparently had had enough of, quote, lurking within Meghan's abdominal cavity, and a change of scene was called for. So it took a dive between her knees. She goes on to say that this apparent phenomenon happened in full view of photographers. They were able to capture Meghan exiting from the building en route to the waiting Range Rover. And what was formerly the prominent protuberance mysteriously displaced from the abdominal area and started hovering around her knees. Interesting, right? This extraordinary happening was featured by Getty Images. So there's no doubt that the photographs recorded something that actually happened. And since the photographs were not doctored or retouched in any way, their very existence invited questions. Then Lady C points out by the time they arrived at their next stop, it was a Birkenhead Citizens Cafe, the bump had plainly had enough of, quote, Meghan's nether regions, for it had returned to its expected place within the abdominal cavity. That's a magical bump. Okay, so following what Lady C is saying with this mysterious bump and the pictures taken, and then, people are starting to notice some weird stuff going on there. She actually says, let's see, they didn't have to wait long. A picture's worth 1,000 words, especially when anomalies are displayed to the extent that those Getty Images possessed. Okay. But then she goes on to explain, think about it. Their own actions for this period demonstrate with clarity how unsettled and troubled they were thereafter. That is interesting to put on that lens of if there was a sliding situation and people were noticing some inconsistencies, that they would struggle during this time, right? And so she points out that now it's because you can go back to that period of time and see how they're acting and see that it confirms that they were frantic with worry. Then January 16th happened, and that's the day where she wore this cream outfit, and people allege to have heard a pop. Lady C addresses this and says, yeah, it's interesting that being, quote, a practitioner of yoga, she was able to get down like that on the heels that she wore, and then points out, quote, a popping sound was heard and recorded on video footage of the event. This would encourage people on the internet to suppose that the baby bump had expelled heir when it unfurled along with Meghan. Okay. So here's where Lady C brings up such a good point. Think about this time. The press could have run with this stuff, but they didn't. They were being nice to the couple, and points out that at this time, it just didn't exist. The degree of negative press that the couple later claim was the catalyst for this crisis. So I'm using my own mind here and reading between the lines. It sounds to me, in my opinion, like Lady C is trying to say, interesting that this is the time when they claim to have a crisis. And she even goes into, remember Meghan's claims of, wanting to unalive herself still during this time. Could it be that was maybe to divert attention and steer the press a different way? While maybe I'm adding this part in. I'm thinking it's also to garner sympathy as well and to try to keep Harry's attention. Because nothing like bringing up Diana stuff, right? But I hadn't thought about it in those terms. By claiming that around that time, one could say she was maybe trying to put the focus back on herself, making herself seem more, victim-y, sad, things like that, dealing with serious subjects like that to try to divert attention in case someone were maybe thinking about claiming something like, is that bump real? That sort of thing. Another line of note is that night at the Royal Albert Hall where she claimed, what she claims, it was Harry, not the energized Meghan, who projected a degree of despondency. All right, I'm going to leave this here because next Lady C goes into the ludicrous claims that the palace allegedly wouldn't let Meghan get help after this situation, and Lady C has a pretty good argument for why they're full of shit. Reading along with me, we are smack dab into chapter 8, around page 234. All right, so as you recall, we left off with that fateful night at Royal Albert Hall. Remember? Where they tell fanciful stories on Oprah and how Meghan was allegedly attempting to unalive, right? All right, real talk. This is a sensitive subject, so I get it. I feel weird talking about it too. I'm just going to give you my opinions. I've stated it before. I don't buy it. I find it all too convenient that she's finding similarities with what Diana was going through. Diana famously talks about similar feelings when she was expecting Prince William, and we know the story about the stairs and stuff. So it's interesting to me that Meghan, who loves to have her name in the same sentence as Diana, would do something like that. I'll leave it there, but you know what I'm saying. I don't believe it. I believe that it was an attempt to draw attention to herself because that's her favorite thing to do. I believe that Harry believed it, and it's not that I'm pro Harry. I'm absolutely not. That guy sucks. But it is interesting. Look at the difference in their faces here. And yeah, I hear you. I play devil's advocate all the time. And I think, well, I myself suffer from anxiety. And I know what it's like to put on a shiny, happy face when you feel the opposite inside. But I'm sorry, she's just not that good of an actress. She's not. She is beaming in these photos. And Harry looks like he is struggling. So Lady C had put out in the last part of the book that I read about her theory is, interesting timing because people were starting to suspect. Again, I'm just focusing on the updated parts of this book. There's so much to the book. It's a wonderful book. Pick it up. I recommend it highly. But I'm trying to pick up on the newer parts because I've already recapped the original book. So the newer parts are going into behind the scenes. People were suspecting, things are weird with them. Could this be some sort of pillow under her dress? We don't know. Something made a pop noise. Weird, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. What's going on? So it's crazy. We have to dance around this, but we do. All right. So this could be a big look over here. You know what I mean? Like a attempt to get our attention elsewhere. I think that's an interesting theory that I really hadn't thought of. I tend to think it's more, look at me, her favorite game to play, right? But Lady C then goes into how it just doesn't make sense. Their claims on Oprah that the following day, Harry had gone, and you remember the story, spoken to somebody in HR. Well, again, Lady C rightly points out this just doesn't sit well with the realities of the way that the palace functions. So HR itself, it exists for the benefit of the employees, not the royal family. I thought that was such an interesting point. I didn't even think about it like that, but that's such an interesting point. But let's play devil's advocate and say, okay, it's there for everybody. I doubt it, but let's just pretend. Okay. She goes on to point out it just can't deal with matters concerning the family's health or well-being. That's not what it's there for. And Harry and Meghan should have known this. Harry was bragging about having his therapist on his speed dial. Something I'm shouting into the mic. I need to calm down. But something I've pointed out a million times, and I know you guys have too. Isn't Doria a mental health stuff as well? Isn't she? I don't care about her, but isn't she involved in that stuff? So you're telling me Harry couldn't help her. Her mother couldn't help her. Their only choice was to go to Palace HR, according to them. And they were afraid that they would embarrass the palace. It just doesn't add up at all. And let's pretend like all of that is true. At that point, don't you say F it and say, I don't care if you're embarrassed. My wife needs help. We're going to a doctor. You're not held prisoner. It doesn't make any sense. But Lady C is putting out this theory that I love, which is this is nothing but an attempt to lay a paper trail of showing how, look, they wouldn't help us. We tried everything. They were mean to us. We're victims, right? We've seen that over and over and over and over and over again. But the point that I love that Lady C makes is that, she was doing all this to try to discredit the family, but who did she discredit? She discredited herself and her idiot husband. I added that, not Lady C, but that's basically what she did, because they're putting out that they went to HR for medical help when she has access to the best doctors in the entire world. 2 days before, Harry had gone to a meeting about mental health with the Royal Foundation, of which he was a head of. He had his own therapist on speed dial. I talked about that. He confirmed it in Spare. But then, again, I know, I'm trying to make sense out of something that doesn't make any sense. Remember in Spare, he said that's the first one he called when William broke his necklace or threw him into a dog bowl, whatever he said. That book is, oh God, it made my brain go into mush. Anyway, he said he was the first one he called, but yet when his wife, according to them, was really struggling with serious issues, he doesn't think to call him. It just doesn't make any sense. Sounds like, again, I'm in agreement with Lady C that they were trying to build a case against the royal family and show negligence of some sort. Okay, this is where things get interesting. I never read Finding Freedom. Did you guys? I just couldn't. I made myself read that other Omid book, and my brain's turned to mush. I was banging my head against the keyboard. I'm surprised I could form sentences when reading Endgame. But anyway, she points out that in Finding Freedom, by Omid, of course, as well as Carolyn Durand, it was published in 2020. And apparently in that book, they put in a name for her obstetrician, which is interesting because remember, that was their whole thing. They wouldn't put any names of any doctors, which flies in the face of royal tradition because they always have physicians sign off and people that were there for the birth sign off. They're like, no, we want privacy. Nah. Except for we want to cling on to these titles too. I'm feeling very childish today. Anyway, so according to her in the book, they actually named her obstetrician. The Lady C says she's the second and now ex-wife of an earl whom Lady C has known for 50 years. She was told by a mutual friend that he was furious that his then wife's name had been mentioned. He was quoted as having said that they weren't even in the country at the time of the baby's birth. So then Lady C, and I have to point this out, says this is a matter of sensitivity. Because husbands of doctors, you have to be careful with HIPAA and all that. But he is allowed to say that they were doing a joint activity. Like, I think it was something like skiing or something. I think they said that they were doing. So by him putting that out there, he's allowed to put that out there. We were skiing, but I'm saying skiing. I can't remember what the activity was. Whatever they were doing, he basically had an alibi and was speaking out about it. And but of course, you know how Harry and Meghan are. You have to be the doctors are bound by confidentiality, and you can't say whether or not somebody is a patient without specific consent from the individual. So let me break this down, because I'm sure the laws are different everywhere. So you can claim anybody's your doctor, and the doctor can't say they're not a patient of mine because of confidentiality. This is according to Lady C. I really haven't given this topic some thought, but that is interesting if that's the case. Because then I think of all those celebrity articles that I read where it's like, hey, did so-and-so have a nose job? And then it'll be like, Dr. So-and-so, who does not treat the celebrity, seems to think so. So I don't, there must be loopholes. I don't care. I just find that very interesting that he was saying, no, we were elsewhere, but yet the doctor can't, she can't speak up. So just let that sink in, because I'm obsessed with this idea. This is a hypothetical. We don't know. There's no way to confirm it, but let's just pretend like this is the case and play the hypothetical game. So she potentially picked a random doctor, named her as her doctor in this book, or omitted, named her as a random doctor in this book, banking on the fact that the doctor would be held to a confidentiality or a HIPAA, whatever, agreement that the doctor can't confirm her as a patient. Isn't that wild? If that's the case, that adds a new level of psycho to this already batshit crazy situation. Oh, but don't you worry, the crazy is continuing. So according to Harry and Meghan's, well, to quote Lady C, later recollections, so after this, this foray into seeking help from the cold and mean palace, it wouldn't help her. I just don't believe it. Anyway, they, according to them, they demanded that the palace authorities and that his family, including Her Majesty the late Queen, help protect Meghan from the press. So this is where Lady C steps in and says, well, I'm told, Lady C is told that what it really was is to get the family to help stop the press. It's more about muzzling them so that way he could silence them. Maybe, this is where I'm guessing. She didn't specifically say this. This is my opinion. I'm wondering if it ties back to the baby bump, to get them to make sure they can't write about the baby bump, right? Lady C posits that it's more about, you can't write anything about Meghan unless it's positive stuff. Okay. In Spare, Harry says just enough to make it clear that he nobbled even his father, who called him darling boy, while telling him, you can't take on the press. You can't win against them. So again, I thought this was so interesting. Harry making them himself, everybody involved, well, the two of them, victims in all this against the big bad family that wouldn't protect him against the press. But even since away from the family, while still using the titles, we see this. They're still actively, they always try to suppress the First Amendment. They can't stand it if people speak about them. And it's just, I'll never stop talking about how crazy that is. And how wild that those two who speak up about everything want to silence anybody else from having an opinion or speaking up about them. Lady C goes on to explain Harry wasn't being truthful. Shocker. When are they ever, either of them? And didn't tell them, hey, it was about a possible bump speculation. It was more, he was spinning it as they felt they needed protection against, what? I don't know, stories about Meghan being difficult. Well, I don't know. Here's an idea. Don't be difficult. Don't be a dick to your employees or the people working with you that are there to help you. And, people probably won't talk about that as much. Just an idea. But here's the point that I want to underline in this part of the book that had me completely riveted. Okay. So Harry and Meghan have spun this as the press was evil and fixated on them and writing terrible stories. But Lady C is pointing out, no, think about it. The press were being unbelievably kind to them by not reporting on the suspicion of an alleged possible baby bump situation or moon bump or whatever you want to call it, right? They were actually being really nice about it. They thought that it was so incredible, the story, according to Lacey, that the press thought the story was so incredible, not in a good way, in a crazy way, that they refused to report on it. But there was talk amongst the journalists, according to her, that basically the whole situation was so enormous and improbable that the standard reaction, which Lady C attests to, because she says she experienced it herself, is one that discounted it because it's just too unbelievable. And I'm saying the same thing on this idea of the doctor thing, picking a doctor, saying she's your doctor because there's HIPAA rules for privacy, and they just bank on that the doctor won't speak up. Again, if that's what happened, it's so incredible and it's so crazy that most people have trouble thinking, because why would anybody do that? That you think, well, there's no way. And I think people that haven't done their homework on Harry and Meghan and seeing how they operate over and over and over again, I think that's what happens to a lot of them. If they're not drinking the, sounded Southern, drinking the Meghan Kool-Aid, then it just sounds unbelievable. And I know I've talked to people and explained it, and I sound like I'm wearing a tinfoil hat. But it is so unbelievable how these two operate. It keeps me fascinated. So with all of this and all this moon bump stuff, she said that journalists were suspicious, but it was so nuts that they didn't even know how to ask about it. And she does posit that there was speculation among Samantha Cohen and others there is something there, and they're fighting pretty hard to have the press stop talking about them. What's going on? They assumed it was to do with Meghan's behavior and with, you remember when they were trying to merch everything? You remember how they're still trying to do that? Yeah, they thought it had something to do with that. Well, Lady C said basically the safest option for the palace at the time was just bury your heads in the sand. So, okay. Then she goes on, Lady C, to talk about this. I thought this was so interesting. She posits, okay, Meghan is so into mischievousness, to quote Lady C, and eccentricities that she wouldn't, she throws out another theory. What if Meghan, don't kill the messenger here. This is Lady C's idea. I just think this is interesting. What if Meghan was pregnant, but she added extra padding, shall we say, to increase her girth to cause speculation? Now, Lady C says, now, I don't know that I believe it either, but the palace was convinced, of course, that Meghan was a, quote, attention-seeking, publicity-hungry mischief maker. So the suspicion was that she was perfectly capable of pulling off all sorts of tricks to lead the public to think that black was white, and thereby not only keeping herself more prominently in the news than she would otherwise be, but also manufacturing a mystery. Ding, ding, ding. That's what they love to do. Lady C goes on to say one of my favorite things. She was so conniving and so intent on being portrayed a victim of callous institution, i.e. the royal family, that she might as well be inviting speculation as to whether she was actually pregnant while actually being pregnant, so that she could then prove them all wrong and thereby make the palace and press look stupid. That's an interesting theory. I see what Lady C is doing there, playing devil's advocate. I know which camp I'm in, and it's not this one. I don't think there's a real bump with a fake bump over top. But you know what? They have done such bizarre things at every turn. Nothing would shock me at this point. Nothing. Okay, so then in a further update to the book, Lady C points out it's interesting that Harry's eagerness to control the internet via that Aspen group that he's part of, it interestingly only seemed to arise after the question about Meghan's pregnancies became topical. Since his obsessions are only ever triggered by his personal experiences, it's safe to assume there's a link between the two facts, according to Lady C. And I love that, and that actually makes so much sense to me. In my opinion, both could be true. They could be trying to silence people, speculating about a bump. I've seen that. That seems to be the thing that gets them to go after YouTubers. But also anybody that, I don't know, has a differing opinion of them, they try to silence, or points out how awful they are, they try to silence. Again, just like their followers. And then on page 241, one of my favorites, Lady C goes on to point out, despite the decades that Meghan has spent, quote, acting up a storm, she's not a good actress. And moreover, royalty doesn't act. Goes on to explain that with Meghan, people just find her manipulative. And when a public figure is so busy relaying an underlying message the way that Meghan does, people are made to feel that they're being railroaded. And I think I think she's spot on. That's exactly it. So they tend to rebel against that person's message. So Lady C points out that with royalty as well as aristocracy, that they're brought up to be authentic, to avoid manipulativeness, to be forthright, or at least bland, rather than hypocritical, even to be considered rude rather than false. So that way you're avoiding acting, but you have to behave authentically even when you're not behaving properly. Well, Harry and Meghan missed that message because that's all they know how to do, is be inauthentic and hypocritical. Then she goes back into that mysterious bump and how according to Lady C, it's changing sizes. We've talked about the same. Isn't that interesting? The bump changed size quite a bit. And it's interesting when people put side-by-side dates of the size of the bump, and they just don't make sense. And then a male journalist told Lady C, quote, the reason she's always clutching the bump is because she needs to keep it in place. Interesting. That's what I've said as well. There's a difference of lovingly, gently resting your hand on a bump and holding it up. Isn't that odd? And Lady C, I love this part. Again, let's see, page 245 goes on to explain that the mainstream public were picking up on some of the weirdness going on with this bump and points out, quote, she isn't even a good actress. Someone who attended a wedding at Lady C's castle told her, if you've seen Suits, you've seen the act. Sometimes she's acting out a scene from one episode, sometimes another. There's nothing real about that woman. I find that so funny. I've said the same. She cannot act. But I didn't even think about acting out scenes from Suits. I hope I'm taking this very literally and I'm laughing my ass off and hope that that's the case because, oh man, that's too funny. More weirdnesses are happening when she's supposed to be very pregnant, a lot of bending down that we've discussed, balancing in very high heels. It's not that it can't be done. It's just interesting the way Meghan went about these activities that people were beginning to notice. But again, Lady C makes the very astute point that, they go on, Harry and Meghan, to whine about the press and how unfairly they were treated but it was actually the opposite. The press did them a huge favor, and while they were speculating behind the scenes, it sounds like, of course, nobody was publishing this. And to this day, mainstream media doesn't talk about this. So the other funny thing happening during this time is they were demanding more privacy for themselves, the ones that reveal everything real and made up about everybody else. Yeah, those two. And were being very secretive about where the baby would be born and doctors and all the stuff we've talked about. Okay. While they're demanding privacy. I just find that so, we want privacy. It cracks me up. That's the sugar go-to as well, as they never said they want privacy. Oh, yes, they did. They may not have used the words, we want privacy, but they did, because they wouldn't tell any of the details about the birth. And while I am the number one person to say kids are off limits, they deserve privacy, this is something different when we're talking about the line of succession. That's what makes it so weird and so shady. They demand all the perks with no responsibilities. ADC points out by demanding such privacy, what they did was they ignited this suspicion because of their secretiveness, and demands for such extreme degree of privacy. Basically, it lit the internet on fire, as it would, right? With speculation regarding the impending birth. Which Lady C asked the question, were they protecting their privacy or themselves against the possibility of exposure with all this? Page 254, she straight up says Meghan and Harry had done everything possible to increase the speculation that they'd be passing off, quote, a surrogate's offspring as Meghan's own. So Lady C kind of explains at this point the palace was really struggling with those two, that they were used to Harry and Meghan being, quote, unreasonable and childishly self-indulgent, and they're both prone to being that. And that the crazies on the internet were whipping up conspiracy theories out of nothing. But again, we know this, but in case you're new here and you don't, it's worth talking about. Lady C explains that there's motivation for all this. There's a necessity of secrecy because in the event that a surrogate was being used, no royal baby born of surrogacy could be in the line of succession or legally acknowledged as a legitimate member of the royal family. If Meghan were unable to carry children, and she and Harry had been able to use his sperm and her egg, and she smarted at the injustice of her child being excluded from the line of succession because of the law, and then Lady C takes a big old dig here that I love, says, remember, she's familiar with the law. She was Rachel Zane for years and fancies herself something of a legal expert. That's hilarious. Which, again, we're just playing the hypothetical game. If that's what happened, a big if, according to Lady C, if that's what happened, then all she would have to do is convince Dum Dum, hey, we're doing this to protect our kid, and he'd go right along with it. I don't think she has to convince Dum Dum of anything. I think whatever Meghan wants, Meghan gets, remember? And I don't think he ever grew out of it. All right, and then, in a very much look at us kind of way, they announced the birth of a baby boy on Instagram. Not very royal, right? Not the way that it had traditionally been done, but they're like, nope, we're going to do it. So they just put it up on Instagram on the account that they started the month before. Just a reminder, as Lady C points out, shortly after the baby's conception, Meghan flew to LA. Why is that? Because according to Lady C, she wanted to employ the, quote, best Instagrammers in the world. Is that a thing? The brief she gave them was straightforward enough. 1, I need you to create the world's #1 Instagram account for me. It needs to end up having more followers than any other Instagram account in the world. I'm laughing and thinking about real time, like how she cannot get followers for her American Riviera orchard and how much of a flop it's been, even with the bots and things. 2, I want to be bigger than Diana, Princess of Wales. 3, I need you to make me the most famous woman in the world. They're not magicians. How would that work? How do you do that? It's obviously not worked because, again, look at where they're at now. Irony of ironies that's not lost on me or any of you guys, I'm sure, is she actually had the opportunity to, I don't know about famous woman in the world, but to become kind of that, right? Had she just not been an a-hole, had they both not been an a-hole at every turn, had they played nice with the royal family, had they actually done what they said they were going to do and, I don't know, work on their causes and things, but nope, they can't do it. They have to make everything about themselves and continue to live full of hypocrisy and just general awfulness. Meghan and Harry, the real story, and her updated version, talking through it, discussing it, and enjoying the heck out of it. And I hope you are too. So if you're following along, this is actually part 7 discussing this. Yes, I know we've made it so far. It's wonderful, and I can't wait to keep going on this with you all. If you're reading along with me, I'll be picking up around page 263. Again, we're in chapter 8, and we'll be going into chapter 9 in this discussion. So much to talk about. This is the bump stuff. Whatever you think's going on under that dress, whatever's happening in these pictures, that's what we'll be discussing. I'm sorry, I can't not laugh at pictures like this. I mean, terrible fashion sense. One of the worst dresses I've ever seen. The fit and whatever is happening under that dress, whatever you believe it is, it's square. Why? Oh, why? Why would you do that? All right. In the theme of sticking with the newer stuff that we're talking about, because I've already done the recap on the original, we are going into Archie's birth. Now, she doesn't go over the details of Archie's birth the way. Oh my gosh, you guys, spare. That is the funniest part of that book to me. That whole book was so ridiculous, but his accounting of the birth story of Archie, if you want some head scratchers, read that part of the book. I don't recommend reading that book, but that's probably the best part as far as anybody who's been around somebody that's given birth or has a friend who's given birth, whatever, a sister, whatever. It just doesn't go down like that. It didn't make any sense, and it did not help their case at all. All right. So the interesting thing that Lady C brings up is talking about Archie's birth certificate. So let's see here. Archie, of course, was born in May, but unusually, the 5th of June, Archie's birth certificate was amended. So Meghan apparently announced that the palace, quote, had forced her to make these changes. And Lady C points out, well, that's quite a claim, right? And it left it vague, right? Like possibilities, like why would they make her do that? It doesn't make sense. Nothing they say makes sense. Lady C puts out there's speculation within certain circles that Meghan was laying the groundwork for just in case anything were found out, hypothetically, right? Like, to quote Lady C, preparing the ground for future eventualities. Just in case speculation surrounding her pregnancy and Archie's birth proved, quote, inconvenient to her, end quote. So that way, she's doing what she does best, both of them. They put this paper trail out there, so that way they could lay the blame at the palace's doorstep should anybody investigate and say, hey, that's weird. Why'd they change the birth certificate? All right, so Lady C says, if that's the case, could somebody be so calculated? To which I say, heck yes. Have you met Meghan? Yes, she is that. She is calculated. But the new part that Lady C goes into is in Finding Freedom, and she even mentions Endgame. Oh, I'm shuddering because that book. Talks about the 3 long years between her accusation of the Istwards to Oprah Winfrey and how King Charles and Catherine, Princess of Wales, how their names, quote, emerged. All the twists, all the turns, all the maneuvers that, Meghan got up to, and her repeated playing of the race card might be up her sleeve in regards to this. Basically, in a nutshell, could the royal family end up being accused of being responsible for a surrogacy arrangement of which, according to Lady C, they had known nothing about, but which they could well be blamed for? I never would have thought of this. Of course, that is just evil. I have to cover my bases here and say we're playing hypothetical game. So let me break it down. Hypothetically, if there were, I don't know, a pillow under this shirt, if you thought this thing looked crazy and it wasn't real, and hypothetically, she did use a surrogate, like if that did happen, then could she possibly be trying to lay blame at the palace if she's ever found out? I think that's an interesting theory I didn't even think about, but Lady C goes into she does a great job of explaining this, like why Meghan is just known to be calculated. We've all seen it. So this would be another calculated step for her to do something like that. Oh my goodness. It's scary. When I read this stuff, I actually get freaked out about the amount, well, I keep saying calculated, but the amount of, well, calculated maneuvers and the need to paint themselves always as victims. Well, this would play right along with that, right? If they were found out, then they could, again, hypothetically, if something was to be found out and they were found out, they could say, oh, the palace made us do it, and throw around the ist words they love to throw around. I didn't even think of that angle. But I am not a narcissist like these two. Like I suspect these two are. I can't officially accuse them, but you know what I'm saying. They're narcissistic. They sure seem it. And yeah, that's pretty darn clever. Way to go, Lady C. I didn't even think about that angle on things. Let's go into the weirdness of the birth certificate. So apparently Harry's title of prince had been previously omitted as part of his name. Well, they decided to amend that. So now the father's name read as, quote, His Royal Highness, Prince Henry Charles Albert David, Duke of Sussex. Then Lady C points out in a study of oddity, Meghan's name was also altered. But the change, rather than clarifying, obfuscated. Her name, her given names, i.e. the unique identifying aspects of her identity, were removed. Isn't that weird? Archie's birth certificate now stated that, quote, Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Sussex, and not Rachel Meghan, Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Sussex, was his mother. So I'm going to read that again. Think about that. Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Sussex, was the only name now that it was amended to say that on the birth certificate, not Rachel Meghan. So that's freaking weird, right? So Lady C points out, hypothetically, this opened up the possibility of speculation that a woman registered at Portland Hospital as Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Sussex, but not Rachel Meghan, Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Sussex, might have given birth to Archie on the 6th of May. Isn't that odd? So by doing this, they had to legally amend the document, right? And it was so that it could more accurately reflect, well, to quote Lady C, the true facts. In other words, they were now implicated. So the belief is that this would have been done to rope the palace into a scenario in which they neither had say nor knowledge, but they would have to share responsibility for the actions, just in case something wild might come out in the future. Isn't that weird? It's so weird to me. Just thinking about these details, and again, I go back to calculated. It's very calculated. When the press got a hold of this, okay, they thought she had done this for snobbish reasons. She wanted her name listed as Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Sussex. And they speculated it was in case they divorced, then Meghan could always use that name. But Lady C explains, no, this is nonsense, and they were just rolling this stuff out. They weren't really paying attention to what was going on, which is basically what she was saying about the alleged possibility of a moon bump, right? They were just kind of not paying attention to what was going on, and the ones speculating weren't speaking up, which again flies in the face of Harry and Meghan's claims of, oh, the press were awful to us. No, they were actually helping them cover their asses. And Lady C explains, by the press doing that, they gave Meghan a free pass, which she did not deserve. Basically, just chalking up to snobbishness without investigating why would she change her name on the birth certificate. And it's hard to explain, but she goes into it has to do with the legal paperwork and going into the line of succession and things you have to do. And so by amending it like that, then you can kind of, I don't fully get it, honestly. It's kind of wild, but it has to do with the line of succession and the legality and the paperwork and all. And by changing it like that, I think it's purposely meant to be ambiguous and to confuse So that way, if it ever did come out, well, it was listed as this, not Rachel, Meghan Markle, all that stuff. Then on page 269, one of my favorite parts of this chapter, Lady C goes into, there's a root cause to all this confusion. It has to do with Meghan not being real. Quote, she's incredibly spoiled and utterly selfish. She's also the most pretentious person anyone will ever meet. Have you ever seen her handwriting? I love it. I totally agree. Almost as contrived as her personality. Her whole life's an act. Like all people who are basically hollow, she covers it up with all sorts of gush intermingled with unreasonable demands, including wanting a buffer zone between them and everyone else. That is brilliant and so well said. And I think about their unreasonable demands. Remember when they moved to Frogmore and they put out those demands on like public about walking dogs and not going near them or looking at them or whatever the BS was. It was absolutely ridiculous and really offensive. Okay, but speaking of living arrangements, Lady C goes into, of course, we had heard this before, Meghan had been angling to be offered Windsor Castle. Can I say that and underline that point about 100 million times? That bitch wanted Windsor. Of course she did. Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? Both of them. And then idiot Harry. There's only so many times I can say that guy's an idiot. But truly, that guy is an idiot. Actually, I could say it a lot more. That guy's an idiot. He should know that that was never going to be a possibility. And yet he seems completely clueless. Again, he thinks that she has Diana Stardust and everybody's jealous. So he lives up his own ass. Who knows? But, so she had been angling to be offered Windsor Castle. Can you imagine? Oh my God. That is such a scary thought. Obviously it would never happen, but just the idea of those two in Windsor. Oh my gosh. I love that place. It's one of my favorite places in the whole world. They would destroy it. They absolutely would. Okay. So when it became that apparent that that was not possible, they settled for Frogmore. But according to Lady C, they thought they were getting Frogmore House, not Frogmore Cottage. But can I just say, all right, Frogmore Cottage is gorgeous. They are such spoiled babies. I can't stand them. They spent all that money. What was it, like $2 million or whatever it was to do it up? And they're just so ungrateful. Everything. They're not grateful for any opportunity or anything that they were given. They're awful people. We should be getting paid for this. Your whole life was paid for. You got Frogmore, you ungrateful bastards. Okay, so in his memoir, Spare, Harry's statements are sufficiently, and according to Lady C, doubtlessly and unintentionally equivocal to lend credence that that's what happened, because she goes on to talk about how although they tried to put a good face on things, it was obvious that they were disappointed when they realized they weren't getting Frogmore House, but instead Frogmore Cottage. So a member of their social circle told that to Lady C. So Meghan must have been furious. Ha! Plates breaking all over the place. But still, what an ungrateful bee. They complained about not caught, so they got a bigger place and complained about that. I would like to remind everyone, they lived at Notcott, and William and Catherine lived there for a couple of years. Other people have lived there for a long time. They're beautiful properties they're getting for free. And they get to do them up and make them nice, and they're still complaining. They're still complaining about it. Okay. So never once did she indicate that she felt lucky or grateful or appreciative. Again, that's what I'm saying as well. It's just always complain. They do the complain, never explain thing, right? It was, let's see. So Lady C says in her opinion, it was furious acceptance. So the truth is you could see that she felt that Frogmore Cottage wasn't good enough for her. And, and then Lady C believes that Harry felt the same way. Of course, he thinks that they're rock stars, according to them, royal rock stars. As far as he was concerned, if Andrew could have Royal Lodge, he should be getting Frogmore House. So their fury was then reflected by the press when it was discovered the cost of the refurbishment. So it was £2.4 million. Isn't that incredible? So the critics, of course, wanted to know, why should taxpayers have to absorb this cost when they're given free accommodation? Unbelievable. So Frogmore Cottage is a state-owned building, and yet Harry and Meghan are trying to go in and demand all this privacy, and that things like that get paid for. And Lady C points out they should be paying the cost of the refurbishment in return for living rent-free. But of course not. They're just, again, being totally unreasonable and finding a reason to play victim. All right. Then Lady C goes into that ridiculous show that Meghan put on at the Wimbledon game. You know the one I'm talking about, where she was surrounded by a sea of empty seats and wearing jeans and a hat in defiance of the Wimbledon dress code. Okay. Well, and you remember all that, where the members of the public were taking selfies, and she had her, security tell them, stop that. And turns out they were taking pictures of the players. Privacy. It's too funny. But demanding privacy when, there are cameras and stuff, and you're in a public place, it's absolutely ridiculous. But the reason she brings this up is to add on that in 2023, at the wedding of a friend's granddaughter, Lady C met one of the ladies with whom the protection officer tried to shut down as she was taking a selfie. She was still pissed, rightly so, about this encounter, and was delighted to tell Lady C how she told him off in no uncertain terms. She found the whole incident both offensive and unnecessary. Lady C points out she's shown her actions here how naive and unreasonable she was being. No one who appears in public has a right to privacy. Courtesy, yes, but privacy, no. Now remember, she kept trying to say she was going to modernize the monarchy or whatever, the royal family. And Lady C points out you cannot monetize, that's good too, modernize an institution where you don't even understand the basics of the culture whence it emanates. So if you don't understand their culture and you don't bother to learn about it, and you think your way is better than theirs, you're not only telling them that you regard your way and yourself as way better than their way and themselves, but you're ultimately conveying lack of respect for them and their ways. Okay, so then she goes forward and she talks about how they had hoped that this whole surrogacy question would just blow over. It'd be a storm in a teacup, right? Okay, and then here's the juicy new part. So in 2021, Lily was born. I won't say her real name. We're just calling her Lily. Okay, Lily was born in California. Now, she points out that much of this baby's gestational period took place during lockdown. So we didn't have the opportunity of being treated to another 8, 9, or 10 months, whatever. I say that because they're always shrouded in mystery and the dates never match up. 12 months, whatever it is, of belly clutching, which Lady C points out was a merciful relief. So there may have been the added benefit of not being exposed to the scrutiny to which she had been subjected as she had enacted bizarre performances during Archie's gestational period. I want you to think about what Lady C says there. And I love, again, Lady C, the way she says things. It's sometimes in the things that she's not saying, but by calling it Archie's gestational period, whereas most people you'd say, so-and-so's pregnancy. Nope, that's not what she's saying. Archie's gestational period. Okay, so Lily arrives, right? And it was orchestrated with the curating exactitude for which Meghan has become justly renowned. So according to Lady C, she's always been a controller. Shocker. Control claw. Very controlled as well as controlling. Even her father had let slip the fact that in early days when they were still speaking and he had confirmed to journalists how calmly self-possessed his daughter had always been, as well as how effective she was at always getting her own way. It was around this time they were about to be interviewed by Oprah. To lay the groundwork for that, they announced the impending birth of their expected daughter on Valentine's Day. People magazine helped because, they always work with People magazine, but she points out other glossies such as Elle, Vanity Fair, and different ones followed. Irrespective of their complaints about British press, who in fact covered the news positively, their publicity machine in the United States was in full force. Their message from their, quote, longtime photographer and friend, the one. Oh, I can't stand that guy, that Misan guy. And I say it like that because the way he treated the twins, the Sidley twins, and their father, Team Kirk. I love Kirk. He's such a nice guy. But yeah, the way he treated him, I'm just not into Misan at all. He's always her lapdog as well, him and Omid both. Okay, so he was declaring that they were soulmates. Of course he was. And it was a privilege and an honor to have their sunshine on everyone. Blech. Much made of their perfect love. And okay, who cares? Let's keep going. So let's see. Thereafter, and after all of this, race would become a destructive and divisive feature in their agenda for about the next 2.5 years, according to Lady C. And I would say, hold my beer, they're still going on. Only after Harry denied toward the ends of 2022 that neither he nor Meghan had ever accused the royal family of the Eastwards. Remember that whole thing? It was the press that did that. Yeah, on Oprah you said because of Archie's skin color he wouldn't get a title. She knew what she was doing. I'm not going back over it. She knew what she was doing. Let's see here. And then Lady C points out, some of the wind had fallen out of those sails, but then it was reinflated in November of 2023 with the publication of Endgame. We know what happens there. I can't with this garbage. Again, not the book. The book's lovely. Lady C's great, but I'm saying they're garbage. Harry and Meghan. They always do this crap. It wasn't us, it was the press. And then, yeah, they contradict themselves constantly. They can't even keep their story straight. Let's see here. Lady C points out there were some interesting things, such as in a photograph. I'm not going to post it because I don't post his photographs because I just don't. I'm not going to, the Misan's photograph. But if you look at them, they are crazy looking. You'll have to use your brain on what you think's happening under that outfit. But the ones that were shown on Netflix, some of those crazy photos. Yeah. Again, Kirk is great at explaining why those make no sense. Check out the Sidley twins and their explanation of that stuff. But anyway, Lacey points out Meghan was meant to be about 5 months into the gestational period, but it looks as if she was 9 or maybe even 10 months pregnant. Okay, so that ends chapter 8, and we're going to go ahead and move on. I'm going to pick it up in the next episode. I just wanted to go through that part because it is so mysterious, and I'm still stuck on the whole birth certificate of it all. I find that so odd, but also frightening to see how much plotting was going on, how much covering one's asses was going on, and the manipulation of what I believe is manipulation of the public, and just all of it, and still at every turn planning to throw the royal family under the bus. It's kind of crazy to see, but I want to thank you guys so much for sticking with me. I hope I wasn't too choppy in this part. It was just kind of hard to go through. Lady C is a wonderful writer. Sometimes her words are like, whoa, so I have to break them down and explain and try to figure out, what exactly she meant when she said things, because she's very thoughtful in the way she explains things. But I just found this part so interesting, and I hope you did too. If you're following along, this is part 7. We are into chapter 9 in this one. And again, I'm mostly trying to focus on the new bits of the book, but she just writes so well, and I'm enjoying it so much. Sometimes I get bogged down in some of the details. I just love discussing them with you all, and I appreciate everybody's response. Sorry, I just looked up and saw this picture. I'll explain that in a minute. I appreciate everybody's response and your lovely comments that you're enjoying this book so much and our thoughtful discussions of it, and that just means so much to me. But let's keep going. Now, notice the photos in the background of this one. Today, I go into how Lady C explains Archwell's mission seems to be to try to take down free speech. And so we go into that and how much they love the sound of their own voices. So as you can imagine, I have a lot of photos of them with microphones, them trying to speak or give speeches or unwanted speeches or grabbing mics or scowling behind mics, or so they want to take away all of our right to speak up, of course, but they never met a mic that they don't like. So let's take a look and get into this book. Thanks for being here, everyone. Honk honk. Okay, so we pick up in chapter 9, a few pages in. If you're reading along with me, I'm about page 296. So in this part, Lady C goes into, and we've kind of talked about this so far, but she circles back into Meghan's plan seemed, according to her, to revolve around getting into American politics. Now, this is interesting for so many reasons, least of which is what would happen with the titles and all that, and just how diluted, well, I would say the two of them are in terms of how they think their popularity is, and the fact that they think that this is even an option. So Lady C explains that she doesn't name the person, but she says a well-known Democrat with whom she'd been friendly for decades confirmed in, it was the later part of 2023, that so many shared the sentiment that she would just muck things up and that she was delusional, well, about everything, it sounds like, and she needed to alter her attitude. So the same person ended up telling Lady C how persistent, again, the ambitions and delusion of Meghan were when Dianne Feinstein was fading in 2023. Meghan evidently envisioned herself as the ideal replacement for the celebrated Californian senator. Okay, so I remember this too. Do you remember this? That was one of the so many reinventions of herself, and then there was a rumor, in my opinion, that she had spread around that she would be trying to insert herself in that role. And anyway, so of course nobody was having that, and it never went anywhere that any of us could tell. But it's just kind of funny that, according to Lady C, even behind the scenes, yeah, even the politicians can't stand her. That's saying something. It doesn't matter which side you're on. I can't stand politicians. And I think Meghan has a lot of those qualities, you know what I mean? But it says something if they don't want to have anything to do with her. All right, so moving on, she says that Hollywood doesn't take any more kindly to failures than Gavin Newsom did. So she goes on, Lady C goes on to explain that it's box office poison, basically Harry and Meghan, and by December 2023, again, highlighting that this is an additional part of this book, because just a reminder, her previous book ended around 2019. I believe that's when it went to publish. But December 2023, Meghan's unpopularity had spread to such an extent that she and Harry were voted, now remember this, the two biggest losers by The Hollywood Reporter. My question for you all, who do you think she called the S-words when that article came out? Are they just so up their own you-know-whats that they just see things like that and they think, oh, yay, we got press. Oh, it's wonderful. They love us, Harry. Harold, whatever. Oh, my goodness. All right, so Lady C continues on that before Meghan crossed the Atlantic, taking her failings with her, many of the people at the palace who would ultimately develop low opinions of her had initially been optimistic with her inclusion in the royal family. So again, it goes back in the face of everything she said. She's like, oh, nobody was nice to me and accepted me. And it sounds like, of course, as we know, it couldn't have been further from the truth. We all rooted for you, to quote Tyra Banks. But then she acted like an a-hole, and her husband's an idiot, and he also is an a-hole. So they ruined it. And allow me to tell you my favorite part of this chapter. Ready for this? So this is a conversation that Lady C had with one of the people at the palace, okay? Who, again, had high initial hopes, but then realized that, yeah, that's not the case. We misjudged her, one courtier told me. We thought she was more open-minded than she is. You ready for this? She's bright, but she's not as clever as she thinks she is. She's so up her own bum, yep, that's exactly what it says, that she miscalculates at every turn. She has a real gift for making enemies of people who want to be her friends. Oh, that's just so funny. And in real time, of course, with all this jam nonsense, and showing who her quote unquote friends are online. It seems very superficial to me, and that seems to match exactly what Lady C says here. I just love that. She's so up her own bum bum. An attitude like that, it's not a winning formula, as her increasing unpopularity in the United States has shown. Okay, so something that Lady C goes into a few pages later that I thought was interesting is think about, this is something I think about a lot. Think about, your Princess Anne, Princess Royal. You think about Sophie, the Duchess of Edinburgh, and she points out Princess Alexandra, people like that, okay? They joyfully and charmingly go on hundreds of, again, to quote Lady C, unglamorous royal engagements, which never made the newspaper, but they mean something to people. They reward ordinary men and women for their civic service. And these people, these women she's talking about, would never try to dodge their duties the way that Meghan tried to duck and dodge out of the, quote, boring bits as a royal. Then she goes on to explain that Meghan had no interest in doing the bread and butter stuff. She wanted the glamorous things, the glamorous photo ops. She wanted the drama of popping into soup kitchens and visiting survivors of disasters. So think about that, because I do constantly. It's not that I'm at all surprised by this. It's the opposite, but I love your British slang so much. What a cow, right? What a cow. Can't, again, once all the perks, can't be bothered to do, well, for the sake of quoting the book, the boring stuff, right? The bread and butter stuff. The part of mundane life, it's not, I've heard a million people explain it. It's even with, Catherine, Princess of Wales, it sounds so glamorous, but when you really boil it down, yeah, you get to wear some fancy things and some beautiful dresses sometimes, but mostly it's going to mundane events and meeting ordinary people. But somebody like Meghan, and I'm not just singling her out. I think Harry's awful too. I just think it showed up more in Harry after Meghan came onto the scene. But somebody like Meghan cannot think of anybody but herself. So it would never occur to her to think, in my opinion, of how it felt to people who, again, at the time supported her and waited. I've heard so many stories. You guys have written me stories about waiting for hours to see them, and they couldn't be bothered to, smile in your direction or whatever. I just think it's so rude and so ridiculous. And then to make it worse, hearing stories like that, we should be getting paid for this, where she allegedly was saying that it's been reported a million times. I don't think I have to say allegedly anymore, but just in case. Allegedly, she had said that on that Australia tour. Just awful stuff, right? Awful person. So for the sake of highlighting the new stuff, the part here that I want to point out that Lady C brings up, and I love this as well, is talking about all of their commercial failings. I would like to say it's not just commercial that they're failing, but by the summer of 2023, it had become obvious that her failings were tripping her up. So following Spotify's cancellation of Meghan's contract, Jeremy Zimmer, remember him, the chief executive of United Talent Agency, condemned Meghan's inability to live up to the promises she had dangled before an eager and hungry entertainment industry when she first arrived back in the United States. So she thought she'd come back and be this, rock star, whatever. I used that because Harry used that word before. But he also said she had Diana Stardust, so that's how much we can trust Harold of Harold and Fraud. But he said, turns out Meghan Markle was no great audio talent or necessarily any kind of talent. So this was an improvement, of course, of what Bill Simmons had said. He's the head of podcast innovation over at Spotify, who called, of course, Meghan and Harry, shall we say it together? Lazy effing grifters. Oh, the effing grifters. That's the podcast we should have launched with them, hinting at how dumb he found Harry. He also said, I got to get drunk one night and tell the story of the Zoom I had with Harry to try to help him with a podcast idea. That's so funny to me and perfect. So the part of this that I found so interesting is Lady C goes into the criticisms against Harry and Meghan and that they're appearing to be work shy. Why is this interesting? Well, if you've ever had any interactions at all with the sewer squad, and if you're like, who's that? The group that blindly follows Meghan, that is what they claim about William and Catherine. Yes, hold your laughter because it is funny. William and Catherine, who are out there doing things and supporting the royal family and preparing to be the king and queen, all that stuff. That is something that often the sugar squad, sewer squad, whatever you want to call them, throw around. I've seen it so many times, work shy William. How crazy is that? And I'll tell you what, I believe, if I remember correctly, that's something that Plastic Man threw around in his book Endgame as well, is calling them work shy. So I find it interesting that that is another tactic of theirs. When insulting people such as William and Catherine, they throw around things like work shy when, again, what do we know of Harry and Meghan? Everything we've seen, that so applies to them. I'm driving this point home because it makes me a little crazy. The hypocrisy, the unending hypocrisy, and just the silliness that squad, that side, whatever, the Meghan supporters cannot see the hypocrisy. That those two, as they were called, lazy effing grifters, have the nerve to throw that term at anybody else is absolutely ridiculous. And again, par for the course with these two. Now, continuing in on chapter 9, Lady C goes into that same Plastic Man book, Endgame. God help me, I did cover it. If you're looking for it, you can go find it. It's awful. Don't read it. But she points out, and by the way, she calls Omid propagandist in chief. I think that's a great name for him. But she points out that Catherine seems to be Meghan's, quote, pet hate. And I think that is putting it nicely, but I get what she's saying. I was hoping she'd go into this, and she does, how she gets somebody in her sights and goes on and points out that it appears to be that Catherine is Meghan's main target. We've seen this. We know this. It's just unbelievable that not everybody sees this. I don't understand. That would be an easy thing for the mainstream media to report on. I've done videos on it about these targeted hate campaigns directed at Catherine especially. I feel like we got close, when with the Where's Kate and the awful treatment of her during her health diagnosis stuff. But nobody, I'm not talking about YouTubers, we dug in, but nobody from the mainstream media wants to dive into this stuff, and I don't understand. They appear to be afraid of doing that, and it's right there, and I wish somebody would. And I know people like Dan Wooten are trying, but I'm saying somebody that would have more eyeballs on them. I need them to dig in. If I can figure this stuff out, anybody can. You can go in and do the research and find these targeted campaigns, these patterns, whether it's trying to steal focus from her birthday. It sounds so silly and trivial, but it's an ongoing thing, to throwing jabs at her with calling her horrible names and stuff in the books and trying to get that to spread around, to tales of basically trying to belittle Catherine for not sharing her lip gloss. Again, it sounds petty, but these things add up all the way up to the giant stuff, like accusing her of being the ist word. You know what I'm talking about, in that book. And yes, it was written by Omid, but come on. They sure as shit didn't try to shut it down, so that tells me they're complicit. Probably goes without saying, but I'm going to say it. They're the world's biggest victims on everything, and yet while playing victim, they're actively going after people like Catherine, Princess of Wales, and in his case, William, Prince of Wales. It's absolutely ridiculous and disgusting behavior, and again, why I think it's important to have these conversations like going over this book. So again, the additional part of this book that was added in this section is going on about his stupid book and talking about, of course, Plastic Man's book, and how they named the supposed ist words. And if you're new here, I say it like that because YouTube doesn't like certain words, so I get around it by saying that. Certain ist words, think about massage, race, things like that. Anyway, you know who they're talking about in the Dutch edition of the book. And she points out that the person that they blamed, Saskia, is a well-respected translator, and they accused her of a, quote, mistranslation, and that he never submitted a book that had those names in it. And I said at the time, that makes less than no sense. He's full of shit. He's doing that to cover his A, obviously, but it's not a mistranslation to add some names. The names are either there or they're not. That is bullshit. BC points out that anyone with the slightest knowledge of how publishing works can see this was obviously a setup. It was how they got the names out there in the public domain. It's the same thing that we all, called at the time, but it's a good reminder of how dirty they are, talking about Harry and Meghan and Plastic Man, everybody in that crew, and how awful, and how, again, it's more evidence of trying to cause chaos and hurt wherever they can. It's not that they want freedom, they want destruction. Lady C she makes a very astute point to point out that because Plastic Man put out this information, it's a way for Meghan to allegedly try to get this information out without having her name on it, and by keeping her word that she gave on the Oprah interview that she would never reveal the identity of the person who expressed concerns about, that bullshit. Because it would be, quote, too damaging, right? So this is her way of keeping that. I point this out, we know this, but it's just a reminder of how, again, double dealing, dirty, awful these people are. My other favorite part of this section appears on page 303 when Lady C goes into why might it be that Meghan targets Catherine so much. We know why. But she points out that, let's see here, it was by now painfully apparent to all but the most delusional that much of the competitive Meghan's bile was reserved for Catherine, who by common consent on both sides of the Atlantic was more popular, better behaved, better dressed, better looking, with a better figure, and was an exemplary representative of royal virtue, as opposed to Meghan being the ideal of what not to be. That right there is why I love Lady C, and I wanted to just bring you that little section. Again, I do encourage you to buy the book. I purposely tried to summarize some of this stuff so it's not totally spoiling it for you in case you want to read it, but I want to give you the highlights, and that is one of the highlights for me because she nails it there. She goes in to say that Endgame book by Plastic Man was just, it was an obvious attempt at boosting Harry and Meghan at the expense, in my opinion, especially of Catherine and William, because they really put those two down. But it was all of them, honestly. And I feel like that's a continuation of Spare. It's exactly what Dum Dum pictured here was trying to do as well. So for the sake of skipping ahead a little bit, we're going to keep going because I want to get into some more new stuff she covered. Later in this chapter, she goes into Archewell. She goes into the 2022 accounting of Archewell. So before, remember, they had been trying to paint themselves as a very, lucrative, I don't even know what to call it. Lady C kind of explains it. I still don't fully understand it, so I won't even try to explain it here. But it's kind of a mix of, or it paints itself as being kind of a mix of a nonprofit and a profit-making commercial enterprise. So, and the reason they do that, Lady C believes, is it then gives it a degree of latitude, which if you were just a straight up nonprofit, you wouldn't have the same benefits. Nonprofits in the U.S. are technically privately funded charities to which the public does not have access to make donations. They're strictly forbidden from engaging in political activities or activism. But then Lady C points out Archewell plainly does do that, and so she points out it's a breach of the law, but I think what she's trying to say is that's why it mixes itself as a non-profit and a profit, so that way it can skate by some of these issues. So that's interesting to keep in mind. A reminder, in 2022, the accounts were showing there had been 2 donations of $1 million each. Now this came off of a really big year before, and then you can see how it's plummeted. And it's weird. I'm not going to pretend like I fully understand it, but in a nutshell, it sounds like to me the Lady C is pointing out the numbers just don't make sense. How can you have $2 million donation and then it says the investment income was an astonishing sum of $4,000, which meant no sooner had the accounts been filed the previous year, the declared millions had been promptly moved out of Archwell's bank account. She points out that the minimum U.S. Federal Reserve interest rate had been around 2.16%, which means that the largest sum that Archwell had in its account over the preceding 12 months had been $200,000. So where did the millions go? And that's such an interesting question. I wonder the same. I'd love to speculate all day long. I have my guesses. If we're playing a hypothetical game, I would assume Meghan's stupid wardrobe, Meghan's stupid costs, whatever this jam business is, who knows? But the other point that she makes is something that I had talked about before, and I know a lot of other YouTubers have. I find it so interesting. And again, to underline the point of hypocrisy, what do those two preach on and on about, right? Feminism and equality and, all the buzzwords that diversity, things like that. And yet all three senior executives are white. And the only female, as Lady C points out, is on a substantially smaller salary than her male counterparts. How can you explain that? You can't. The senior strategic advisor received $140,000, while the co-executive director, this is the lady there's about, Shauna Knepp, who Lady C points out her responsibilities seem no less weighty than her male colleagues, was only on about $92,000. So again, versus about $140,000 on somebody with a similar position. So it's just, again, further hypocrisy. And then the weirdest one is that James Holt, they increased his salary by 280%. So he went from making less than $60,000 to $227,000, but was also gifted a $20,000 bonus, according to Lady C. And I remember hearing this at the time and thinking, what? What is that about? I would love to know the ins and outs of this. And I know there was some sort of, was it French documentary or something? I never ended up watching it. Did any of you watch it? Curious about the workings here, because that math ain't mathin'. And again, their words are not matching their actions. Don't worry, Lady C is on this. She points out another weirdness. Think about this. So Archwell is on file for having only made 17 donations during that tax year. So Lady C had the genius idea to break it down and figured out that meant that each of the donations had consumed an equivalent of 117 hours per worker per project. That math just doesn't make any sense at all. I would just encourage you, if you are reading along, to really spend time around page 305, because she does a fabulous job of breaking down all the numbers. I couldn't possibly go over all of it with you, and how none of them make any sense versus what they're saying versus what they seem to be doing with the money. And again, why aren't people investigating? But the most interesting part to me is about how Archwell Foundation spent over $300,000 more than they had received in donations in 2022. And Lady C points out she believes that they used it to further his belief that the First Amendment is bonkers. So they're using this money to try to squash, restrict freedom of speech, and not just with the mainstream media, but also, as we know, local media as well. YouTubers, etc. So again, it absolutely makes me sick. In the same breath, I'm showing you examples and I'm talking through how disgusting it is that they have bashed the entire family. I think about the way that they treated Her Majesty the late Queen, and bashed the entire royal family under their freedom of speech, and yet anybody tries to speak up about anything they don't agree with, they're the first ones there to say and try to throw money at whatever to shut things down because they don't agree. I think about how Lady C pointed out a little bit earlier in the book about how they tried to do that with the the alleged moon bump of it all. You know, it just shows what we're dealing with and why these two have to be shut down and why we have to keep talking about and calling out this stuff that they're up to. Because it's more than just, oh, these two are arrogant pricks. These two are dangerous. And I don't usually go this deep into it for risk of sounding tinfoil hat, but I really am seeing more of it and feeling it about how they try to shut people down that don't agree with him or with them, and how dangerous that is. And then, you know, she threatens us with trying to get into politics. I don't believe it'll ever happen, but it's just the idea of it, and that this arrogant prick comes over here to America and thinks he's going to get involved in it too and try to shut it down because people are criticizing him. What? I mean, you know, I say it lightly, the ego on these two, but the ego on these two, what is wrong with them? So Lady C points out, it is her belief that the Archwell Foundation itself, while declaring whatever it is, it's charitable or philanthropic or whatever, that it's actually a political activist entity whose real purpose is to reshape the means of communication throughout the entire world by imposing restrictions it deems desirable. Isn't that scary? Again, it goes back to limiting freedom of speech, interfering with citizens' rights, trying to control communications. And again, if you don't know this stuff, it's easy to dismiss this as tinfoil hat stuff, but it's not. When you look into it, she's spot on, and it's frightening. It really is. They should not be anywhere near anything important. Luckily, a lot of us can see through their bullshit, and they have no power or influence, but it is frightening how the idiots, try to sway things with money and what they think, power. I'm using quotation marks because I don't think they have power, but you get what I'm saying. They're trying to influence things, trying to shut down people that disagree with them. Awful. It just seems scary and dangerous, if you ask me, and it's more reason why they need to be shut down. And I get freaked out when I go into, again, circling back to the Catherine stuff, how much, I mean, in my opinion, Meghan has tortured Catherine since she came into the family. It has been her mission to try to take down Catherine, and that aligns with what Jason Knopf says. Do you remember in that bullying report stuff, he said something along the lines of she picks a woman, puts her in her sights, and tries to take her down. I believe that's the case for assistants, and probably rotates who she's torturing, in my opinion, but again, with Catherine, it seems to be a full-time obsession, and it is frightening. All right, I'm going to end this here because I can feel my blood pressure rising. We will continue on this book, and we will wrap up this book eventually, but I'm really enjoying this walkthrough, and I hope you are too. Enjoyed this. So today will probably be our final episode. We'll see how we do, but it'll be chapter 10, and then we have the prologue, and then we have something called plates. So we're going to take a look at all of that, discuss it, and wrap this up. I've so enjoyed covering this book, and I hope you have enjoyed it as well. Again, I've skimmed through parts as I wanted to hit the highlights. You can find my complete coverage of the original book in a separate series of videos. These are the highlights of all the new stuff added. I do recommend the book, as there are parts where she really spends more time than I have explaining things. But again, it's her work, so I'm trying to summarize as much as I can rather than read directly from. And I can't say enough good stuff about it. I really have enjoyed it. It's obvious she's put a lot of work into this. I was disappointed when Tom Bauer re-released his book because there really wasn't anything too juicy added. This has been all kinds of juice added, and I've really enjoyed it, and I hope you have too. But let's dive right back into this. What is this? Part 9 of the series. And we'll finish this up. Thanks for being here. I'm Jen. Honk honk, everyone. This time we're picking up on chapter 10, and I've called this part of the book Royals for Sale because Lady C goes into Megxit. Now remember, the original book came out in like 2019. So a lot of this, of course, has been added on since. Talking about Harry and Meghan and the good they thought they would do, and by that mostly financial gain that they thought they would make by leaving the royal family, and what a flop it's been since then. And when we talk about this, please do look at the pictures in the background, because this time I decided to focus on the ones where she's the center of attention and he's a pouty bitch. So, so enjoy that. Mostly you'll see her like Cheshire catting the camera and he looks miserable. So let's talk about that. But all right, let's keep going with this book. But I got the royals for sale because of a line out of this part of the book. I mean, to put it simply, Lady C states they became royals for sale, and after a while, royals with little to offer except themselves, and those selves have proven to have diminishing desirability. I think that's really funny and interesting to see play out in real time, because again, we're in the midst of this, she's selling jam of it all, right? I just keep thinking about that, the jam, going from the royal family to selling jams and claiming to want to do all this good, but it seems to be more about financial benefit and nothing else is working, so she's selling jam. I truly don't understand how her ego is where it's at when you really look at how far they've fallen. And same with him too. I mean, he's still a smug prick as ever. And I really don't understand why or how. So the other part of this book that I find so fascinating is how Lady C explains exactly what we've all seen. Basically, in the years since they've left, they've been, quote, mining Diana's legacy for all it's worth. So basically, they keep bringing up his mother's death, and as a result, they've been accused of, quote, besmirching her memory. So Lady C goes into Meghan she's been accused of forging links where there appear to be none. Her bizarre claims of channeling Diana. I've brought this up as well. I blame him just as much, sometimes more, with he talks about in his book, Diana's Stardust, that Meghan has Diana's Stardust. I'm like, not ever. I just don't understand how he can be this idiotic and blind, apparently. But I guess this ties into how they'll do pretty much anything for money. And so Lady C's pointing out, including, again, mining his mother's memory for all it's worth. And the point that's being made here, and the point that I've brought up as well, is that by doing this, what he's trying to do is gain public sympathy and then, trying to target the cold royal family and all this. But what's happening is Diana's legacy is becoming questioned. And Lady C points out it's being questioned in a way that it never would have been if she had been permitted to lay at rest. That's, I think, a criticism that a lot of us have, is just let her rest. I personally take issue. I mean, I have so many issues with these two, but I think about Prince William, who went through the same thing, and then he's having to deal with this, not only the asshole brother and the sister-in-law from hell, he has to deal with his mother's memory being brought up for gain, I guess, for attempted financial gain by the idiot brother. I don't know. It reeks. Much of this section is spent discussing how when they first left the royal family, people didn't know what they were getting involved with. So what I mean is they bought at face value what they were selling, this uniquely high profile type thing, the allure of royalty, okay? And then they showed themselves to be the lazy effing grifters that they are. So Lady C goes into basically their stock took a huge plunge. They have a lack of talent. They are indeed difficult to work with. And apparently at first it was not as apparent as it is now. I would say a lot of us saw it, but I get what she's saying. But they just continue to expose themselves over and over, and they did it, of course, from everything from Oprah. We know everything they did, but it's continuing with the daily barrage of headline-grabbing trivia and, as Lady C puts it, wrapped up in a package of self-serving victimhood. That so nails it for me. okay, so they're always going to have these admirers, and Lady C points out often it's among the young, quote, ignorant, unsophisticated, or naive. But even those numbers seem to be dwindling. The more you sell yourself out, the less desirable you become. Just thinking about this, what pops into my mind, I get stuck on those parking lot pap walks. I think there's so many ridiculous moments. It's hard to pick a favorite with those two, but I really think the parking lot walks have to be, well, I'd say the parking lot walk covered in stickers has to be one of the lowest of the lows, like walking around. Remember, she was trying to sell herself as the face of Dior around that time and covered herself in stickers and was potentially trying to sell those. I don't even know. I'm guessing was paid by the company maybe to try to sell those. It's just so ridiculous. And as a shock to no one, Lady C points out that the whole move to begin with was engineered by Meghan, and by Harry's own admission, she, quote, opened his eyes to the fact that he was trapped, but he had not seen it. Thank God for Meghan, right? I'm sure he says that daily. That guy was worth $50 million. Actually, it would have been more, but that's about the figure that Lady C has, about $50 million, and then points out all the things that they would have gained staying in the royal family. Now, I'm not suggesting they should have stayed. I'm glad they left, personally. But she says that to point out, they even talk about seeking financial independence at $50 million. I can't wrap my head around those numbers. I would like to seek financial independence with $50,000. I don't know about you guys, but that would help. Just incredible when you see it pointed out like that and in print like that. Like, oh man, they really are. It's not about helping anybody, because if they had stayed, they had the opportunity to do that. It's about helping themselves and being obscenely wealthy. Another favorite passage of this section comes on page 415, again in chapter 10, where she points out that they are, quote, whining, complaining ingrates who are unappreciative of their good fortune while also being grossly insensitive, self-centered brats who are unrealistic enough to expect sympathy for their puerile problems from people who on a daily basis had to contend with far more real problems, such as finding the money to put food on the table, oftentimes by having to work unsatisfying jobs while struggling to juggle the demands that survival made upon them. I thought that was so well said, exactly embodies how so many of us are feeling. Shall I say that again? They're whining, complaining ingrates who are unappreciative of their good fortune while being self-centered brats. I think that's so well said and exactly how I feel about the both of them. Therein lies exactly what she's talking about in this chapter, about how they're failing catastrophically because, well, of issues like this. Nobody wants to hear people who had everything whine about what exactly we're not even sure. Whine about everything. It's so crazy. I mean, by their own admission, which they've changed a million times, they called the damn thing the freedom flight, right? So they act like they're escaping from this thing, and then it's been a nonstop whine fest ever since, and trying to make as much money as they can by telling these same whiny stories and trying to get people to feel sorry for them. So I don't understand how they think that is a long-term enduring thing. I agree with Lady C that at the beginning it had a certain, like, what are they going to say? What are they going to do? But at this point, they've said it. They've done it. I think their popularity ratings, or lack thereof, speak volumes. And to further drive this point home, which I love so much, Lady C points out that, quote, Walmart Wallace, as Meghan is now known, can't even land a deal promoting Walmart. Again, I go back to, it's been 4 years. What have they accomplished? I keep seeing these rumblings. I never can find exact proof, but I'm tending to believe that they've come to an end, or they're about to come to an end of their deal, or her deal with WME. And what do they have to show for it? What have they accomplished? Nothing but a bunch of false starts that, in my personal opinion, I believe were started by Meghan. Again, I go back to the Dior of it all. That's a prime example. Putting out these rumors that Dior wants her to be the face, to the point where Dior had to respond and say, no, not true. But that's one of a million examples. Think about, well, again, in real time, as I record this, we're finding out that all these articles about this Limonada thing of hers, this podcast revamp, which is such a nightmare of an idea, by the way, because it flopped so bad the first time. What is there to revamp or revisit or redo? It doesn't make any sense. But then as I'm recording this, again, I'm a few days ahead of when this will be released, there's articles out that say, oh, no, that's had to be put on the back burner because of her, wait for it, jam business. Oh, you can't make this stuff up. It's just so silly at this point. So to further summarize this part of the book, Lady C wonders, as do I think a lot of us, will they stay together? Will they not? She doesn't go too hard into that, but she does suspect that regardless, of course, Meghan will try to basically cling on to Archewell and make that more her thing and maybe tie it to some I'm paraphrasing here, but tie it to some causes, not to actually potentially, in my opinion, help people, but more to elevate herself or tie herself, to certain people, trendy things, right? To get her name out there. That wouldn't shock me at all. She doesn't go into this speculation, but I'm going to speculate, as I've pointed out before. I suspect they will separate sooner than later. And then we'll get Meghan's book, How I Survived, or whatever the hell it's going to be, like some sort of victimhood tale, and she'll use Doofus's own admissions in his book Spare against him. You know what I'm talking about, substance issues against him, mental health issues, things like that. I just, again, it's not going to help her at all. It's not going to help him, and who cares? I mean, they're a disaster of their own making. I'd feel sorry for them if they weren't such shitbags the entire way. I mean, again, they brought it upon themselves. Also worth noting as we wrap up this chapter is Lady C refers to Harry as a morose wet rag. Without Meghan around, there are recognizable glimpses of Harry pre-her. She points out that he can be engaging, lighthearted, seemingly enjoy himself. This is evident, and she points to in September that Dusseldorf Invictus, before Meghan got there, he seemed to be happy. And then again, once she arrived with her milkshakes, remember that whole BS story, he hung back, quote, like a limpet. Okay, let's talk about the part I don't want to talk about. As this book is wrapping up, Lady C drops another bomb. And I hate even dancing around it because it's despicable. But know that at the end of this book, it is put out there and hinted at. Because Lady C does a good job of protecting her sources. She says she doesn't want to be Harry and Spare, where he just throws people under the bus. So I appreciate that about her. But to relay this story is hard, but I'll give it a go. In a nutshell, this person, whomever they are, with good connections to both Harry and to Lady C, again, according to Lady C, phoned her up and explained why Meghan can never see her father again. It's the thing we've danced around before, that allegedly Meghan fed this story to Harry about the worst thing that a father, you know where I'm going with this, disgusting things. It sounds like accusations of a father, what they could do to the daughter. You know what we're talking about. It's horrible. I don't even like putting it out there, but the reason I bring it up is because it is a part of this last section of the book, and basically it explains why there's so many reasons why I believe she clings on to Doria, but she has to cling on to Doria because she can never be back around Thomas. And because Harry believes this alleged tale of what happened. So that's it. She can never make up with him. It's icky, for lack of a better word. I don't want to talk about it. I don't even want to put it out there. I will just say it's not shocking to me. I've talked about before. It's my opinion, my belief that that's exactly what she will say when he passes, and no, you know what I mean, and he's not around to dispute things. Again, it could further go in her victim book. I don't know that she writes after she leaves Harry. The whole thing is really gross, and I don't even want to go there, but I do feel like it's important to bring up because it is a bombshell at the end of this book. I don't know how to switch off of that, but we're going to try. Another interesting tidbit is that Lady C, of course, seriously doubts the dollar amounts that have been thrown around in regards to their big deals. She doubts the hundreds of millions from Netflix, as do I. Nor tens of millions from Spotify. And she points out that Spare was most likely a financial success for him. She doesn't believe it actually was for Penguin Random House. And she just doesn't believe that that the numbers broadcasted about this, like making millions, actually happened. Then the book ends with Lady C pointing out that, you know, people that were supporting Harry and Meghan, or not anti, I guess is a better way of saying it, were hopeful that when they did, you know, the Megxit of it all, that they would find some success. And then Lady C points out that, well, character is destiny, and the results, it ended up being more dreadful than even a pessimist could have feared. So that's how that ends. And then we get the epilogue, and she did a great job here and talks about them. I mean, they opted for being perpetrators of destructiveness while posing as victims. They hide behind these vague, unsubstantiated claims of Istwards in the royal family. They allowed others to fill in the blanks so that way it would cause maximum damage, and they conflict themselves often, right, with their statements. She goes on to say, had there actually been, to quote Harry, unconscious bias, then the only way that they should have proceeded would have been to address it privately. If they actually had the intention of positive race relations, they could have handled it. That's not what they're trying to do. It's more about playing victim and making money. Here they were publicly showing how pissed they were that the press dare speculate about Meghan's behavior, right, in the bullying reports and everything else, and yet they run to the press. We know this. It's the same. It doesn't make any sense. They contradict themselves at every turn, but they run to the same press they pretend to hate and air every made-up grievance ever. Let's talk about something interesting that comes up in the epilogue. Talking about Lily. All right. She does go into the name thing a little bit. That's not really new information. It's basically what we all suspect, which is they didn't get permission for that name. They duped the queen and made her believe that they could potentially name it Elizabeth, something along those lines, right? But then, lo and behold, took the other name. I refuse to call the kid that, so I'm calling it Lily. All right, let's talk about Lily. The interesting part of this epilogue goes into something I didn't realize, which is after Lily was born, which they were able to avoid some speculations this go around. Remember, there were speculations as to what was going on under those dresses, that bump that Meghan wouldn't let go of. What's happening there? Well, with the thing that happened in 2020, they were able to kind of hide out a little bit more. She points out the interesting thing, the biggest things to draw question marks to the Lily situation are the pictures that idiot friend of theirs, photographer that came, I'll never forgive that guy for coming after the Sidley twins' dad. That guy took some pictures, and that's what led to speculation saying, what the hell's going on under her dress? Because if you remember, I'm not even going to show the pictures because they belong to, I'm not going to get into that. Anyway, but that she's like wildly pregnant laying down under that tree, right? And then come to find out she still had like 4 months to go. It doesn't make any sense. You can't make that make any sense. They just think, in my opinion, whatever's going on under that dress, they think they can outsmart everyone. But now finally, other people, we've seen it for a while, but other people are starting to see it and go, what? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. And then to me, I'm digressing here on going on this tangent. Think about Spare and his coverage of it. I talked about this. Like, it doesn't make any sense. The birth stories don't make any sense. All right. But continuing on, the interesting part to me is this. So they put out this message saying, yeah, our daughter was born, all this stuff. Okay. Well, then the palace put out, let me find it and read it to you. Here we go. The formal announcement. Okay, ready? The Queen, the Prince of Wales, the Duchess of Cornwall, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge have been informed and are delighted with the news of the birth of a daughter for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. So think about that. So they're delighted with the news of the birth of a daughter for them. So that wording, all right, I have to dance around this. No, I don't. Allegedly, right? Allegedly, if they used a surrogate, then that is interesting wording that would match the possibility of if they used a surrogate. I think that's so interesting. I never paid attention to that wording before. Maybe that's on me, but did you guys know that? So with the news of a birth of a daughter for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, maybe I'm putting too much emphasis on that for, but that sure is interesting to me. Well, according to Lady C, Harry and Meghan went ballistic because it possessed the undeniable implication that the baby had not been born to Meghan, but had been born for the couple. Dun, dun, dun. I need to know all the details. Is that what happened? No, I don't mean I believe in the surrogate thing, but I'm saying like, that's interesting if that wording's on purpose, and Lady C believes it is. And now I'm inclined to think so too. To take an even more interesting view of this, think about this. Okay. So Meghan was trying to claim that she had been forced to change Archie's birth certificate. And she, according to Lacey, she was very cleverly setting up the situation so down the line she could claim the royal family had been complicit with this cover-up that they knew nothing about. You see where I'm going with this? If this surrogacy happened, then they had been, she can then claim, oh, they knew about it, but by them stating it like this, they're trying to separate themselves and no, they're not cooperating with this situation. Basically, it's explained that Meghan played this out and then hid under HIPAA rules. And so they're kind of bound by the fact that they were able to get these birth certificates. Then the palace has to include them in the line of succession. I'm hesitant about this part because I get pissed off too, and I don't understand that at all. We're talking the palace here, the royal family. If everybody else has to go through these ways of proving that, the kids in the line of succession are, if they all have to go through the hell, then why doesn't Meghan, right? And besides, forget all that for a second. Again, normal circumstances, who cares how the kids get here? They're your kids. I understand that. And I also understand line of succession, we're dealing with something different. But they're not royals anymore. They stepped away. So what are we doing? Why do the kids even need to be included? And why do these dimwit? I know why they insist on it, but at face value, let's play that game. If they're like, oh, everybody's the S words, why are they insisting on it anyway? You know why? Because everything they say is full of shit. They can't tell the truth if their life depends on it. So there's that. All right. And the whole book wraps up by pointing out that they fail to appreciate that they've chiseled themselves into the public's consciousness as the, quote, two biggest complainers of the age. They're perpetrators who have tried to pass themselves off as victims, and the irony of ironies in the process have turned themselves into the ultimate victims of their own failings. How do you beat that, right? So well said. Exactly how I feel. Such a great book. And then we had at the very end plates, which is just pictures that supported some of her stories in the book. They're all pictures we've seen, pictures from the wedding, things like that. Pictures from engagements, pictures like that potential baby bump falling right in the purple dress, things like that. So that's how the book ends. Again, I'm so glad I covered it. I really enjoyed this so much. So well written. I can't say enough good things about it. I hope you enjoyed this as well. Okay, guys, it's Future Jen here. If you stuck with me this long, you have been with me for 9 hours and 24 minutes. Holy cow. That's incredible. Even if you just ran it in the background while you're cleaning or whatever, I'm blown away. Thank you so much. Please let me know in the comments if you are one of the ones that finished this video. I owe you the biggest thanks for that. I hope you enjoyed it. I really enjoyed going through this book, the original and the re-release, and I just thought it was so wonderful and so wonderfully written, and I hope you did too. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Again, a huge thank you to people who requested me to put this together like this. I'm happy to do the mega compilations. If that's something you want to see more of, let me know that too. Thank you guys so much for being here. I truly hope you have the best day. Take care, and I'll talk to you again soon. Bye-bye.